melakukan materi yang ada audio visualnya, dia udah sangat powerful karena di sini ada 16 watt ya, kanan kiri dan ditambah subwoofer 16 watt. Di sini juga kita punya layar anti jump dan 4K dengan kualitas video sekarang rata-rata udah high quality ya, 4K. Situ. Nah, ketika kita melakukan wireless ini, kita bisa melakukan anotasi. Jika mungkin dalam proses penjabaran kita butuh penjelasan lebih lanjut gitu ya. Ini kita bisa jelaskan, kita bisa annotate langsung di dalam, padahal ini adalah tampilan dari laptop ya. Nah, ketika kita mau menggeser slide, ini pada laptop saya akan geser. Nah, jadi materinya berubah. Saya geser lagi, saya ingin menjelaskan ekosistem yang dibuat BenQ dalam proses pembelajaran. Ya, jadi kita selalu membangun dalam bentuk 3, yaitu pertama easy preparation. Jadi pengajar itu selalu ada di awal dalam mempersiapkan materi ajarnya. Maka dengan adanya AMS, Account Management System, kita bisa mempersiapkan materi pembelajaran dan menyimpannya kemana tadi? Personal cloud drive kita. Yang dimana nanti ketika proses pembelajaran kita akses di kelas dari BenQ Board. Dan kita juga bisa mempersiapkan materinya di dalam Easy Write. Saya akan ambil ya. Ini kita bisa ambil gambarnya loh. Kita tangkap ya, kita capture. Ini adalah tampilan di laptop saya. Oke, saya akan bawa ke Easy Write. Jadi ketika kita melakukan kolaborasi, wireless collaboration, kita bisa ambil gambarnya dan dimasukkan ke dalam papan. Saya akan lakukan anotasi ya. Ini account management system, easy write. Dan di sini kita punya instashare untuk wirelessnya. Jadi ketika di dalam kelas kita melakukan ambil materi dari cloud drive-nya, terus kita presentasikan, ya kan? Terus ketika ada apa namanya, biasanya kalau di kelas kita bikin kelompok ya, kita bikin kelompok, mereka punya project ya, ini kita bisa tampilkan secara wireless hingga 9 tampilan ya muncul. Nah di sini kita contohnya 3, kita bisa tampil 9 dan maksimum ada 50 koneksi. Jadi kalau misalnya di dalam kelas ada 30-40 itu bisa masuk semua. Namun yang bisa ditampilkan maksimum 9. Selain smart split ya, kita bisa ganjil, genap, terus kita bisa 1, 2, 3 gitu ya. Jadi nggak kaku bentuknya, kita juga bisa melakukan floating. Nah ini ketika floating kita bisa pilih ya. Jadi ketika melakukan proses pembelajaran, ini juga bisa dibarengi dengan, oh ini ya yang dibahas tadi sama murid kita gitu kan, ini projectnya gitu. Ini juga tetap masih bisa disentuh ya. Oke, berarti kita bisa Google Drive dan OneDrive, misal seperti itu. Nah, itu kelebihannya dari BenQ melakukan wireless kolaborasinya. Nah, bagaimana ketika sudah selesai? Ya, ketika kita sudah selesai, kita bisa share QR loh. Ini saya share QR dan kita kirim langsung ke audiensnya. Nih, buat audiens yang lagi ada online di rumah, ini QR-nya bisa di-scan dan yang tadi saya lakukan itu bisa langsung Bapak Ibu ambil. Benar loh, coba ada yang bawa iPhone, ada bawa ini scan langsung dapat. Ya.
Coba Bapak Ibu
yang
ada
ada
yang
di
mau
sini
coba?
Mau coba?
Mungkin Teteh dan AA yang lagi duduk sini coba kita lihat HP-nya dan coba scan QR code-nya.
Nah, itu bisa scan dari sana juga tuh.
Oh, bisa dari depan juga. Bapak Ibu yang di rumah juga boleh silakan di-scan.
Boleh dicoba.
Dan dicek langsung apakah betul semua yang sudah dilakukan oleh Pak Anangnya muncul. Muncul dong ya.
Nah, jadi ketika sudah dapat materinya, jadi nggak ada istilah tuh. Kalau dulu kan kita apa? CBSA, catat buku sampai habis ya. Terus naik, kita udah punya HP, kita foto-fotoin ya kan dosennya ketika nulis apa. Sekarang udah nggak perlu ya. Apa yang terjadi, apa yang dilakukan oleh dosen, mahasiswa, pembelajar dalam kelas itu semuanya udah bisa dirangkum dalam BenQ Easy Write, kemudian di-share secara QR code dan langsung didapat oleh peserta didiknya di kelas seperti itu.
Luar biasa.
Nah, Bagaimana misalnya gini, oh kelas saya kan masih bisa dilanjutkan buat next day gitu kan. Oh bisa, jadi apa yang telah dilakukan ini bisa kita save ya. Dalam bentuk apa? Dalam bentuk easy read. Agar apa? Agar bisa kita update lagi, revisi lagi. Jadi kelas itu selalu berkelanjutan. Hari ini udah selesai, kita share lagi QR. Jadi selalu update dapat gurunya gitu. Atau jika jika ingin save dalam bentuk PDF langsung, ini juga bisa kita langsung masukkan ke dalam Google Drive, OneDrive yang tadi kita sudah share gitu ya. Nah, dengan segala bentuk fiturnya ya di Easy Write. Tadi juga sempat ada yang nanya ya, apa namanya? Bukan nanya sih, lebih ngasih tahu ya. Bisa apa aja sih Easy Write BenQ ya? Oke, Easy Write BenQ dia konsepnya kanvas. Artinya kanvas dia tidak terikat oleh yang ada di panel. Jadi ini kita bisa geser. Nah, jadi kalau misalnya ada teman-teman yang pernah pakai Prezi atau mungkin bikin presentasi pakai Morph di Microsoft PowerPoint, ini bisa kita lakukan. Jadi contohnya paling simpel gini. Saya punya materi ya. Guru udah mempersiapkan ya. Don't save aja. Kita ambil materinya. Saya sudah ada materi di Google Drive ya kan. Saya sudah buatkan semalam. Terus saya ambil materinya, ini contohnya, saya bikin materi sedikit ya. Nah, jadi seakan-akan saya guru matematika ya kan, dia udah disiapin nih. Sebenarnya tampilannya seperti ini nih. Ini ada Senin, ada Selasa gitu kan. Tapi ketika proses pembelajaran dengan canvassing tadi, kita bisa geser. Ya, kita sudah bikin guideline-nya, terus kita tinggal di-update, terus bisa kita geser. Jadi kita langsung, jadi ada hari 1, hari 2, 3, 4 dalam satu papan. Walaupun sebenarnya di dalam patch ini kita bisa sampai 999. Dan ketika kita melakukan audio visual demo, kita juga bisa langsung loh, ya kan?
Wow, luar biasa.
Gitu. Dan audionya powerful. Seperti ini.
Wow.
Terus bagaimana dengan sumber yang misalnya kita dari browser? Contoh, kita langsung lari ke browser. Kita buka ya. Nah, dengan floating, kita juga bisa melakukan anotasi ya. Tadi misalnya, kita mau bahas ini ya. Oh ini, oh musim. Tapi kita mau ambil gambarnya. Mau kita bahas lebih lanjut di dalam kelas. Oke, terus kita bawa ke Easy Write. Nah. Atau mau kita bawa ke kelas berikutnya, set. Geser. Oke. Jam pasir. Berapa lama, misal gitu kan? Ah, seperti itu. Terus kita langsung ambil dari murid ya, kita floating ambil dari misalnya dari sini. Oke. Oh, tentang ini Bu, jam pasir misalnya seperti itu. Jadi dia langsung rangin, langsung kita bahas lagi di sini. Seperti itu. Ketika udah selesai, kita tutup, terus kita share lagi dalam bentuk QR code. Begitu seterusnya.
Wow, tepuk tangan dulu teman-teman. Teman-teman, Bapak Ibu. Iya. Mungkin kalau dari peserta online ya dan juga dari yang onsite ada pertanyaan, boleh silakan raise hand atau bisa langsung mendekat ke kami. Untuk yang onsite, mungkin pertanyaan dari kita nih,
boleh?
Kalau di board yang tadi itu juga bisa kolaborasi nggak sih? Jadi nggak hanya misalnya kayak sharing QR code gitu, tapi dari muridnya misalnya juga bisa sharing atau kolaborasi, tapi misalnya di rumah setelah belajar dari sekolah itu bisa nggak?
Oh, bisa banget. Jadi ketika kita melakukan proses pembelajaran itu tidak terputus pada saat di kelas ya. Karena ketika kita akan ngasih tugas, jadi dengan fitur yang tadi kita AMS ya, kita bisa manfaatkan personal cloud drive-nya si guru, ya kan. Terus juga kita bisa memanfaatkan video video conference app yang sekarang lagi marak ya. Jadi ketika kita berbicara kelas offline kita dengan segala fitur canggihnya, bagaimana sih kita menjembatani proses pembelajaran yang dengan segala teknologinya di dalam kelas dengan peserta didik yang ada di luar gitu. Jadi kita tinggal memanfaatkan aplikasi-aplikasi teknologi yang ada gitu. Jadi contohnya paling simpel ya, kalau di rumah berarti pakai apa? Video conference app. Nih kayak yang seperti kita lakukan di CONAPLIN ya, di depan kita menggunakan apa? Video conference app-nya. Zoom, ya, itu yang paling simpel gitu.
Oke, berarti kita bisa install apa segala macam juga di produk ini ya?
Ya, oh ya, tadi benar. Terima kasih. Bisa install apa aja? Kita bisa install aplikasi. Jadi selama ada APK-nya kita bisa install. Contoh di sini salah satunya adalah Zoom. Ya, jadi kita bisa melakukan video conferencing langsung dari BenQ board. Seperti itu.
Oke. Ya. Kalau dari apa operating sistemnya berarti dia Android atau
ketika kita bicara operating system, by default panel ini menggunakan Android 11. Jadi kita menggunakan Android 11 yang mana kita udah user friendly banget ya sama Android ya, karena mobile phone kita mayoritas cuma 2, yaitu Android atau iOS. Nah, dan bagaimana dengan ketika saya nggak common dengan Android, apakah bisa saya tambahkan dengan operating system lain? Ya. Sangat memungkinkan. BenQ board bisa kita built-in-kan dengan Microsoft Windows. Kayak gitu. Jadi kalau misalnya, saya nggak nyaman dengan Android, bisa pakai Windows? Bisa. Gitu. Ini saya akan kasih contoh ya, di sini dengan operating system Windows-nya. But sorry, just turn on. Nah, ini adalah operating system Microsoft Windows.
Berarti kalau misalnya kita mengaktifkan operating system Windows ini ya sama kayak komputer pada umumnya.
Benar
gitu.
Sekali.
Tampilannya apa segala macamnya.
Benar sekali. Kalau tadi kita kayak pakai tablet Android raksasa, kalau sekarang kita kayak pakai tablet Windows. Seperti itu.
Wow, sangat canggih ya Muti ya.
Mas, kita sebagai guru bagaimana melihat teknologi semacam ini, luar biasa. Rasanya pengen ada ini di kelas nih.
Mungkin untuk Mas Menteri bisa disubsidi. Saya bercanda. Oke, Mut, ada pertanyaan nggak Mut?
Mungkin kita kasih kesempatan untuk onsite atau online participants ya. Mungkin untuk online participants kalau mau bertanya boleh langsung saja tulis di kolom chat ataupun yang onsite. Untuk para onsite participants, ada yang mau bertanya atau mungkin langsung nanti boleh mengeksplor ya Pak Anang ya?
Boleh banget, kita standby hingga akhir acara di sini seperti hari pertama ya. Jadi kita welcoming banget sama teman-teman karena tugas kami dari BenQ as a principal adalah mendeliver knowledge teknologi ini gitu loh. Jadi kekhawatiran dari para user adalah resistansinya adalah wah teknologi baru, kita belajar lagi, aduh pusing. Nah itu tugas kami untuk mendeliver. Jadi jangan sampai ya ketika kita bicara wah barangnya nggak bagus nih, padahal bukan nggak bagus, tapi belum tahu cara penggunaannya. Nah itu adalah tugas dari BenQ.
Berarti kalau misalnya dari peserta ya ada yang berminat untuk purchase device-nya, dari tim BenQ juga pasti juga akan mengajarkan ya bagaimana cara penggunaan board ini ya.
Jadi kita punya 2 paket ya, bukan 2 paket maksudnya kita punya time frame. Jadi ketika purchase, ketika sudah ada unitnya kita akan deliver 1 untuk IT-nya. Karena ini device butuh IT. Kita akan deliver knowledge-nya untuk IT admin, dan yang berikutnya adalah kita akan deliver juga how to usage-nya kemana ke user. Jadi kita akan melakukan 2 training, jadi yaitu product training untuk IT dan product training untuk user seperti itu. Jadi dan itu kita tidak terlepas dari pembelian saja, tapi kita akan maintain ya. Jadi misal ada beberapa user sekolah nih, saya punya guru baru banyak, saya ingin melakukan refreshment training. Kita welcome banget gitu. Kan itu tugas kita untuk mendeliver pada guru-guru baru tersebut gimana sih cara pakainya gitu.
Oke, berarti after sales value added-nya tuh benar-benar apa namanya menjadi tanggung jawab juga ya dari tim BenQ ya.
Benar sekali. Customer satisfaction dari BenQ as a principle.
Customer satisfaction dari BenQ is a principle. Jadi wajib. Jadi untuk Bapak Ibu yang mau purchase jangan ragu-ragu lagi.
Ya, mungkin bisa di-follow social medianya BenQ ya di Instagramnya @officialbenq_id. Boleh langsung follow Instagramnya. ya untuk tahu lebih banyak lagi mengenai produk-produk dari BenQ. Dan juga sekali lagi diingatkan untuk para on-site attendees, kita akan ada door prize dari BenQ ya. Jadi kunjungi experience lounge ya dari BenQ yang akan standby sampai akhir acara. Oke, jadi diingatkan lagi untuk para tim dari CONAPLIN juga bisa meng-invite para peserta.
Betul.
Ya,
jadi,
untuk datang.
Jangan ragu-ragu, langsung datang aja ke lounge experience-nya BenQ dan siapa tahu jadi yang beruntung nanti di akhir.
Yes, hadiahnya juga nggak main-main ya Mutia,
nggak
nggak kaleng-kaleng. Ya. No can-can ya, no can-can, nggak kaleng-kaleng. Alright, so thank you so much Mas Anang.
Dan juga,
terima kasih Pak Anang.
Sama-sama.
Dan juga tim BenQ yang bertugas atas informasinya ya yang sangat-sangat bermanfaat ya.
Tentunya.
Apalagi yang namanya teknologi, kita juga nggak tahu nih besok teknologi apa lagi kan yang bakal
terupdate. Kita harus selalu
ya,
beradaptasi.
Betul banget. Oke, so sekali lagi thank you so much Mas Anang and give a big applause to BenQ. Thank you. Alright, Muti. So what are we going to do next?
Sure thing, we're going to enter the second day of the CONAPLIN 16. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, the second day of the 16th Conference on Applied Linguistics will commence shortly. This year's CONAPLIN 16 is held both on-site from the Hall of Lights Ballroom at GH Universal Hotel Bandung, and we also have our online attendees from Zoom.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen.
Welcome to the second day of the 16th International Conference on Applied Linguistics 2023.
Give a big hand, please. Thank you very much. Oh, I think we need to face our on-site attendees, yeah?
Yes.
Okay. So it is a profound pleasure that I, Dimas Pujianto, and my partner,
Mutiara Niram Dayanti,
as your Masters of Ceremonies to host the second day of the conference. I'd like to thank everyone who is joining us live from the Hall of Lights Ballroom at Green Hill Universal Hotel Bandung, and also our esteemed online attendees joining through Zoom. Ladies and gentlemen, we will now proceed to the first plenary session on the second day of the conference. This plenary session will be delivered by Ruli Esther Pasaribu PhD from Universitas Indonesia. And the title of the plenary session is Teaching Literature in Pandemic and Post-Pandemic Time, Challenges, Changes, and Opportunities.
This session will be chaired by Dr. Nia Nafisah, MPD. Dr. Nia Nafisah, MPD is a lecturer from the English Education Department at UPI, Bandung. Without further ado, please welcome Ibu Ruli Esther Pasaribu, PhD, and Dr. Nia Nafisah, MPD.
The stage is yours. Give a big hand, please. Thank you very much.
Hello, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. A very good morning to you all. So, Honorable, the Head of Language Center Balai Bahasa UPI, Ibu Safrina, and then also Honorable Speaker today, Ibu Ruli Esther Pasaribu, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, all the participants, Welcome to the plenary session of the second day of CONAPLIN 16th. My name is Nia Nafisa, and I'm going to moderate this session. Yeah. So today's presenter is Ibu Ruli Esther Pasaribu. She's going to talk about the, teaching literature in pandemic and post-pandemic time, challenges, changes, and opportunities. But before we listen to Ibu Ruli's talk, Ibu Ruli's talk, I'd like to introduce Ibu Ruli's a little bit background. Yeah, Ibu Ruli Esther Pasaribu is an assistant professor at Japanese Studies Program and Literary Studies Postgraduate Program, Faculty of Humanities, Universitas Indonesia. She also serves as a manager of academic affairs at Faculty of Humanities, Universitas Indonesia. Her area of research is modern Japanese women's literature and gender studies. And her research interests include modern Japanese and Indonesian women's literature, masculinities and femininities in Japanese popular culture, women in Indonesia and COVID-19 pandemic, and image of Japan in Indonesia. I think Ibu Ruli is also an Indonesian with strong Japanese background, yeah, Ibu Ruli. Not only Ibu Ruli was born in Japan, Kobe, yeah, but also she graduated from universities in Japan. Her master's degree and doctoral degree is from Osaka University in Japanese language and culture, yeah. And she also received grants and scholarship since her early days of undergraduate school, yeah. For example, from MEXT scholarship for Japanese studies, and also MEXT scholarship for postgraduate studies at Osaka University. She also she was awarded with Japan Foundation Travel Grant, Sumitomo grant for Japan-related research project, and has been in many conferences and workshops, yeah, about Japanese culture. Also published many articles on Japanese popular culture in many journals, in Bahasa Indonesia, in English, and of course in Japanese. Yeah. So Ibu Ruli, welcome to this session. And
Thank you, Nia.
Yeah, it's nice to see you again because Ibu Ruli is also my examiner during my doctoral examination. Yeah, so it's nice to see you again, Ibu Ruli. Without further ado, let's give a round of applause for Ibu Ruli's talk. Yeah, Ibu Ruli, the floor is yours.
All right, thank you very much, Nia, for your very nice introduction. I'm very happy to meet you again. And before I start my presentation, I would like to express my gratitude, and I'm very thankful to be here. Thank you to Ibu Safrina, and also to Pak Wawan and all my colleagues at Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia. I'm very happy I can be here to share a little bit knowledge with you, and I hope after my presentation we can discuss and learn from each other. Thank you very much, and I think I will start my presentation. I think I will start. Wait a minute. All right. My theme for today's plenary session is teaching literature in pandemic and post-pandemic time, challenges, changes, and opportunities. Actually, we are now right here. We enter the endemic time, not pandemic anymore. So maybe it's a little bit out of date, but I think we can reflect from what we learned, what we experienced for maybe 3 years. Then we can see how pandemic changed our way or our thought or our way to do teaching and education. Okay. So a little bit background. I think we all agree that COVID-19 pandemic changed how we live and how we interact with each other, how we work, and how we learn. And of course, it also affects teaching and learning process in university. I think we all experience that for these 2 or 3 years, we have to change. We have to shift from offline teaching to online teaching. But now we come back to offline again. But what I want to address here is there's any change, not same as before pandemic, but there are some adjustments that we make after we face this COVID-19 pandemic. And what I want to discuss here today with you all is how does our teaching or learning experience during COVID-19 pandemic change our perspective and method in conducting our classes? And what kind of challenges, changes, and opportunities we face in teaching and learning process in pandemic and now in post-pandemic time. And I will give one example. This is my literature class at Universitas Indonesia. And I will share a little bit about this. All right, and this is the issues to discuss in this presentation. I will take one study case of Japanese literature classes, and my data is gathered from class observation and also from students' assignment and also students' questionnaire. And this challenge, changes and opportunity in pandemic and post-pandemic education, I gathered the data from questionnaire to 715 students and 148 teachers. And actually, it is at my university. And focus group discussion with 25 respondents from 2 universities. This is the, I'm sorry, it's a bigger slide, yeah, there. So, in pre-pandemic time, we have face-to-face or offline teaching or learning. But in pandemic, we got this online or remote teaching or learning. And in post-pandemic, in my university, we combine offline learning and also online learning. And in pre-pandemic, from my experience, we use ICT tools. MAS-UI is our learning management system. I'm sure UPI has this kind of learning management system too. But in pandemic, we add some more ICT tools. Like we are familiar with online meeting tools like Zoom. Like for example, now we are doing this hybrid conference. And also I use WhatsApp and also Instagram. And in post-pandemic, we also use what we use in pandemic. Like I still use MAS, I still use Zoom, I still use WhatsApp, and also I still use Instagram. And for the method, from pre-pandemic to post-pandemic, we try to make student-centered learning. I'm sure in UPI, this method is also adopted. And for assignment, there's no change. And in activities, also there's no change. But for exam, before pandemic, we just use the orthodox style of exam. We just do the written test in learning management system. But in pandemic and in post-pandemic, besides writing tests or midterm, besides writing tests, we also give some project to our students. And they have to make creative work, and we assign that creative work for final and midterm exam. I'll talk about it later. So this is the learning objectives for Japanese literature class that I conduct with 2 of my colleagues. So the first is students will be able to explain some concept of literature theory and approach used in reading these literary works. And the second aim is students will be able to read and analyze literary work using various approach and concepts and build or develop the critical thinking from their reading process. And the third is students will be able to create artwork as a reflection of their reading and also as a space to express their thoughts or feeling. So this is our aim or our learning objectives when we conduct Japanese literature class. So this is the pre-pandemic flow of offline learning. So first meeting, we have the explanation of literary concept and approach and a teacher who explained this. So what we do is we upload learning materials at our learning management system, and then we all come to class. And I or my friend will explain the literary concept using the PowerPoint and Q&A session. And after class, we ask our students to reflect on what they learned in class and put their reflection, upload their reflection in our learning management system. So this is the flow of online learning, and we all do this offline, face-to-face at class. And then this is the second meeting. So this is the time when students have to analyze the literary work and they have to do presentation. So before class, we will upload a worksheet at our learning management system, and students have to answer all the questions on the worksheet and upload worksheet at our learning management system before the class. And at class, they will do the group presentation and followed by Q&A session. And as a teacher, we will give feedback and also we'll wrap up the discussion. And after class, as the first meeting, we ask them to reflect and upload their reflection at our online management system. So, but when pandemic came, all this teaching and learning process must shift to online learning. So, what we do? We do upload learning material and learning video, and students must prepare themselves by watching this learning video and come up with questions or comments for discussion. And we use the WhatsApp group for discussion. And after class, students make summary of what they learned in class today and upload their assignment at our online learning system. And for literary work analysis when pandemic, same, yeah. We upload the worksheet at our online management system, and students have to answer all the questions, and we do student presentation through Zoom. And after class, they make a summary of what they learned and upload their summary at MAS, at our online learning system. For post-pandemic, we still use this learning video. So we still teach using learning videos, and students will see this learning video. And we still do the discussion through the WhatsApp group. But for the presentation, they do the presentation at class. So in post-pandemic time, we try to combine what we have in pandemic. We still do the online learning, but we also combine with offline learning. That is when students do the group presentation. Because we believe that, I think, face-to-face interaction is effective, and students will be more focused when do the presentation. So the online learning tools that we use, I think we all can see here. We use the Zoom, and we use the WhatsApp group until now. And we use MAS UI, and we use Instagram. And I will talk a little bit about Instagram. This is to do the digital artwork and haiku poetry exhibition as a final project. So actually, before pandemic, we have also the idea to do the final project. For example, we do this in December 2019, and students are very happy because they can share their knowledge to many people, not just to us as a teacher. And they make this kind of banner and do the introduction about Japanese literature with various themes, which we assign to them. And the aim of this final project is we want students to have the public engagement, and students as a distributor of knowledge, and we want to try the soft skill training for students. So how to present, how to say your idea, and so on. But the pandemic hits us, so we can't do this anymore on 2020. So we shift, but we still want to do the final project. So we shift the final project to online or to digital platform. And we choose Instagram because our students have Instagram and they play with Instagram. So we think, why not? We use Instagram to the purpose of education. So this is, we use it in 2020 with the Instagram name Prosa Jepang, FIBUI 2020. Until now, the account is here. You can check it. And we make the name Omoi Utsushi. Omoi Utsushi actually means think and reflect. So this is the theme of our final project. And students reflect on their reading and create artwork from their reflection and upload their work in Instagram. And to make them more happy, so we select the best artwork, and we also select the most likes artwork. So for example, like this. This is what our students did. Like, they reflect their own reading by doing like the digital art, or they do the cosplay, or they write the poetry, or they write the short story based on their reading. So this is the example. So this is one of the example. We read Hadashi no Geng. Hadashi no Geng is in Indonesia geng si kaki ayam. I don't know, maybe you have read that. This is the story about atomic bomb at Hiroshima. And the end gang is the end gang is just like 6 years old, and he has to face the atomic bomb. And when my students read this literary work, so she adapt this literary work to the drawing that she made in this left side. Then this is 2021. We still do the same digital art project. Still the name is Omoi Utsushi, like this. And this is our exhibition. Yeah, this is our exhibition. And we also have the Japanese poetry class. And in this Japanese poetry class, we also learn about writing haiku. Haiku is the Japanese traditional poetry. It just only consists of 17 syllables. And we ask them to write haiku, to make haiku in Japanese with some theme. The theme is pandemic, online learning, love being an adult, and also hobby. So this is the haiku that they made, and they made the illustration. And also this is students' haiku. But what I find interesting, when the haiku is about online learning or pandemic, the tone is like this, dark color like black or gray, and they made this haiku. So this is about the online learning. They said that my eyes on screen and I don't understand anything, I learn all alone. So this is our students' expression when a pandemic hits. And like this, I'm alone in this dark scenery, and I feel very lonely. So this is what our students think about online learning and also about the pandemic. All right. And after the pandemic is over, and we now going to endemic season, this kind of exhibition is still going on. For example, this is our online digital project for another lecture. This is the lecture entitled Bahasa Jepang dalam Komunikasi Lintas Budaya, or Japanese language in intercultural communication. And students make some work about the Japanese culture, and they put it on Instagram. Yeah, I want to now address the challenges, changes, and opportunity in education during pandemic as post-pandemic time. The challenges is we had maybe not only, every time we do not have the good internet connection, so sometimes we have the bad internet connection, so we feel also isolated. There is social disconnection, learning loss, mental health issues when I interview some of my students, Zoom fatigue, and they have to adjust to university life. And changes, we have the integration of ICT tools, and learning can be done from anywhere. Opportunity, we have this self-regulated learning, and in the time of pandemic, we have this growing character like resilience, perseverance in independent, and creativity in midterm or final term exam, and development of blended learning. So this is the questionnaire we asked to 148 teachers at my university. And when we want to shift from online to offline learning, the answer is almost 17% wants the blended, the offline and online learning in one semester. So not 100% online learning or 100% offline learning. So there's a shifting in how we conduct the education. Online now becomes one of the selection or alternative that we can choose. And when we conduct this questionnaire to 715 students respondent at our university, so almost 56% said that they want to do the blended learning, so offline and online learning, and almost 30% want 100% online learning, and about 15% students want to do it like 100% offline learning. So also there's a shifting here. So I want to end my presentation by point out some discussion points that maybe we can talk about this later. So the first one is pandemic created an opportunity to integrate ICT in learning and teaching process. And also this pandemic created an opportunity to be more creative in assigning tasks or conducting exam. But pandemic challenged students and also teachers with mental health issues. Pandemic caused learning loss problem. And I think giving space for students to express their thought or feeling is an important thing. And pandemic gave opportunities to self-regulated learning, character building such as resilience, perseverance, independence, and creativity in final or midterm exam, and the development of blended learning. And I think these opportunities can be developed in post-pandemic time. And I think the last but not least, and this is the most important thing, that our students must be the center of teaching and learning process, and we as a teacher plays a role as a facilitator. All right, thank you very much. That is the end of my presentation.
Thank you very much, Ibu Esther. That is quite an interesting findings, yeah, how our students have a kind of difficult time during the pandemic and they have to adjust with the post-pandemic time. Ladies and gentlemen, I think now we come to the second session of this plenary. I would like to invite questions from you. Perhaps you have some similar, findings too, yeah, and we can discuss it, yeah, Ibu Esther. Please do, and please mention your name and institution.
Yeah. Okay. Good morning, Ibu Ruli. My name is Rizky. I am from Pustanda, and it seems that your presentation focuses on your experience on teaching and learning during the pandemic, but I would like to focus on one aspect of it, which is the evaluation part. So you mentioned that in 2019, for the final exam, the students are required to print a banner and then explain to the passerby or to people who came to the exhibition about Japanese literature, if I'm not mistaken. And then in 2020 and 2021, you mentioned that but you use Instagram to share the artworks of your students. So I'm simply curious, between the two, which one of the two is more favorable for your students? I mean, in terms of cost, of course, using Instagram is better, it's much cheaper, but I wonder what your students think. And from your point of view as the teacher, which one is more convenient or favorable for you? Do you want to grade them by seeing their exhibition, or would you rather continue this method of teaching? And that's what I'm curious about. Thank you.
The question directly, or we can find three questions first.
All right. Yeah.
Three questions first.
Up
okay.
to you, Nina.
Yeah, because I see that there are some questions also from the online participants. Yeah. So the first one is from, pardon, may I have your name again? Rizky, yeah. Okay. From Pak Rizky is the first one, and the second I saw Pak Fazri raise hand. Yeah, is that Pak Fazri? I remember.
Yes, I am.
Sorry.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Pak Fazri. Please.
Right, good to see you online, and thank you very much, Ibu Ruli, for your insightful, thoughtful presentation. I'm concerned with the issue of teaching literature at school. What I could see from the context, not too much of literature content provided, taught, is probably not because of only the curriculum, but also the concern of the teacher at school about teaching literature. I'm wondering, what do you suggest? What do you suggest concerning this issue? Probably you may address some points to the teachers and the policymaker. Thank you very much.
For the question, perhaps on the floor, is there any other question? Anyone? Or is there any other question from the participants online? Please raise your hand if you do have questions. No? Okay, then perhaps Ibu Ruli, you can answer the question, and later I will open another session for question and answer.
All right, thank you very much, Nia. I will answer first Pariski question, right? Which one I prefer? Still the online exhibition, or still we now can conduct it offline? Would I change it to offline exhibition? So I think both online and offline, I think it is good, but the ideal is we do it offline, but we also have the documentation in online. So we do it both. That's the ideal. But I think it needs a lot of energy, right? If we do it in online and offline. So right now, we still, for the project, we still do it online. Why we still do it online? Because actually we want the documentation. Yeah, we want the documentation. Like the Instagram exhibition, we do it on 2020, but students or anyone still can access that right now. And I'm sure this is also happened at UPI. At my university, we are suggesting to like create more digital content. Yeah, to create more digital content. Like right now, we have to create MOOCs. MOOCs is massive open online course, or the open content that anyone can access. So not only the students or Civitas Academica at Universitas Indonesia who can access the knowledge, but also we can expand the knowledge to people outside the university. So it linked also to what university asked us to do. So still, I think the online tools or online exhibition is good at documentation, for documentation. But yes, for people-to-people interaction, I think offline exhibition is, of course, more needed. And there's an interaction that can't be changed by doing it in online. So I think the best is to combine. We have the online exhibition, but also we have like offline meeting when students can exhibit their artwork. So yeah, that's the ideals. So that's my answer. I hope it answered.
Pak Rizky, I hope that's enough. Okay, thank you very much. Before Ibu
Fajri, ya.
Yeah, Pak Fajri. Perhaps the others, if you have question, you can also raise the question in Bahasa Indonesia too, ya. Thank you.
Saya jawab yang Pak Fajri ya. Alright, Pak Fajri, thank you very much for your question. Yeah, this is also become my concern. Because I know at school, middle school or senior high school, the teaching of literature, Indonesian literature in this case, is not as much as the teaching of Indonesian grammar, right? Yeah, that's the one I experienced. So, I think we have to make people aware that literature is important, especially to nurture character. But yeah, I think most of the teachers at our school is being emphasized on teaching Indonesian grammar. But I think we need like some creativity. We still have plenty of curriculum load, and maybe it's emphasized on grammar side. But I think we need the creativity from the teacher itself to put or to teach literature also with Indonesian grammar. So yes, I think also as a lecturer at university, especially in teaching literature, I think we also have to reach out our fellow at school, and we can give like community service or pengabdian masyarakat in how we teach literature and build the awareness that literature is very important, and we give like support to our teachers at middle school or high school, so they also will have the awareness that teaching literature is very important. So I think as a lecturer, it's one thing that we can do through the community service and reach out our school teachers fellow. So that's my answer. I hope it answers, Pak.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Pak Fazri. Perhaps we can start with the second term for questions. Anyone? Okay, Pak. There are 2 questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Bunia. Bu Ruli, thank you for your insightful presentation on teaching literature. I'm interested in understanding the scope of literature, our literary works, by looking at the project that you've been doing. In terms of the genre of literature, which is conventionally, which used to be conventional in terms of the genre systems, like, well, when we are teaching literature, we only talk about like poetry or drama or literary works, novels or short stories and others. But it looks like that your project extends to other genre beyond the literary works. And my question is, how could you limit or delimit? I mean, it is not necessary to limit, but extend the ideas of literature and how you draw the notion of literature into your teaching, so they understand the essence of literary learning or knowledge and how it works or it plays roles in understanding the text as a whole, and how it tends to be progressive in learning knowledge, or in getting knowledge interdisciplinary or transdisciplinary or maybe multidisciplinary. Thank you.
Thank you, Pak Wawan.
Thank you, Pak Wawan. So the question is about how literature is beyond just text, gitu ya. The next question, the second question.
Terima kasih. My name is William, and I'm a student at UPI and the postgraduate studies. And I would just like to ask about your observations in the culture of Indonesia and the culture of Japan, of the Japanese people, through this pandemic. And I know that this process has required change and adaptation on the part of the students and the part of the teachers, both. And I would just like your observation on the impact and how the students have adjusted to this as reflected on their grades and their progress of learning, and if one culture has been impacted more than the other. Thank you.
William, yes. So there are 2 questions, Ibu Esther. One is from, this is from Pak Wawan. It's about how literature goes beyond just the written text, and also Pak William about the obligation, yeah, about how we as the teachers can put forward our obligation, which culture is more dominant or important than the others. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Pak Wawan, and also Pak William for the question. I'll answer the Pak Wawan's question first. Yeah, about the genre of...
Because I said 3 questions, yeah. Actually, there is another question from the online participants. Ibu
Mita Chandria.
Mita,
Chandria,
yeah, okay.
yeah.
Mita Chandria.
Right.
Ibu
Thank you
Mita,
so
sorry.
much, Ibu Nia. And thank you so much, Bu Ruli, for the very interesting presentation. I'm wondering about the use of AI, Ibu Ruli, because of one of our biggest problem here when we give students a project or take-home exam, they are easily use AI. What about in your situation? What do you do to make sure that students do not use AI, or is there any particular ways, criteria that you use to prohibit the use of student cheating using AI? Thank you, Ibu Ruli.
They use the AI itu ya AI.
Yeah, so Ibu Mita question is about the use of AI yeah, in a student's project or essays
yes,
perhaps.
artificial intelligence.
Yeah,
Yes.
thank you, Ibu Mita. Yeah, please, Ibu Esther.
Thank you very much for the question, Ibu Mita. So I'll answer this 3 questions. First from Pawawan, right? So Pawawan asked about how I limit or maybe limit the genre of literature in my class. Yes, I admit that I'm not only limited literature as the traditional genre like poetry or novels or drama. Yes, of course we teach about those 3 genres too, but we try to expand to, I think the definition of which is the literature and which is not the literature is defined by people, right? So I think we can redefine that. We can redefine the construction. We can redefine the definition of literature. So in this case, we think literature is anything, the form of expression of people, and it can be anything. It can be, yes, it can be poetry, it can be a novel, it can be drama, but not only that 3, just that 3 genre. So we expand it to like manga or Japanese comics, and we also expand it to film, to movie, and we teach them all, not by saying that this one is high literature and this one the low literature, but we present those genre all to our students, and we try to focus to what this, we try to focus to the content of the literature, be it the manga or cartoon or comic, be it the poetry, we teach it all to our students. Yeah. Is it answer your question? Yeah. All right. And the second question is from Pak William, ya Pak. It's very difficult question since I haven't been done the research about how this pandemic impacts to Japanese students. So what I can answer here, of course I have to clarify, but what I can answer here is only based on my thought, my knowledge, but pardon me if if there's something new that we find. So I think in Indonesia we face the online learning maybe about 2 years, 2 or 2.5 years. But in Japan, actually, like they do the maybe online learning maybe about just 3 months, and after that, most of the schools come back and do the offline teaching. But why it can be happen so fast? Because actually the Japanese already had the culture to wear mask in their daily lives, not just when pandemic hits, but before pandemic, it is common actually in Japan. Maybe if you have like fatigue or you have like cold and you don't want any other people to get that cold too, so you aware to wear the mask. So it is not difficult in Japan to ask people to wear the mask. Everyone wear the mask. So and they are very put attention in like washing hands, especially for the school kids there or school students. So the awareness of how we live more clean is already happen in Japan. So it is easier to make them go to school offline and still very disciplined to wear the mask. And also in Japan, although Japan known as one of the most advanced technology, but actually, especially for elementary school, teachers have the difficulties in operating the ICT tools. Why? Because in Japan, all like the notification from school or all the assignment still use the paper, not the online tools. So it is a little bit difficult to change it. So they make the decision to open the school earlier than in Indonesia by still protecting themselves by disciplining wear the mask. So I think that's the difference between Indonesia and also the Japan. I hope this is answer your question. Okay, yeah, thank you very much, Pak William. And the third question is from Ibu Mita, ya. And Ibu Mita asked about how we face the AI, right? Yeah, I know ini sangat meresahkan ya Bu, AI. When I'm doing this digital project, the AI is not as powerful as right now, right? Yeah, but I know this AI, but this is not my case, but this is my colleague case in English study program. So in Universitas Indonesia. So the students write the assignment, the report, and the English is very good. So my colleague is, why her English is, or his English is very good. So there's the tools that we can check. We can check whether it is AI who write that or the students itself. And she operated that tools and find out that this is AI who write that assignment. So I think if we feel that, this is not our students' own work, we can do check and recheck. And yeah, and I think if we really depend ourselves to AI, actually that students who has the most lost, I think, because it's not their own writing or their own project, but they depended to AI. So I think, yeah, we have to be more aware, more careful, but we can also tell our students, but yeah, if they still use the AI to make their assignment, I think it's their loss. Yeah, I think that's my answer, Bumita. Yeah, we just have to do what we can do, the best we can do, I think, yeah.
Right, thank you so much, Ibu.
Yeah, AI perhaps one of our most current challenge, yeah, in teaching, especially humanities, right? Anyone else would like to ask question before we close the session? We still have time.
Yeah. Bunia.
Oh yeah, okay. Sorry. Please raise your hand, Ibu Pak Bahrudin Mustafa, yeah, from the online. Silahkan Pak.
Yeah, Ibu. I've been listening to your talk and I've been wondering, can you hear my voice?
Yeah, I can hear, Pak.
Okay. I've been wondering whether proficiency in Japanese language in this case is a primary concern for the instruction.
That's your question, the proficiency of Japanese language?
Yeah.
Okay.
In OE.
Okay. ketika membaca karya sastra gitu atau gimana? Oke. Alright, I'll answer your question ya Pak ya.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yes, the proficiency of Japanese language, of course, is very important. I think not only in UI, but also in Japanese studies program at UPI, yeah. I think because after they graduate, we want them to be able to speak Japanese. At least in Japanese, like TOEFL, in Japanese language, we have Japanese language proficiency test. The most difficult one or the most advanced is N1. And the lower level is N5. And we want our students at least reach N3, so intermediate, before they graduate from university. And our literature class also support to make students be able to understanding the complex sentence in Japanese and understanding the expression used in Japanese that maybe not, they are not learning it at grammar class. So the literature class, we have the literature class when students already take Japanese 5. So we have Japanese 1 in the beginning of semester, and on their third year, they will have Japanese 5. It simultaneously took with a literature class. So we adjust it with their language competence, of course. But in literature class, we also provide the Indonesian text or English text so they can cross-check, because we understand that it is difficult for our students to read all in Japanese. So we try to be creative by also providing them with English or Indonesian text. That's my answer.
That's very clear. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you, Pak Bahrudin.
Thank you, Pak Bahrudin. Anyone else? Perhaps you're still curious about teaching literature. Yeah, perhaps literature. Usually not many teachers here in teaching literature. You have the same problems, perhaps. What I found is quite similar, Ibu. Yeah. So the students are usually very eager to create something for their final projects. We also have haiku for English. Yeah, it's quite easy and interesting. The students are usually very excited to create poems, and they also love to have final projects such as drama, yeah, and then also making poster. So it seems like it's out of literature, but actually it is part, yeah, of understanding culture. I hope that your presentation gave us insights, yeah, to how to teach literature is not only reading, yeah, but also creating something, yeah, being creative. The committee, so I think there is no more question. Shall we close the session? Okay, again, before we close the session, let's give a round of big applause for our presenter today, Ibu Ruli Esther Pasaribu. Thank you very much, Ibu.
Thank you very much, Ibu
for
Nia.
sharing
Thank you
with
very much.
us
Yeah.
your experience. Yeah, and thank you for all the participants, all the questions that you have raised. Hopefully, it can be very beneficial for us. Yeah, thank you very much. I'm handing back to the MCs. Yeah, Dimas.
Thank you very much once again to Ibu Ruli Esther Pasaribu PhD from Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia and Universitas Indonesia, and Dr. Nia Nafisah MPD from English Literature, Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia. Before we move to the next agenda, we would like to invite Pak Wawan Gunawan PhD to hand over the token of appreciation to our speaker. Please give a big hand to Pak Wawan
round of applause,
Gunawan.
please, to Bapak Wawan.
Di bawah aja boleh? Oh, di sini.
All right, please give a big round of applause once again to our speaker, Ibu Ruli Esther Pasaribu, PhD, and also Pawawan for handing over. And one more. Right, thank you very much.
Thank you very much once again, Ibu Ruli. So, ladies and gentlemen, we will now have a break, a 15-minute break, and the coffee break is available at the back of this stage, at the back of you, near the entrance. So, we also have the BenQ Lounge for all on-site attendees to experience the latest BenQ technology.
Yeah, and we also would like to invite all attendees once again to visit the BenQ Lounge, BenQ Experience Lounge, yeah, because we would like to hear from you. There is a feedback code, yeah, feedback QR code. So kindly visit the
booth,
Experience Lounge, and then scan the QR code because we need to hear from you, ya. Untuk Bapak Ibu yang belum ke BenQ Experience Lounge, boleh mampir lalu scan, ada code ya tentang feedback. Ya, mengenai the conference, ya, and also everything about the conference.
Ya, jadi sambil Bapak Ibu menikmati coffee breaknya, jangan lupa juga berkunjung ke booth BenQ untuk mengisi form
feedback.
Yes, feedback. Yes.
And we will come back. We will return at 9:45 a.m. So please make sure to all online attendees to rejoin to the same Zoom link at or by 9:45 a.m. And also to all online on-site attendees, enjoy your refreshments. Thank you.
Recording stopped.
Untuk Bapak Ibu onsite ya, boleh berkunjung ke BenQ dan juga scan. Ada QR code ya di atas meja BenQ Experience Lounge untuk di-scan ya, karena nanti kita akan membacakan. Dan juga ya, mohon maaf untuk tim IT, karena nanti ya dari link tersebut atau dari QR code tersebut kita akan undi ya siapa yang akan memenangkan tiket pesawat dari Bandung ke rumah. Ya, silakan Bapak Ibu, akan ada door prize, hadiah pintu. Ya, silakan Bapak Ibu sekalian. Ada door prize, ada hadiah pintu dari BenQ. Kita mau spill ya. Hadiah apa yang akan didapatkan kepada the 4 lucky winners? So there will be 4 lucky winners. Akan ada 4 pemenang yang beruntung dari BenQ. The first prize ya. Hadiah pertama adalah OVO senilai Rp500.000. Tepuk tangan dulu. Kemudian OVO senilai Rp300.000.
Wow.
Jadi ada Rp500.000, Rp300.000 dan
yang terakhir apa Kang Dimas?
Rp200.000. Oke. Jadi hadiah yang pertama adalah OVO senilai 500, 300 dan 200. Kemudian grand prize-nya adalah 1 unit monitor. Wow.
Luar biasa.
Sebesar 50 inch. Wah, bohong. Sebesar 22 inch.
Kang Dimas, ayo kita isi dulu.
Ya, ayo kita isi Muti. Siapa tahu kita yang menang ya. Ayo. Isi.
Ayo Bapak Ibu sekalian, boleh langsung kunjungi saja booth BenQ dan
ayo,
langsung
lumayan
isi.
Ya. BenQ sangat-sangat baik hati sekali. Buat yang online, boleh langsung datang ke Green Hill Universal Hotel. Dari Sabang sampai Merauke yang mau hadir ke Bandung. We
Ayo,
will
Bapak,
welcome
Ibu
you
semuanya.
all to Hayo. Hadiahnya lumayan loh ya.
CONAPLIN 2023, CONAPLIN ke-16 dengan topik Language and Empowerment, Applied Linguistics in Practice. We hope to foster our critical awareness in using, viewing language in interdisciplinary practices. So far, we have been empowered.
Hajar terus. Mantap.
CONAPLIN 2023, CONAPLIN ke-16 dengan topik Language and Empowerment, Applied Linguistics in Practice. We hope to foster our critical awareness in using, viewing language in interdisciplinary practices. So far, we have been empowered.
16, hajar terus.
Empowering.
Mantap.
CONAPLIN 2023, CONAPLIN ke-16 dengan topik Language and Empowerment, Applied Linguistics in Practice. We hope to foster our critical awareness in using viewing language in interdisciplinary practices. So far, we have been empowered.
CONAPLIN 16, hajar terus.
Empowering.
Mantap.
CONAPLIN 2023, CONAPLIN ke-16 dengan topik Language and Empowerment, Applied Linguistics in Practice. We hope to foster our critical awareness in using viewing language in interdisciplinary practices. So far, we have been empowered.
CONAPLIN 16, hajar terus.
Empowering.
Mantap.
CONAPLIN 2023, CONAPLIN ke-16 dengan topik Language and Empowerment, Applied Linguistics in Practice. We hope to foster our critical awareness in using viewing language in interdisciplinary practices. So far, we have been empowered.
16, hajar terus.
Empowering.
Mantap.
CONAPLIN 2023, CONAPLIN ke-16 dengan topik Language and Empowerment, Applied Linguistics in Practice. We hope to foster our critical awareness in using, viewing language in interdisciplinary practices. So far, we have been empowered.
CONAPLIN 16,
Halo.
hajar terus.
Empowering.
Mantap.
CONAPLIN 2023, CONAPLIN ke-16 dengan topik Language and Empowerment.
Ladies and gentlemen, while enjoying the coffee break, we are also commencing to the next session, which is the
So far, we have been
workshop from Associate Professor Victor Lim Fei.
So Associate Professor Victor Lim Fei is joining us through Zoom. So perhaps I would like to welcome Associate Professor Victor Lim Fei. Good morning, sir. Hello.
Good morning. It's a pleasure to be here with you virtually, and I look forward to a time of interaction with you later on as well.
It is an honor for us, to have you join us online. Are you in Singapore?
Yes, I am. I'm in Singapore right now.
All right. Okay. So, are you ready for the session?
Yes, I am. Looking forward to the session with you.
Perfect. All right. So, ladies and gentlemen, prior to proceeding to the next session, we would like to inform that this year's conference is jointly organized by Language Center, Linguistics Study Program, and English Education Study Program of Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia.
This conference is sponsored by BenQ, NUADU, Associations of Systemic Functional Linguistics Indonesia or ASFLI, dan Pusat Penguatan dan Pemberdayaan Bahasa atau Pustanda.
Welcome back, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. We are now moving to the workshop session entitled How to Design Multimodal Literacy Learning in the Language Classroom by Associate Professor Victor Lim Fei from Nanyang Technological University.
This session will be chaired by Dr. Andrian Permadi MPD, who is the head of language training at the Language Center of UPI Bandung. To Associate Professor Victor Lim Fei and Dr. Andrian Permadi MPD, the stage is yours.
Give a big hand, please, to Victor Lim Fei and Andrian Permadi. Thank you.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. A very warm good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Honorable Head of UPI Language Center, Ibu Safrina, distinguished keynote speakers, presenters, participants, and everyone around the globe who have been attending this conference both on-site and online. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Andrian, and it is a great pleasure to be the moderator for the third workshop at CONAPLIN 16, entitled How to Design Multimodal Literacy Learning in the Language Classroom, which will be delivered online. Ladies and gentlemen, prior to starting the workshop, firstly, I would like to briefly introduce our speaker of this workshop. This workshop will be delivered by Associate Professor Fei Victor Lim from the National Institute of Education, Nanyang Technological University, Singapore. So good morning, Professor. It's a pleasure to have you here online at CONAPLIN 16. Ladies and gentlemen, Professor Fei is an education researcher and educator whose expertise is in multimodality in education, with a focus on multimodal literacy, multimodal discourse analysis, and digital learning. Professor Fei completed both his postgraduate diploma in education with merit in 2004 and Doctor of Philosophy in 2011 at NTU Singapore. His professional career is as follows. He was once the Deputy Director and Lead Specialist at TFL ETD Ministry of Education, Singapore, from 2011 to 2018, an Assistant Professor from 2018 to 2023, and currently an Associate Professor at National Institute of Education, Nanyang Technological University in Singapore. Ladies and gentlemen, Professor Fei is a passionate and productive researcher and writer with a vast range of publications summing up to 171 publications. He has over 1,855 citations and an H index of 23 on Google Scholar. His research output is in high quality, with more than 80% of his journal articles are in Tier 1 journals. Lastly, ladies and gentlemen, he has a sole authored monograph and another lead authored monograph with Routledge. Professor, without further ado, the screen and time are yours.
Thank you very much, Andrew, for the very kind introduction. Let me begin by sharing my slides.
Yes, so ladies and gentlemen, let's give a big round of applause for Professor Fei. And for the online participants, please do chat on your Zoom chat, clap, 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 and give your emojis. Professor, the time is yours.
Thank you very much for the organizers of CONAPLIN for this kind invitation for me to share my work and my thoughts with regards to designing for multimodal literacy learning in the language classroom with you. I've looked at the lineup of speakers and presentation, and I believe that you have had a good time yesterday and what you will have a good time today as well, learning from the leading experts in the world with regard to applied linguistics. So I hope that you have enjoyed yourself. It's a feat, of course, for the organizer to organize this conference both on-site and online. So it's not easy to manage both at the same time. So kudos to the organizers for their hard work. Now, I want to encourage you, even though that this is an online workshop, to participate with me as much as possible. I do have a deck of slides that I would like to bring you through, mostly to share with you some thoughts and ideas arising from a multiliteracies project that I've conducted in Singapore. But more importantly, I would like to hear from you. I would like to hear your thoughts as well. So there will be a session for Q&A later on, but I understand that there are also a number of participants that are online, and I encourage you to use the chat function to put in your questions, your thoughts, your comments, even as I speak during the session, so that we can turn to it at the end of the session as well. So I hope that you are enjoying yourself so far, and that you are ready to explore and think a little bit more about the idea of multimodal literacy and what it means for you to be a teacher, a researcher today in our digital age. So let me first begin by inviting you to talk to the person next to you if you are on site, and if you are alone at home, you can reflect a little bit and put in the chat this particular question that I have. And the question I have is to think about the greatest change in the classroom from the time you were a student. Maybe for some of you that was just 10 or 20 years ago, for others maybe a bit longer, to now with you as a teacher. So what do you think was the greatest change in the classroom from the time you were a student to now with you as a teacher? So if you're on site, I encourage you to discuss with a partner next to you. If you are alone at home, maybe you can reflect and then put in some of your thoughts in the chat. Can I give you 1 minute to think about that? And I will look forward to see some of your responses in the chat. What was the greatest change in the classroom from the time you were a student to now with you as a teacher? So my online participants, feel free to put your thoughts, your comments in the chat. And I hope in the room itself, you are discussing with your partners as well. The greatest change in the classroom. I see that Yusnita, I hope I'm pronouncing your name correctly, Yusnita, mentioned the use of technology. Certainly we have seen a greater use of technology. I remember when I was a student and when I first started teaching, I was using the overhead projector, preparing transparencies for my lessons. And when I went for my conference presentation, I was preparing transparencies. And of course, now you don't use transparency anymore, so technology has advanced very much. There are other responses from Renoy Apricot. He mentions the use of more varied media, so multimedia is used. And you'll find that the learning is no longer just confined to textbooks, but you use a whole range of different media in the language classroom. And even if you think about the textbooks, you will realize that the textbooks are not just filled with words as well. You have a lot more pictures, pictures in color, right? Diagrams, images in the textbook. So Nena mentioned technology. Luciana talks about project instead of learning grammar. So a lot more inquiry-based learning where students work together on projects. Ibnu talk about from one learning mode to multiple modes. A greater recognition of the role of multimodal meaning making in the classroom. Muhammad Lukman talks about digital learning resources and different ways of teaching. The methods of teaching is more varied. That's what Regina say, as well as again digital learning media. So one of the things that you recognize is that for sure the classroom that we were in when we were a student and now as a teacher has changed tremendously. And many of you have highlighted the points about what are the significant changes that have happened. Indeed, Theo van Leuven, in his article on multimodal literacy written for the English Teacher Association in Australia, highlights the fact that more recently, formerly austere genres such as textbooks and documents produced by corporations, universities, and government departments have also become multimodal, right? So we recognize that the resources that we use, even in the language classroom, has become a lot more multimodal. But what is also interesting is that the multimodal affordances of ubiquitous digital technologies, such as the common Microsoft Word and PowerPoint, have made multimodal text design accessible to all. So it's very easy for students now to create multimodal text using technologies and tools that are very much available to them on their devices. right? So even if you think out of school, many of them are creating videos and images and uploading them on social media. So they are very much involved in communicating their ideas, their experiences, not just with words alone, but through the whole range of multimodal resources that we have. Carrie Jewett, in her book, talks about the multimodal turn. And this multimodal turn is the recognition that while our curriculum, especially the literacy curriculum, has very much focused on language learning, there is a need for us to think about literacy beyond just a focus on language, beyond the very familiar learning of reading, writing, speaking, listening in language, to expanding it to think about the big question of what it means to be literate in today's digital age. Now, many literacy curricula all around the world, Australia, Finland, Singapore, United States, and part of the UK, have included multi-literacies, the idea of multimodal meaning making in literacy. So for instance, in the Singapore context, in addition to the focus on language learning, in addition to reading, writing, speaking, and listening, we have included viewing of multimodal text and representing with multimodal text. And ultimately, this is a recognition of the many ways in which meanings are made today in the digital age. And there's a need to build up the semiotic resources of students who are agentive meaning makers across contexts as part of the literacy curriculum requirements. And I train pre-service teachers in Singapore. So teachers who are going out to teach, they will spend 1 year, if they're doing their diploma in education, or 3 or 4 years in the National Institute of Education. And one of the things that I share with them is to see themselves not just as language teachers, but as literacy educators. Because as a literacy educator, you will start thinking, what does it mean to be literate in today's digital age? What are the new literacy demands that are on our young people today in terms of their participation on social media with their friends? And what are the literacy demands on them as they go out into the future workplace? How can we prepare them well so that they are able to engage with the new communication environment? I hope I'm doing okay. Are you guys fine? Am I speaking too fast? Yes? No? Okay?
It's fine, Professor.
Right.
Yes.
Great. Now, the idea of multiliteracies is not new, but it was introduced to the world in a manifesto by the New London Group in 1996 in their paper in the Harvard Education Review. And these were a group of scholars, and what they wanted to do in this particular piece of work was to think about what does it mean to be literate in the future. And this was, of course, before the turn of the 21st century. And this is when, you know, the iPhone was not invented yet, social media was non-existent, Facebook has not been invented as yet. But during that period of time, there were a lot of interest in the idea of globalization, the idea of the world being a melting pot of sorts, the global village. And there were also signs that technology was developing fairly quickly. And what this group of scholars did, the New London Group, was to think about what then does literacy mean in the world of tomorrow. So what they did was to add two multis to literacies. The multi of enormous and significant differences in context and patterns of communications, and the multi of multimodality. The multi-literacies notion set out to address the variability of meaning making in different cultural, social, or domain-specific contexts, in part from the characteristics of the new information and communications media. So recognizing that there's a greater diversity of students in the classroom from different background, different social, economic environment that they have grown up in, and they come in with different experiences from home, different readiness to participate in the kind of literacy activities in the classroom, and the need for us to then begin to value a greater diversity of what it means to be literate. And at the same time, recognizing also that the sole focus on language in literacy learning is no longer sufficient, because the fact that, as you have seen just now from the paper from Theo van Leuven, that the kind of tools that we have today, the kind of easy access to mobile devices have allowed us to create multimodal meanings a lot more easily than ever before, right? So there's a need for us then to focus on the multimodality as well. Now, in the work that we have done, extending from the focus on multiliteracies, is to unpack the multimodality aspect within multiliteracies. We call this multimodal literacy because we wanted, specifically in the Singapore context, to think about what are the knowledge and skills related to the viewing and representing with multimodal text. So for instance, when you get your students to evaluate the kind of content that they see on social media, the kind of news, sometimes disinformation, sometimes misinformation that they experience, the question is, do they have a way to be able to make sense of them? Do they have a way to talk about and discuss the meanings that are made in this multimodal text that they see on social media? And at the same time, when they are able to create multimodal text so easily and share it with the world, what are some of the knowledge and skills involved in the representing with multimodal text? We are interested in the semiotic awareness that they demonstrate, as well as that multimodal orchestration, how they are able then to orchestrate the whole range of different meaning-making resources, knowing what resources are better at representing specific types of meanings, and being able to use and combine different semiotic modes in ways that are appropriate to a given context. So think about, for instance, when your student is writing an assignment for you, the kind of fonts that the student would choose, the kind of images that the students will bring in, as opposed to, for instance, creating a website as an expression of certain affinity groups or interests that the student have. The kind of fonts, images, animations, videos that we brought in. So again, recognizing how there are different types of meanings that can be made within specific contexts appropriately. So that to us is multimodal literacy. But very quickly, I also want to take a step back and go back to the New London Group's manifesto, who also introduced another very powerful notion that I felt helped to guide the way we are thinking about teaching today. And that is the notion of the pedagogy as design. Jeff Bezimer and colleagues talk about how pedagogy from the social semiotic lens is the transposition of social relations from the social world around the school into the classroom as a metaphor of what kinds of social relations can be imagined and which the school might prefer. Günter Kress and Stefan Selander look at the aspect of teachers as designers of learning and teaching as design work. And they make an argument that everyone engaged in learning, both the teachers and students, are designers of meaning, as both are engaged in shaping the social interactions between them through communication. And this is with it's with this theoretical backdrop that I will share with you a project that we have done in Singapore to understand how teachers are teaching multiliteracies and to think about how we can strengthen and help them to develop ways of teaching multimodal literacy better over the years. So this is a multiliteracies project that we have taken, and the title of the project is Integrating Multiliteracies in the English Language Classroom. This project was very much motivated by the fact that in the latest English language curriculum in Singapore, 2020, they have explicated that multiliteracies is one of the pedagogic emphasis in the curriculum. And so in terms of policy, in terms of curriculum, there's a lot of support for the importance of multiliteracies, the importance of broadening literacy beyond language learning. What we were interested in this project is to understand how the teachers were responding to it, how were they translating their understanding of the curriculum requirements into the classroom, what were some of the perception that students had and what were some of the support they needed in order to develop ways of teaching multimodal literacy in the classroom. So this is the research team, and we had the benefit of having Professor Len Earnsworth from Australian Catholic University, who has been very much involved in the work of pioneering multimodal learning in the Australian classroom, to be our project consultant. Now, what I wanted to highlight in this particular slide also is the fact that we work very closely with the colleagues from the Ministry of Education as our collaborators, because what we wanted to do in this project was to ensure that there were strong utility of findings that will be useful for the Ministry of Education in the training of teachers, as well as for the teachers on the ground as well. So this is what we have. The project is coming to an end. In fact, this is the last month of the project. We have completed the project, and we have published some of the reports from the project. Today, I will share with you some of the observations and some of the learnings that we have in terms of how we can design for multimodal literacy learning, very much drawn from our experiences from the project. We have published the reports, and the first phase report on understanding how multiliteracies are taught in Singapore schools are made openly available to anybody who is interested. We worked with 10 classes across 5 schools, and we wanted to understand the perceptions and practices of teachers on the teaching of multiliteracies. And this is the final report that we have. The second phase report is also freely available. And here you will find that there are links to also the lesson packages that we have developed with the teachers over the years. Now, we have adopted the approach of pedagogy as design. We have also adopted the approach of a design-based research, where it wasn't the case where the researchers, us going to the teachers and telling the teachers what to do because we think that we know better. But what we wanted to do in our project was to take on a design-based research approach where teachers became co-designers with us of the lesson package. So while we had some understanding from multimodal studies and research that were done in terms of, for instance, how the meta language of multimodal meaning making can be informed, we wanted to bring it to the teachers and invite the teachers to push back and tell us what will work and what will not work, because we recognize that the teachers had better understanding of the needs of the students, the profile of the students, the context of the class and the schools that they are from as well. So it was a co-design process, a process of negotiation with the teachers to develop these lesson packages, and of course it was iterated over a few rounds with the participating teacher as well as to the other teachers in the schools. So these are the lesson packages that were developed. Some of these lesson packages are based on the readers that the Singapore Ministry of Education gives to the schools to use, but you'll be able to find resources that you can adapt that are available here. So these 3 are essentially for the primary school context, primary 4 and 5, so 10 and 11-year-old students. And then these other 3 for the secondary school context. So in Singapore, we have different courses of studies in secondary school. The express course, which you follow, which you complete the O-level in 4 years, on a normal course, where you take the O-level in 5 years. So these are some of the lesson packages developed, and the intention is not to say for you to take and adopt, but really for you to have a sense of how it can look like in the classroom, and perhaps hopefully to inspire you to adapt the lesson packages for the profile of your students in Indonesia as well. So in our project, we also had assessment to have a sense of the students' learning pre and post the lessons that we had, and we have collected the assessment examples here, and these are also freely available for you. So from the project, we have also published this book, Designing Learning for Multimodal Literacy, drawing from the experiences of the teachers on the project. This is a book that is co-authored together with Lydia Tancha, who is a curriculum specialist, retired now, but has 30 years of experience working in the Ministry of Education. And what we wanted to do was to have a conversation between a researcher as well as a curriculum developer to see how certain ideas that were developed in this project can be can be expressed meaningfully and in a sense be used as a resource for education researchers as well as teachers from different parts of the world as well. So what I want to do now is to share with you some of the understanding from our research project based on the findings that we have had, the interactions we had with the teachers and the students, as well as the experiences and reflections we had ourselves, and how we find that these ideas can be translated into some considerations for us to think about how we can design for multimodal literacy learning. So what are some of the considerations, what are some of the ideas that have stemmed from our work with the teachers? In other words, what did we tell the teachers, what did they tell us, and what has come out of this project? So this is where we will focus on the notion of designing for multimodal literacy learning. Now I have a number of points that I want to make through this, and I invite you to reflect on them. At the end of it all, I will want to hear from you, of course, your thoughts, your feedback, especially how it can be contextualized in Indonesia for your students as well. So these are some of the thoughts that we have derived from our project as we work with the students, as we work with the teachers, and I'm going to bring you through some of these ideas. I'm going to start with the first, and that's the idea drawing from the New London Group where we see pedagogy as design. In fact, the argument that we are making today is that as teachers in the digital age, we recognize that we are no longer just the sage on a stage. We no longer have a monopoly on knowledge. We know that our students have easy access to mobile devices, to laptops, to the internet, and now with artificial intelligence or with generative artificial intelligence, ChatGPT and Bart, they're able to provide a lot of information to them. And even as I speak now, I'm sure some of you are also using your mobile devices to cross-check some of the ideas that I've mentioned, or to further extend some of the points that I've made by doing your own research on the internet. On the stage. And a number of years ago, with the recognition of the change, some people have argued that, well, we are no longer the sage on the stage, but rather we are the guide by the side. How many of you have heard of that before? We are not the sage on the stage, but we are the guide by the side. So the argument is that we are facilitators of students' learning. Now, while this may be true in many contexts, especially in the context of inquiry-based learning, and earlier on, someone put in the chat that there's a lot more project work that's going on where the students are driving their own learning and the teachers, in a sense, take on the role of a facilitator of learning. We thought that taking on the lens of teachers as designers of learning may be more reflective of the kind of work that they are doing in the classroom. So beyond just knowledge authority, beyond just facilitators of learning, they are designing learning experiences for their students. And indeed, the focus in the digital age today is about experiences. And the question is, of course, recognizing the profile of our students, being very much keeping our eyes on the learning outcomes that we want to achieve. How can we then orchestrate the kind of resources, the kind of activities that we have in the classroom to help our students achieve the type of learning that we want to? And it's not saying that didactic teaching is always bad. It's not saying that inquiry-based learning is always good, but recognizing that based on the learning outcomes, the profile of students, what may be appropriate for us at a particular lesson stage to design for. So thinking about the understanding of the needs of the students, the objectives that we have, and then designing meaningful learning activities that can help them achieve the particular goal. And that seems to be the role of the teacher. And some people have asked cynically, right, ChatGPT is becoming so popular and so powerful. will the teachers always, will the teacher ever get displaced or replaced by AI? Well, if you see a role as merely the knowledge authority, then I suppose, yeah, I mean, I suppose the internet, brings you access to sources beyond your own knowledge. But if you see yourself as a designer of learning experiences where the AI tools and technologies becomes resources that you use, tools that you use in the design of the learning experiences, well, your role will always be important, isn't it? Well, we are not alone in taking this particular perspective. We recognize, of course, that we recognize, of course, that in a report by OECD, Penegua and Easton's argue that pedagogy must be deliberately designed. It needs to be combined with expertise in the design of learning environment, and recognizing, of course, that teachers needs to change from just being technicians who are implementing education ideas and procedures of the curriculum to teachers as designers of learning environments and experts in the art and science of teaching, right? So teachers are not just technicians. In fact, whatever that's in the curriculum will have to be recontextualized into the classroom, and the teacher plays a key role in mediating that, both in terms of their perceptions as well as their practices with regard to the concepts and the ideas in the curriculum. The teacher, according to Kress and Solander, takes on the role of the designer, and as like all designers, reflect on the use of material resources, the structures of power in specific environment to best express their specific meanings as well. So what does it mean? Well, in a sense, the teacher will have to judge the best way in which the learner can achieve certain learning outcomes, and is mindful of how certain tools, technologies, and resources are used, recognizing their affordances in the sense of what they can and cannot do. So for instance, is the PowerPoint always the best way in which knowledge is disseminated in the classroom? Or should we use perhaps Padlet as a way to visualize the kind of learning of students when they do group work? Or should we use tools like Kahoot, games, quizzes, in a way to motivate the students to test their knowledge? Well, all of them are good, but there are certain limitations and constraints, and the teacher as a designer of learning needs to be cognizant of the kind of tools and technologies they bring into the classroom. In my book on designing learning with embodied teaching, I've expanded on this notion of designing learning with semiotic technologies, recognizing, of course, both what the tools can and cannot allow you to do, and at the same time being very mindful of the kind of embodied resources that the teacher bring into the classroom, the use of gestures, positioning, and movement in the classroom to express specific types of learning experiences for the students. So for instance, a very authoritative pedagogy can be expressed not just with words, but through your gestures, movement, and use of space in the classroom. Similarly, a pedagogy of what I call as structured informality can be also orchestrated through the artful use of these semiotic resources as well. So, yes. So of course, there's a whole range of tools for learning designers, for teachers as designer of learning. Some of these are more familiar to us in terms of what we already have in most of the classroom, but others are newer. For instance, learning analytic platforms, various different types of educational apps allowing for specific ways of learning. Now, I found the lens of semiotic technologies to be very helpful in understanding what tools can and cannot do, and how the use of certain tools predisposes us towards specific types of interactions in the classroom. And some of you may already be familiar with the idea of the term death by PowerPoint. And I hope the people in the room, you're not experiencing this right now. That you know, I'm making you fall asleep. But really, I mean, to think about this, Theo van Leeuwen and Emilia Jonov in their work highlighted that, you know, PowerPoint were actually developed, well, in fact, the bullet points in the PowerPoint slides are developed by a manager at ExxonMobil in 1958. They were called Cocky Dogs. They were named after the manager. And the idea really in the PowerPoint design was to highlight key ideas in company presentations, pitch sales messages more effectively. And the question for us is, when we begin to use these tools that were developed for commercial purposes in the classroom, how does it change the way knowledge is disseminated? So if you think about, ironically, in this particular context, when I begin to share with you these ideas through bullet points, how does it change the way knowledge is represented? And the perspective of semiotic technologies invite us to think about the tools that we are using in the classroom, to think about knowledge representation, but also to think about the pedagogic relations. When you use, for instance, maybe quiz games in the classroom, how does it change the interaction between you and the students? So you control the outcomes of the quiz. In a sense, you become the knowledge authority. The students are tested in a sense, but in a very fun way, of course, through games. But yet, the kind of pedagogic relation is one of very authoritative in nature. On the other hand, if you're using a discussion forum, Google Classroom, for instance, where students are able to comment on each other's posts and relate to one another in their discussion, how does it change the kind of pedagogic relations where you become just one of the many voices, one of the many posts that the students will see, as opposed, and many a times when you're using discussion thread, you'll find that the students are responding to one another first before you can even get to their posts. And again, would that, in a sense, democratize the classroom a little bit more? So the idea is to think about the tools that you're using and how they will shape the kind of pedagogic relations in the classroom. And of course, in relation to the organization of learning, how does learning unfold when you use specific tools? And some people have talked about how, it shouldn't be too much teacher talk. If the teacher uses a PowerPoint, there's a tendency, that he would talk a lot, just like he is now. But perhaps it depends on what we want to achieve as the learning outcome, isn't it? Perhaps there are certain stages of the learning experiences where it is useful for the teacher to either consolidate the learning or present some of these ideas through the PowerPoint slides in this regard as well. So recognizing the different types of tools and the kind of affordances they can bring in relation to knowledge representation, pedagogic relations, and the organization of learning can be very useful for us to think about the kind of meanings and the experiences that we want to design for in the literacy classroom. And of course, these are things that many of you already do as good teachers, right? Identifying learning outcomes, considering profile of learners. But what I want to add from a multimodal literacy perspective really is that in terms of the kind of tools that we bring, the kind of resources that we use in the design of our learning experiences, we can consider some of this a little bit more specifically as well. I hope you guys are okay. And this is essentially the first idea that we had, that we want our teachers in our project and when they design, when they in a sense teach multimodal literacy, to see themselves as designers of learning experiences. Well, the other consideration that we have is to connect learning with the students' life world. Now, this is not about pandering to their interests and to just use the kind of resources to make lesson more interesting or to entertain them, but recognizing that it's important for us to connect with the students' life world because we want to have the kind of learning that they experience in the classroom be relevant to what they are experiencing outside of the classroom. So we bring in the kind of text that they see, that they view, and we want to help them to begin to make sense of this text by providing opportunity to discuss them. So it could be advertisements, movie posters that they see, and the intention really is to help them think about this multimodal text that they see out there in a more critical way. So that is the intention of connecting with their life world. But at the same time, also recognizing and valuing the kind of literacies that they are demonstrating, and they are demonstrating out of the school context. For instance, making YouTube videos, for instance, building virtual worlds in Minecraft, involved in digital play. These are some of the things that may not have been available to us when we were students. but these are new literacy experiences that students are engaged in out of school. And how can we identify these literacies? How can we then value these literacies in our school context? So for instance, digital multimodal composing. In a particular study, we analyzed the YouTube video production made by children, and we look at how it can actually offer opportunities for students to demonstrate creativity, critical thinking, and semiotic awareness. What about video games? Some people feel that, well, video games are just a waste of time, it's frivolous. But what we did was to look at video game players, gameplay, and talk about how it allowed them to offer opportunities to demonstrate critical thinking, empathy, and multimodal literacy. So when we start seeing ourselves not just as language teachers, but as literacy educators, we will start thinking about what are some of these literacies in the student's life world, and how can we then begin to value these literacies. Next, I'm going to talk about something that we found in our project, which is something that we wanted to encourage more teachers, especially when you see yourself as literacy educator, especially when you see yourself as wanting to design for multimodal literacy learning to do. And that is to very intentionally create opportunities for students' meaning making. Now, as part of the project that I mentioned, we did a study in a primary school, primary English language classroom. And we look at how the teachers were teaching, right? And one of the findings that we had was that, well, while research has shown that students learn through meaning making, and we want to create opportunities for students multimodal composing, but we noted that there were limited opportunities for students multimodal composing in the language classroom. They don't really spend a lot of time in, being involved in some of these activities and making websites, comics, posters, videos in class. Of course, if you're interested, you can read the paper, but we also offered the reason for it. I mean, when we spoke to the teachers and students, one of the challenges we had was that the assessment tend to privilege writing mostly, so it's very much language-based. And because viewing is assessed to some degree in the examinations, representing is not. And naturally, the teachers felt that there was, they wanted to prepare students for the examinations, and they didn't spend time to really get students to engage in other ways of expressing their ideas and meaning. But it's not difficult really to think about creating opportunities for students' design work in the classroom. Sometimes you can use things like role play, and many a times you can also integrate it together with language learning of the students as well. So for instance, in another classroom from the project, we work with the students to get them to create well, short recommendation videos, so food review videos or toy review videos. And after teaching them some of the ideas, the meta language of multimodality, we saw that when we analyzed the artifacts, they demonstrated an awareness of the semiotic choice introduced to them, and there were signs of learning that were encouraging to us. And this is at a primary school context, primary 4, primary 5. And you can see the kind of activity that we did in terms of getting them to design review videos were very much related to the kind of life world experiences they have out of school as well. So this is a paper that has been published, and we talk about how teachers that we work with recontextualize the curriculum requirements into the kind of learning experiences for the students, and the kind of learning that the students eventually demonstrated as well. What were some of the challenges involved, and what were some of the approaches that we have taken to address these challenges. So this paper is freely available. If you are interested, you can find out a little bit more. And then the other consideration that we have identified from our project is to design collaborative learning for social knowledge building. I think they have some questions related to this, and I'm going to share with you fairly quickly because I know that my time is almost up and I want to have time for questions. So let's do that. Just now I've mentioned briefly that synchronous digital learning can offer a way for us to be able to have students relate and communicate with one another, and where the teacher becomes, in a sense, just another voice in the classroom as compared to in a physical classroom where the teacher dominates. So this is a way in which social collaborative knowledge building can be done through synchronized learning kind of platforms. And these are some of the feedback that the students have. Again, if you're interested, you can read more in the write-up that we have on how we have designed for synchronous learning experiences. Okay, it's going to be a challenge to finish all of it in the next few minutes, but I'm going to try anyway, okay? So I want to bring you through some of these other considerations. They are not entirely new because earlier on in the presentations, I have talked about them already. So for instance, the use of digital tools to expand potential for meaning making. This is an example of how I work with my students to get them to create transmedia text using a free website called Storyboard.net, right? So they are able to create comic strips. And the topic, of course, was transmedia because I wanted them to relate to a well-known fairy tale or fable that we're already familiar with and then present another perspective to it. So this is just to show you some examples of how it can be done. This is another tool where I had them reflect on their role as a literacy educator using another app called Gramager, which is a comic generator. So this is what the students did to show, they express themselves multimodally, right, with words, but also using images to describe, to depict some of their sense of identity in a very fun and easy way. So again, if you're interested, this is written up in a chapter as well. Now, what was meaningful in the work of the New London group that was very much led by Bill Cope and Mary Calantis is the idea of a reflexive pedagogy, which is both student-centered and teacher-led at the same time. So I mentioned this earlier on in my presentation where I talk about how the reflective pedagogy draws both from didactic and authentic pedagogy. It doesn't mean that the teacher-led teaching is always bad. It doesn't mean that the students-led learning is always good, but it's important for us to think about how they can be appropriate for different purposes at different points in time. So that is with reflexive pedagogy, and that is a stance that the teacher should take in the classroom. Another consideration in the literacy classroom, of course, is to rebalance that focus on cognition, because a lot of language learning focuses on what you understand, what you know, but really, if you think about literacy, it's more than just knowledge and skills, isn't it? There's a part of feeling and doing, who you are and why you choose to do certain things that you like to do, right? So rebalancing the cognitive with a social material in education. This is a paper that I've worked with Bill Cope and Mary Calantis, thinking about a meta language for learning and how there's a need for us to rebalance some of this focus in the classroom. We talk about the development of Bloom's taxonomy and how that was very much popular. That is very much popular in the classroom today. Everybody knows about the Bloom's taxonomy. But what people may not know is that when Bloom developed his taxonomy, he wanted to have one for the affective learning and one for the psychomotor learning as well. In fact, while he didn't do that, his students and his colleagues eventually developed the taxonomy for affect in learning as well as the psychomotor. But sadly, this didn't quite take up as much, it didn't gain as much popularity as the taxonomy on cognition. And we thought that in terms of multimodal learning, multimodal literacy is an opportunity for us to rebalance that. And finally, with the last consideration that I want to share before I close, is the idea of how we need to, think about the valuing of students' voices in the classroom. So when we talk about multimodal literacy, a lot of times there is a focus on what the research has said and what the teachers understand it to be, but we tend to neglect the voices of the students. So in this project, what I did was to co-design the learning packages with the teachers, but I hope in an upcoming project that I will do is to think about how I can involve the students a little bit more in the design of their own learning experiences. So thinking about students' voices, thinking about students' agency, as well as seeing how students can be co-design of their learning experiences. So again, because my time is up, I wouldn't be able to share with you very much, but if you're interested, The papers that I have written on this are available for you to take it further. And of course, I welcome your thoughts and your feedback, your questions. You can always email me as well. So student voices, students agency, and then in terms of the next project where student becomes designers of learning experiences. So in a sense, I've shared with you the 8 considerations that have emerged from the findings and also the experiences that we have had from the project with regard to how we can design for multimodal literacy learning experiences. And I would like to invite you, of course, to think about these considerations that I have shared with you, and maybe share with me your thoughts, your questions, and perhaps your how you think it can be meaningful and contextualized in the in the Indonesia context with me. So maybe I will open up this time for your feedback and your questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor. Warm welcome, and thank you for sharing an extensive and in-depth research related to various ways in designing multimodal literacy learning. A very intriguing presentation indeed. Ladies and gentlemen, now we will proceed to the Q&A session. Yes, I will invite first one participant from the on-site session, and also I would like to invite one participant from the online session. Professor, you may directly answer the question. We will start with Dr. Budi Hermawan. The floor is yours, Pak Budi.
Thank you, moderator. Hello, Lim. It's really great to listen to your very interesting presentations. I learned a lot from the journals articles that you have written, and I can only envy what you have been doing with your team in conducting multimodal research. There are some questions that I would like to ask, and some my personal observations of what is going on in Indonesia and the context that I know in relation to multimodal literacy development. First is related with a bit operational term. I understand that you are at the moment writing a book on viewing, yes?
Yes, it has been published actually.
Already?
Just a few months ago, yes.
Okay, okay. Questions. Viewing. The term viewing, can it be used only for motion picture, or can actually be also used for static picture? Okay, that's one. Number two, on the idea of teacher as designer, okay, my question is in Singapore, does the government actually impose a particular format of lesson study that teachers should follow? I understand that, you know, like teachers in Indonesia, one of the probably the reasons why they cannot be designer of their own teaching and learning is because they have to subscribe, you know, they have to be subscribed to a particular format that often very rigid, full of many imposed values and messages from those people sitting in the high position. As a result, what happens is they cannot really, you know, go beyond this format. So it's very difficult for them yet to be a designer of learning. And then in terms of multimodal literacy in Indonesia, based on my perfunctory and limited observation, I can see that many teachers here are already aware actually of multimodal literacy, but they don't have the knowledge yet. For example, in terms of the use of applications, many of the teachers already know how to use application, and there seems to be, you know, there seems to be an understanding for them that if they don't use something from YouTube, then they cannot really teach the class efficiently. However, I think that at least in the context of Indonesia, maybe what is important actually is not yet to use technology. Okay, they can use technology, but more into how they can actually make meaning of this multimodal text. And at the moment, I think what they need to focus is printed multimodal textbook, because that's what easy for them to have. Okay. And last but not least is at the moment, my team and I are working on trying to teach multimodal meta language to science teachers. And we have a very interesting question, intriguing, like one of the participants who is a science teacher said, is it really beneficial for us to learn that meta language and multimodal literacy to teach to our students in science when what we do is actually fine so far? Thank you very much, Salim.
Thank you very much. It's a pleasure to meet you again. And I just want to say that because there are a few questions, I'll try to take them as well as I can, but feel free to just send me an email and we can continue the conversation. The first is with regard to viewing. Now, I don't want to be prescriptive in the use of my terms. The reason why we have used viewing and representing is because this is what the Ministry of Education has used in their curriculum documents. And then when we were using it with the teachers, we wanted to have a shared understanding. So viewing in the Singapore context would refer to multimodal text, not just animation, but also posters, images. So beyond just words, but when you have images in the text, be it multimodal, be it animated or static, they fall under the category of viewing. Some scholars have preferred the word evaluating, right? To evaluate critically multimodal text rather than to view multimodal text, and that is fine. In fact, related to this is the idea of representing. Now, again, in the Singapore context, we have used the word representing to talk about creating different types of multimodal text, like video productions with sound and websites. But I think Tube and Leuven has used the term new writing to describe the kind of composing that we do with digital tools. So I don't think I want to be prescriptive in the way terms are used. I guess ultimately you can choose how it's best defined in your own context. The second point with regard to teacher as designer, I completely understand where you are coming from with regard to the Ministry of Education defining the kind of curriculum outcomes that we have. And this is something that we have in Singapore as well. So the syllabus will determine the curriculum outcomes. But the understanding of themselves as designers of learning is more of a mindset that the teacher have, and it affects the way they design their pedagogical, their pedagogies in the classroom, the kind of activities and works. So that is something that is not determined by the ministry. So the ministry will determine the outcomes. This is what the students must learn. But how do you learn it? And the mindset that you take in terms of designing for this sort of learning experiences is what we want to help our teachers, even in Singapore, to recognize as well. The third point that you make with regard to multimodal literacy, I refer to the work of Ruffin. He published a very interesting paper in TESOL where he talks about what he calls the weak form of multimodality and the strong form of multimodality. Now for him, the weak form of multimodality is where you use multimodal resources as a way for language learning. So for instance, before you start teaching writing, you show them a video to get them excited, to stimulate some ideas as a way to activate the schema. So multimodal resources are used as a way to bring about language learning, and that's the weak form of multi-modality in the classroom. Now, what we are interested in the book that I wrote is the strong form of multimodality, and that is where we draw attention to how these resources are used, and we are interested in the kind of knowledge, skills, and awareness related to making sense, making meaning with these resources. So not just using multimodal text as a way to learn language, but seeing that multimodal text in itself demands specific knowledge, skills, and understanding to work with. Finally, your point with regard to the value of a meta language in science. There was a little project that I did with a colleague from the Ministry of Education working with science teacher as well. And one of the things that we found that was useful was that the meta language provided a way to help the teachers and students to think and talk about the kind of meanings they are made. It draws attention to how certain representations are made. It introduces certain concepts through a shared vocabulary, and it allows them that shared language to be able to discuss, to describe the meanings they are made. And for that, it was useful in that sense. Now, how that meta language look like, whose meta language or which meta language you use, can be, of course, subjected to debate because, of course, in academia, there's a lot of work done in this area. And what I found personally useful was always to bring it to the teachers and allow the teachers to push back, to tell us, oh, this is too complicated for my students, or this is too much for us, too much a burden to learn, or maybe they think, oh, this is useful because it's aligned to some of the things that we have talked about. So that is something that needs to be contextualized, I believe, in the Indonesia context, just as we have tried to contextualize it within the Singapore context. So there were many questions, but I hope I have addressed some of this. Thank you, Budi.
Okay, thank you. I believe we can have one last question from the online participants. Feel free to raise your hand and to ask question to Professor Fei. From the online participants, you may raise your hand. Yes, we have Pak Haidir Syahri. I would like you to turn on your camera and to unmute yourself. Please mention your name and also your institutions. Pak Haidir Syahri.
My name is Haidir Syahri from UPI. Let me ask you, in Singapore, there are four languages in competition. My question is, do your teachers have difficulties in literacy classroom for elementary students? Thank you.
Thank you very much for the question. So I think the main point to take away from your question really is the recognition that the context matters, and that the kind of ideas that we have shared with you needs to be contextualized within your own education setting as well. So in the Singapore context, the situation is that English is the medium of instruction for all the subjects. So we have dedicated English language lessons, but when we talk about mathematics and science or history and geography, they are all taught in the English language as well. So, which is why we see the English classroom as a good platform for literacy learning beyond just language itself, to think about the things that I've talked about, multimodal literacy. In the context of Singapore, you'll find that the home language amongst the new generation of students is also becoming English predominant. So they are speaking English at home and they are using English in the classroom. But having said that, Singapore has a very strong bilingual policy where in addition to English, you need to learn another language. They call it the mother tongue. So depending on your race, you will learn either Mandarin, Malay, or Tamil. So this will be the other languages that you talk about. And these are learned separately in language classes. And what I do know, of course, from my colleagues who are language teachers in these classes, they will share with me some challenges, of course, getting students to learn this language, because many a time, even though it's called the mother tongue, they may not have grown up in their home environment speaking these languages as well. So that is a challenge that they are experiencing. And of course, they are experiencing they are trying out different ways of teaching it, including the use of translanguaging approaches that has been now increasing in popularity as well. I hope that answers your question.
Thank you so much.
Right, thank you so much, everyone. And Professor Fei's answer concludes the end of our third workshop today. Let's give another big round of applause for Professor Fei, for online participants as well. Thank you very much for participating. Now I will hand over the floor to the Master of Ceremony.
Thank you very much once again to Professor Victor Lim Wei and Andrian Pramadi MPD to chair the session. Now we also would like to invite Andrian Pramadi MPD to hand over the token of appreciation to our remarkable speaker, Professor Victor Lim Wei.
Thank you very much. I wish that I could be there in person, but this is the next best possibility. So it's wonderful to have all of you, and I wish all of you a good conference.
All right, so Professor Victor Lim Fei, this is the token of appreciation for us to you. So thank you very much. It is an honor. Yes, give a big hand, please, to Professor Victor Lim Fei for such an amazing, inspiring, and also insightful presentation for all of us on site and also online. Thank you very much once again, Professor.
Thank you very much. Have a good conference, everybody.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, the end of the presentation from Professor Victor Lim Fei marks the start of our second plenary session. Before we begin, we would like to remind you of the following information. To all conference attendees, please refer to the updated e-program book for the list of the sessions and the rooms. You can download the e-program book from your email sent by our committee or on our website by scanning the QR code during the re-registration. To all online presenters, please rename your Zoom username following this format. All capital letters, your parallel room number _ presenter _ your name. For example, 1 _ presenter _ Arif Purnama. Please make sure to enter the room that matches your parallel room number instead of the name of the room.
To all online attendees, during the online parallel sessions, you can directly enter the room on your own without being assigned by the host. All video recordings of the conference will be available on Balai Bahasa YouTube channel a week after the conference ends. Also, the e-certificate and all speakers' slides materials are also available a week after the conference ends. Our online committee will send the attendance link to the chat box, and to all online attendees, to obtain the certificate, please fill out the exit ticket link given by our committee in the chat box. And if you have technical issues, please do not hesitate to reach out to our committee in the chat room. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, in a moment, the parallel and research student sessions are commencing. It will then be followed with the lunch break at 12 p.m. for 1 hour. After the lunch break, the second parallel session, alongside the research student and teacher best practice sessions, will start at 1:10 p.m.
For your information, parallel sessions are a spatial place for presenters to present the result of their research. The student research group session is a spatial session for students to present their ideas and gain valuable insights from their fellow scholars and attendees that attend our conference. Meanwhile, teacher best practice sessions is a spatial session for language teachers to share their best classroom practices.
And to all on-site attendees, you may go to your parallel room numbers on the first floor on Tuscany rooms. Yeah, there are Tuscany room 1, room 2, room 3. So we encourage everybody to go downstairs.
And our liaison officers will gladly assist you to your parallel room.
Yeah. And also to all online presenters, kindly enter the parallel room number that corresponds to your parallel room number. And everybody can refer to the updated program book or the updated schedule,
which you can download from our website by scanning the QR code.
Yes. So please, to all attendees, both on-site and also online, you may go to the parallel room numbers and our team will escort you to the rooms. And also to all online presenters, please make sure
that you also rename your Zoom username according to the following format. your parallel room number underscore presenter underscore your name. For example, 1 underscore presenter underscore Arif Purnama. And also, don't forget to fill in the exit ticket link like right after our committee send it in the chat room.
And our team has also opened the breakout rooms, so kindly enter the room without being assigned by the host. And perhaps our committee can escort or guide our on-site attendees to the parallel room numbers, because the parallel sessions will start exactly in a few seconds. And good luck to everyone presenting today.
We wish all of our online or online both and on-site presenters the best of luck.
Right, yes. Silakan Bapak Ibu, boleh segera langsung memasuki ruangan paralelnya.
Oh. Jangan maksa.
Recording stopped.
CONAPLIN 16, ajar terus.
Empowering.
Mantap.
CONAPLIN 2023, CONAPLIN ke-16 dengan topik Language and Empowerment, Applied Linguistics in Practice. We hope to foster our critical awareness in using, viewing language in interdisciplinary practices. So far, we have been empowered.
CONAPLIN 16, ajar terus.
Empowering.
Mantap.
CONAPLIN 2023, CONAPLIN ke-16 dengan topik Language and Empowerment, Applied Linguistics in Practice. We hope to foster our critical awareness in using, viewing language in interdisciplinary practices. So far, we have been empowered.
CONAPLIN 16, hajar terus.
Empowering.
Mantap.
CONAPLIN 2023, CONAPLIN ke-16 dengan topik Language and Empowerment, Applied Linguistics in Practice. We hope to foster our critical awareness in using, viewing language in interdisciplinary practices. So far, we have been empowered.
CONAPLIN 16, hajar terus.
Empowering.
Mantap.
CONAPLIN 2023, CONAPLIN ke-16 dengan topik Language and Empowerment, Applied Linguistics in Practice. We hope to foster our critical awareness in using, viewing language in interdisciplinary practices. So far, we have been empowered.
CONAPLIN 16, hajar terus.
Empowering.
Mantap.
CONAPLIN 2023, CONAPLIN ke-16 dengan topik Language and Empowerment, Applied Linguistics in Practice. We hope to foster our critical awareness in using viewing language in interdisciplinary practices. So far, we have been empowered.
CONAPLIN 16, hajar terus.
Empowering.
Mantap.
CONAPLIN 2023, CONAPLIN ke-16 dengan topik Language and Empowerment, Applied Linguistics in Practice. We hope to foster our critical awareness in using viewing language in interdisciplinary practices. So far, we have been empowered.
CONAPLIN 16, hajar terus.
Empowering.
Mantap.
CONAPLIN 2023, CONAPLIN ke-16 dengan topik Language and Empowerment, Applied Linguistics in Practice. We hope to foster our critical awareness in using viewing language in interdisciplinary practices. So far, we have been empowered.
CONAPLIN 16, hajar terus.
Empowering.
Mantap.
CONAPLIN 2023, CONAPLIN ke-16 dengan topik Language and Empowerment, Applied Linguistics in Practice. We hope to foster our critical awareness in using, viewing language in interdisciplinary practices. So far, we have been empowered.
CONAPLIN 16, hajar terus.
Empowering.
Mantap.
CONAPLIN 2023, CONAPLIN ke-16 dengan topik Language and Empowerment, Applied Linguistics in Practice. We hope to foster our critical awareness in using, viewing language in interdisciplinary practices. So far, we have been empowered.
CONAPLIN 16, hajar terus.
Empowering.
Mantap.
CONAPLIN 2023, CONAPLIN ke-16 dengan topik Language and Empowerment, Applied Linguistics in Practice. We hope to foster our critical awareness in using, viewing language in interdisciplinary practices. So far, we have been empowered.
16, hajar terus.
Empowering.
Mantap.
CONAPLIN 2023, CONAPLIN ke-16 dengan topik Language and Empowerment, Applied Linguistics in Practice. We hope to foster our critical awareness in using, viewing language in interdisciplinary practices. So far, we have been empowered.
CONAPLIN 16, hajar terus.
Empowering.
Mantap.
CONAPLIN 2023, CONAPLIN ke-16 dengan topik Language and Empowerment, Applied Linguistics in Practice. We hope to foster our critical awareness in using, viewing language in interdisciplinary practices. So far, we have been empowered.
CONAPLIN 16, hajar terus.
Empowering.
Mantap.
CONAPLIN 2023, CONAPLIN ke-16 dengan topik Language and Empowerment, Applied Linguistics in Practice. We hope to foster our critical awareness in using, viewing language in interdisciplinary practices. So far, we have been empowered.
CONAPLIN 16, hajar terus.
Empowering.
Mantap.
CONAPLIN 2023, CONAPLIN ke-16 dengan topik Language and Empowerment, Applied Linguistics in Practice. We hope to foster our critical awareness in using, viewing language in interdisciplinary practices. So far, we have been empowered.
CONAPLIN 16, hajar terus.
Empowering.
Mantap.
CONAPLIN 2023, CONAPLIN ke-16 dengan topik Language and Empowerment, Applied Linguistics in Practice. We hope to foster our critical awareness in using, viewing language in interdisciplinary practices. So far, we have been empowered.
CONAPLIN 16, hajar terus.
Empowering.
Mantap.
CONAPLIN 2023, CONAPLIN ke-16 dengan topik Language and Empowerment, Applied Linguistics in Practice. We hope to foster our critical awareness in using, viewing language in interdisciplinary practices. So far, we have been empowered.
CONAPLIN 16, hajar terus.
Empowering.
Mantap.
CONAPLIN 2023, CONAPLIN ke-16 dengan topik Language and Empowerment, Applied Linguistics in Practice. We hope to foster our critical awareness in using, viewing language in interdisciplinary practices. So far, we have been empowered.
CONAPLIN 16, hajar terus.
Empowering.
Mantap.
CONAPLIN 2023, CONAPLIN ke-16 dengan topik Language and Empowerment, Applied Linguistics in Practice. We hope to foster our critical awareness in using, viewing language in interdisciplinary practices. So far, we have been empowered.
CONAPLIN 16, hajar terus.
Empowering.
Mantap.
CONAPLIN 2023, CONAPLIN ke-16 dengan topik Language and Empowerment, Applied Linguistics in Practice. We hope to foster our critical awareness in using, viewing language in interdisciplinary practices. So far, we have been empowered.
Konaplin 16, hajar terus.
Empowering.
Mantap.
CONAPLIN 2023, CONAPLIN ke-16 dengan topik Language and Empowerment, Applied Linguistics in Practice. We hope to foster our critical awareness in using, viewing language in interdisciplinary practices. So far, we have been empowered.
Konaplin 16, hajar terus.
Empowering.
Mantap.
CONAPLIN 2023, CONAPLIN ke-16 dengan topik Language and Empowerment, Applied Linguistics in Practice. We hope to foster our critical awareness in using, viewing language in interdisciplinary practices. So far, we have been empowered.
Konaplin 16, hajar terus.
Empowering.
Mantap.
CONAPLIN 2023, CONAPLIN ke-16 dengan topik Language and Empowerment, Applied Linguistics in Practice. We hope to foster our critical awareness in using, viewing language in interdisciplinary practices. So far, we have been empowered.
Konaplin 16, hajar terus.
Empowering.
Mantap.
CONAPLIN 2023, CONAPLIN ke-16 dengan topik Language and Empowerment, Applied Linguistics in Practice. We hope to foster our critical awareness in using, viewing language in interdisciplinary practices. So far, we have been empowered.
Konaplin 16, hajar terus.
Empowering.
Mantap.
CONAPLIN 2023, CONAPLIN ke-16 dengan topik Language and Empowerment, Applied Linguistics in Practice. We hope to foster our critical awareness in using, viewing language in interdisciplinary practices. So far, we have been empowered.
Konaplin 16, hajar terus.
Empowering.
Mantap.
CONAPLIN 2023, CONAPLIN ke-16 dengan topik Language and Empowerment, Applied Linguistics in Practice. We hope to foster our critical awareness in using, viewing language in interdisciplinary practices. So far, we have been empowered.
CONAPLIN 16, hajar terus.
Empowering.
Mantap.
CONAPLIN 2023, CONAPLIN ke-16 dengan topik Language and Empowerment, Applied Linguistics in Practice. We hope to foster our critical awareness in using, viewing language in interdisciplinary practices. So far, we have been empowered.
CONAPLIN 16, hajar terus.
Empowering.
Mantap.
CONAPLIN 2023, CONAPLIN ke-16 dengan topik Language and Empowerment, Applied Linguistics in Practice. We hope to foster our critical awareness in using, viewing language in interdisciplinary practices. So far, we have been empowered.
CONAPLIN 16, hajar terus.
Empowering.
Mantap.
CONAPLIN 2023, CONAPLIN ke-16 dengan topik Language and Empowerment, Applied Linguistics in Practice. We hope to foster our critical awareness in using, viewing language in interdisciplinary practices. So far, we have been empowered.
CONAPLIN 16, hajar terus.
Empowering.
Mantap.
CONAPLIN 2023, CONAPLIN ke-16 dengan topik Language and Empowerment, Applied Linguistics in Practice. We hope to foster our critical awareness in using, viewing language in interdisciplinary practices. So far, we have been empowered.
CONAPLIN 16, hajar terus.
Empowering.
Mantap.
CONAPLIN 2023, CONAPLIN ke-16 dengan topik Language and Empowerment, Applied Linguistics in Practice. We hope to foster our critical awareness in using, viewing language in interdisciplinary practices. So far, we have been empowered.
Recording in progress. Recording stopped.
CONAPLIN 16, hajar terus.
Empowering.
Mantap.
CONAPLIN 2023, CONAPLIN ke-16 dengan topik Language and Empowerment, Applied Linguistics in Practice. We hope to foster our critical awareness in using, viewing language in interdisciplinary practices. So far, we have been empowered.
Konaplin 16, hajar terus.
Empowering.
Mantap.
CONAPLIN 2023, CONAPLIN ke-16 dengan topik Language and Empowerment, Applied Linguistics in Practice. We hope to foster our critical awareness in using viewing language in interdisciplinary practices. So far, we have been empowered.
Konaplin 16, hajar terus.
Empowering.
Mantap.
CONAPLIN 2023, CONAPLIN ke-16 dengan topik Language and Empowerment, Applied Linguistics in Practice. We hope to foster our critical awareness in using viewing language in interdisciplinary practices. So far, we have been empowered.
Konaplin 16, hajar terus.
Empowering.
Mantap.
CONAPLIN 2023, CONAPLIN ke-16 dengan topik Language and Empowerment, Applied Linguistics in Practice. We hope to foster our critical awareness in using viewing language in interdisciplinary practices. So far, we have been empowered.
hajar terus.
Empowering.
Mantap.
CONAPLIN 2023, CONAPLIN ke-16 dengan topik Language and Empowerment, Applied Linguistics in Practice. We hope to foster our critical awareness in using, viewing language in interdisciplinary practices. So far, we have been empowered.
Recording in progress.
CONAPLIN 16, hajar terus.
Empowering.
Mantap.
CONAPLIN 2023, CONAPLIN ke-16 dengan topik Language and Empowerment, Applied Linguistics in Practice. We hope to foster our critical awareness in using, viewing language in interdisciplinary practices. So far, we have been empowered.
CONAPLIN 16, hajar terus.
Empowering.
Mantap.
CONAPLIN 2023, CONAPLIN ke-16 dengan topik Language and Empowerment, Applied Linguistics in Practice. We hope to foster our critical awareness in using, viewing language in interdisciplinary practices. So far, we have been empowered.
Konaplin 16, hajar terus.
Empowering.
Mantap.
CONAPLIN 2023, CONAPLIN ke-16 dengan topik Language and Empowerment, Applied Linguistics in Practice. We hope to foster our critical awareness in using, viewing language in interdisciplinary practices. So far, we have been empowered.
Konaplin 16, hajar terus.
Empowering.
Mantap.
CONAPLIN 2023, CONAPLIN ke-16 dengan topik Language and Empowerment, Applied Linguistics in Practice. We hope to foster our critical awareness in using, viewing language in interdisciplinary practices. So far, we have been empowered.
Konaplin 16, hajar terus.
Empowering.
Mantap.
CONAPLIN 2023, CONAPLIN ke-16 dengan topik Language and Empowerment, Applied Linguistics in Practice. We hope to foster our critical awareness in using, viewing language in interdisciplinary practices. So far, we have been empowered.
Konaplin 16, hajar terus.
Empowering.
Mantap.
CONAPLIN 2023, CONAPLIN ke-16 dengan topik Language and Empowerment, Applied Linguistics in Practice. We hope to foster our critical awareness in using, viewing language in interdisciplinary practices. So far, we have been empowered.
Konaplin 16, hajar terus.
Empowering.
Mantap.
CONAPLIN 2023, CONAPLIN ke-16 dengan topik Language and Empowerment, Applied Linguistics in Practice. We hope to foster our critical awareness in using, viewing language in interdisciplinary practices. So far, we have been empowered.
Konaplin 16, hajar terus.
Empowering.
Mantap.
CONAPLIN 2023, CONAPLIN ke-16 dengan topik Language and Empowerment, Applied Linguistics in Practice. We hope to foster our critical awareness in using, viewing language in interdisciplinary practices. So far, we have been empowered.
16, hajar terus.
Empowering.
Mantap.
CONAPLIN 2023, CONAPLIN ke-16 dengan topik Language and Empowerment, Applied Linguistics in Practice. We hope to foster our critical awareness in using, viewing language in interdisciplinary practices. So far, we have been empowered.
CONAPLIN 16, hajar terus.
Empowering.
Mantap.
CONAPLIN 2023, CONAPLIN ke-16 dengan topik Language and Empowerment, Applied Linguistics in Practice. We hope to foster our critical awareness in using, viewing language in interdisciplinary practices. So far, we have been empowered.
CONAPLIN 16, hajar terus.
Empowering.
Mantap.
CONAPLIN 2023, CONAPLIN ke-16 dengan topik Language and Empowerment, Applied Linguistics in Practice. We hope to foster our critical awareness in using, viewing language in interdisciplinary practices. So far, we have been empowered.
CONAPLIN 16, hajar terus.
Empowering.
Mantap.
CONAPLIN 2023, CONAPLIN ke-16 dengan topik Language and Empowerment, Applied Linguistics in Practice. We hope to foster our critical awareness in using, viewing language in interdisciplinary practices. So far, we have been empowered.
CONAPLIN 16, hajar terus.
Empowering.
Mantap.
CONAPLIN 2023, CONAPLIN ke-16 dengan topik Language and Empowerment, Applied Linguistics in Practice. Hope to foster our critical awareness in using, viewing language in interdisciplinary practices. So far, we have been empowered.
CONAPLIN 16, hajar terus.
Empowering.
Mantap.
CONAPLIN 2023, CONAPLIN ke-16 dengan topik Language and Empowerment, Applied Linguistics in Practice. We hope to foster our critical awareness in using, viewing language in interdisciplinary practices. So far, we have been empowered.
CONAPLIN 16, hajar terus.
Empowering.
Mantap.
CONAPLIN 2023, CONAPLIN ke-16 dengan topik Language and Empowerment, Applied Linguistics in Practice. We hope to foster our critical awareness in using, viewing language in interdisciplinary practices. So far, we have been empowered.
CONAPLIN 16, hajar terus.
Empowering.
Mantap.
CONAPLIN 2023, CONAPLIN ke-16 dengan topik Language and Empowerment, Applied Linguistics in Practice. We hope to foster our critical awareness in using, viewing language in interdisciplinary practices. So far, we have been empowered.
CONAPLIN 16, hajar terus.
Empowering.
Mantap.
CONAPLIN 2023, CONAPLIN ke-16 dengan topik Language and Empowerment, Applied Linguistics in Practice. We hope to foster our critical awareness in using, viewing language in interdisciplinary practices. So far, we have been empowered.
hajar terus.
Empowering.
Mantap.
CONAPLIN 2023, CONAPLIN ke-16 dengan topik Language and Empowerment, Applied Linguistics in Practice. We hope to foster our critical awareness in using, viewing language in interdisciplinary practices. So far, we have been empowered.
CONAPLIN 16 hajar terus.
Empowering.
Mantap.
CONAPLIN 2023, CONAPLIN ke-16 dengan topik Language and Empowerment, Applied Linguistics in Practice. We hope to foster our critical awareness in using, viewing language in interdisciplinary practices. So far, we have been empowered.
CONAPLIN 16 hajar terus.
Empowering.
Mantap.
CONAPLIN 2023, CONAPLIN ke-16 dengan topik Language and Empowerment, Applied Linguistics in Practice. We hope to foster our critical awareness in using, viewing language in interdisciplinary practices. So far, we have been empowered.
CONAPLIN 16, hajar terus.
Empowering.
Mantap.
CONAPLIN 2023, CONAPLIN ke-16 dengan topik Language and Empowerment, Applied Linguistics in Practice. We hope to foster our critical awareness in using, viewing language in interdisciplinary practices. So far, we have been empowered.
CONAPLIN 16, hajar terus.
Empowering.
Mantap.
CONAPLIN 2023, CONAPLIN ke-16 dengan topik Language and Empowerment, Applied Linguistics in Practice. We hope to foster our critical awareness in using, viewing language in interdisciplinary practices. So far, we have been empowered.
CONAPLIN 16, hajar terus.
Empowering.
Mantap.
CONAPLIN 2023, CONAPLIN ke-16 dengan topik Language and Empowerment, Applied Linguistics in Practice. We hope to foster our critical awareness in using, viewing language in interdisciplinary practices. So far, we have been empowered.
CONAPLIN 16, hajar terus.
Empowering.
Mantap.
CONAPLIN 2023, CONAPLIN ke-16 dengan topik Language and Empowerment, Applied Linguistics in Practice. We hope to foster our critical awareness in using, viewing language in interdisciplinary practices. So far, we have been empowered.
CONAPLIN 16, hajar terus.
Empowering.
Mantap.
CONAPLIN 2023, CONAPLIN ke-16 dengan topik Language and Empowerment, Applied Linguistics in Practice. We hope to foster our critical awareness in using, viewing language in interdisciplinary practices. So far, we have been empowered.
CONAPLIN 16, hajar terus.
Empowering.
Mantap.
CONAPLIN 2023, CONAPLIN ke-16 dengan topik Language and Empowerment, Applied Linguistics in Practice. We hope to foster our critical awareness in using, viewing language in interdisciplinary practices. So far, we have been empowered.
CONAPLIN 16, hajar terus.
Empowering.
Mantap.
CONAPLIN 2023, CONAPLIN ke-16 dengan topik Language and Empowerment, Applied Linguistics in Practice. We hope to foster our critical awareness in using, viewing language in interdisciplinary practices. So far, we have been empowered.
CONAPLIN 16, hajar terus.
Empowering.
Mantap.
CONAPLIN 2023, CONAPLIN ke-16 dengan topik Language and Empowerment, Applied Linguistics in Practice. We hope to foster our critical awareness in using, viewing language in interdisciplinary practices. So far, we have been empowered.
CONAPLIN 16, hajar terus.
Empowering.
Mantap.
CONAPLIN 2023, CONAPLIN ke-16 dengan topik Language and Empowerment, Applied Linguistics in Practice. We hope to foster our critical awareness in using, viewing language in interdisciplinary practices. So far, we have been empowered.
CONAPLIN 16, hajar terus.
Empowering.
Mantap.
CONAPLIN 2023, CONAPLIN ke-16 dengan topik Language and Empowerment, Applied Linguistics in Practice. We hope to foster our critical awareness in using, viewing language in interdisciplinary practices. So far, we have been empowered.
CONAPLIN 16, hajar terus.
Empowering.
Mantap.
CONAPLIN 2023, CONAPLIN ke-16 dengan topik Language and Empowerment, Applied Linguistics in Practice. We hope to foster our critical awareness in using, viewing language in interdisciplinary practices. So far, we have been empowered.
CONAPLIN 16, hajar terus.
Empowering.
Mantap.
CONAPLIN 2023, CONAPLIN ke-16 dengan topik Language and Empowerment, Applied Linguistics in Practice. We hope to foster our critical awareness in using, viewing language in interdisciplinary practices. So far, we have been empowered.
CONAPLIN 16, hajar terus.
Empowering.
Mantap.
CONAPLIN 2023, CONAPLIN ke-16 dengan topik Language and Empowerment, Applied Linguistics in Practice. We hope to foster our critical awareness in using, viewing language in interdisciplinary practices. So far, we have been empowered.
CONAPLIN 16, hajar terus.
Empowering.
Mantap.
CONAPLIN 2023, CONAPLIN ke-16 dengan topik Language and Empowerment, Applied Linguistics in Practice. We hope to foster our critical awareness in using, viewing language in interdisciplinary practices. So far, we have been empowered.
CONAPLIN 16, hajar terus.
Empowering.
Mantap.
CONAPLIN 2023, CONAPLIN ke-16 dengan topik Language and Empowerment, Applied Linguistics in Practice. We hope to foster our critical awareness in using, viewing language in interdisciplinary practices. So far, we have been empowered.
CONAPLIN 16, hajar terus.
Empowering.
Mantap.
CONAPLIN 2023, CONAPLIN ke-16 dengan topik Language and Empowerment, Applied Linguistics in Practice. We hope to foster our critical awareness in using, viewing language in interdisciplinary practices. So far, we have been empowered.
CONAPLIN 16, hajar terus.
Empowering.
Mantap.
CONAPLIN 2023, CONAPLIN ke-16 dengan topik Language and Empowerment, Applied Linguistics in Practice. We hope to foster our critical awareness in using, viewing language in interdisciplinary practices. So far, we have been empowered.
CONAPLIN 16, hajar terus.
Empowering.
Mantap.
CONAPLIN 2023, CONAPLIN ke-16 dengan topik Language and Empowerment, Applied Linguistics in Practice. We hope to foster our critical awareness in using, viewing language in interdisciplinary practices. So far, we have been empowered.
CONAPLIN 16, hajar terus.
Empowering.
Mantap.
CONAPLIN 2023, CONAPLIN ke-16 dengan topik Language and Empowerment, Applied Linguistics in Practice. We hope to foster our critical awareness in using, viewing language in interdisciplinary practices. So far, we have been empowered.
Recording stopped. Recording in progress. Recording stopped.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, our second parallel student research group and teachers best practice sessions will commence. Let us remind you once again, for both attendees and presenters, you can directly enter the room on your own. To all online presenters, please rename your Zoom username following this format. All capital letters, your parallel room number underscore presenter underscore your name. For example, 1 underscore presenter underscore Arif Purnama. Please make sure to enter the room that matches your parallel room number. And to all online attendees as well, the certificate can be obtained within 7 workdays after the conference and after filling out the exit ticket link given by our committee in the chat box. If you have any technical issues, please don't hesitate to reach out to our committee in the chat room. Thank you very much for your cooperation and enjoy your parallel session. And also to all our online attendees and presenters, don't forget to fill in the this form shown, the QR code is shown by our committee here. So you can just scan that out and fill in the form. Thank you.
I'm Safrina, I'm head of Balai Bahasa Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia. I am here to share with you some information about CONAPLIN, which is Conference on Applied Linguistics. This is our annual conference. It has been around for 16 years. So, 2023 is CONAPLIN's 16th birthday. The theme for the 16th CONAPLIN is Language and Empowerment, Applied Linguistics in Practice. Perhaps the theme does not sound too current, but the ideas about language and power and how they intertwine in our daily activities will always be a limitless resource for language study. So let us empower ourselves. The empowerment in the conference comes in different forms, or I may say programs. First of all, we have various parallel presentations. We also have workshops, and we also have programs especially for teachers. So there will be programs where teachers can share their best practices. We will also have a program which is dedicated especially for research conducted by students. So that means there are plenty to choose from. That sounds like empowerment, doesn't it? So do join us in our conference, online and offline. Whereas the online session will allow you to enjoy the conference from the comfort of your own private space, the offline sessions will also provide the
schedule of CONAPLIN 16 can be downloaded by accessing our website at conaplin.up.edu. And of course, you can scan the QR code there and then download the most updated schedules for the 16th CONAPLIN. And to all parallel presenters, please, you can go and then choose the breakout room yourself without being assigned by the host. Thank you.
To know Bandung better, you will have the time and the opportunities to enjoy places in Bandung and probably enjoy the delectable cuisines of Bandung. Our venue, GH Universal, is an Instagram popular site. So do come, share, learn, and have fun at CONAPLIN Suite 16. We'll be waiting for you. See you soon. Bye-bye. I'm Safrina, I'm head of Balai Bahasa Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia. I am here to share with you some information about CONAPLIN, which is Conference on Applied Linguistics. This is our annual conference. It has been around for 16 years. So, 2023 is CONAPLIN's 16th birthday. The theme for the 16th CONAPLIN is Language and Empowerment, Applied Linguistics in Practice. Perhaps the theme does not sound too current, but the ideas about language and power and how they intertwine in our daily activities will always be a limitless resource for language study. So let us empower ourselves. The empowerment in the conference comes in different forms, or I may say programs. First of all, we have various parallel presentations. We also have workshops, and we also have programs especially for teachers. So there will be programs where teachers can share their best practices. We will also have a program which is dedicated especially for research conducted by students. So that means there are plenty to choose from. That sounds like empowerment, doesn't it? So do join us in our conference, online and offline. Whereas the online session will allow you to enjoy the conference from the comfort of your own private space, the offline sessions will also provide the chance to know Bandung better. You will have the time and the opportunities to enjoy places in Bandung and probably enjoy the delectable cuisines of Bandung. Our venue, GH Universal, is an Instagram popular site. So do come, share, learn, and have fun at CONAPLIN Suite 16. We'll be waiting for you. See you soon. Bye-bye. I'm Safrina. I'm head of Balai Bahasa Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia. I am here to share with you some information about CONAPLIN, which is Conference on Applied Linguistics. This is our annual conference. It has been around for 16 years. So, 2023 is CONAPLIN's 16th birthday. The theme for the 16th CONAPLIN is Language and Empowerment, Applied Linguistics in Practice. Perhaps the theme does not sound too current, but the ideas about language and power and how they intertwine in our daily activities will always be a limitless resource for language study. So let us empower ourselves. The empowerment in the conference comes in different forms, or I may say programs. First of all, we have various parallel presentations. We also have workshops, and we also have programs especially for teachers. So there will be programs where teachers can share their best practices. We will also have a program which is dedicated especially for research conducted by students. So that means there are plenty to choose from. That sounds like empowerment, doesn't it? So do join us in our conference, online and offline. Whereas the online session will allow you to enjoy the conference from the comfort of your own private space, the offline sessions will also provide the chance to know Bandung better. You will have the time and the opportunities to enjoy places in Bandung and probably enjoy the delectable cuisines of Bandung. Our venue, GH Universal, is an Instagram popular site. So do come, share, learn, and have fun at CONAPLIN Suite 16. We'll be waiting for you. See you soon. Bye-bye. I'm Safrina. I'm head of Balai Bahasa Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia. I am here to share with you some information about CONAPLIN, which is Conference on Applied Linguistics. This is our annual conference. It has been around for 16 years. So, 2023 is CONAPLIN's 16th birthday. The theme for the 16th CONAPLIN is Language and Empowerment, Applied Linguistics in Practice. Perhaps the theme does not sound too current, but the ideas about language and power and how they intertwine in our daily activities will always be a limitless resource for language study. So let us empower ourselves. The empowerment in the conference comes in different forms, or I may say programs. First of all, we have various parallel presentations. We also have workshops, and we also have programs especially for teachers. So there will be programs where teachers can share their best practices. We will also have a program which is dedicated especially for research conducted by students. So that means there are plenty to choose from. That sounds like empowerment, doesn't it? So do join us in our conference, online and offline. Whereas the online session will allow you to enjoy the conference from the comfort of your own private space, the offline sessions will also provide the chance to know Bandung better. You will have the time and the opportunities to enjoy places in Bandung and probably enjoy the delectable cuisines of Bandung. Our venue, GH Universal, is an Instagram popular site. So do come, share, learn, and have fun at CONAPLIN Suite 16. We'll be waiting for you. See you soon. Bye-bye. I'm Safrina. I'm head of Balai Bahasa Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia. I am here to share with you some information about CONAPLIN, which is Conference on Applied Linguistics. This is our annual conference. It has been around for 16 years. So 2023 is CONAPLIN's 16th birthday. The theme for the 16th CONAPLIN is Language and Empowerment, Applied Linguistics in Practice. Perhaps the theme does not sound too current, but the ideas about language and power and how they intertwine in our daily activities will always be a limitless resource for language study. So let us empower ourselves. The empowerment in the conference comes in different forms, or I may say programs. First of all, we have various parallel presentations. We also have workshops, and we also have programs especially for teachers. So there will be programs where teachers can share their best practices. We will also have a program which is dedicated especially for research conducted by students. So that means there are plenty to choose from. That sounds like empowerment, doesn't it? So do join us in our conference, online and offline. Whereas the online session will allow you to enjoy the conference from the comfort of your own private space, the offline sessions will also provide the chance to know Bandung better. You will have the time and the opportunities to enjoy places in Bandung and probably enjoy the delectable cuisines of Bandung. Our venue, GH Universal, is an Instagram popular site. So do come, share, learn, and have fun at CONAPLIN Suite 16. We'll be waiting for you. See you soon. Bye-bye. I'm Safrina, I'm head of Balai Bahasa Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia. I am here to share with you some information about CONAPLIN, which is Conference on Applied Linguistics. This is our annual conference. It has been around for 16 years. So 2023 is CONAPLIN's 16th birthday. The theme for the 16th CONAPLIN is Language and Empowerment, Applied Linguistics in Practice. Perhaps the theme does not sound too current, but the ideas about language and power and how they intertwine in our daily activities will always be a limitless resource for language study. So let us empower ourselves. The empowerment in the conference comes in different forms, or I may say programs. First of all, we have various parallel presentations. We also have workshops, and we also have programs especially for teachers. So there will be programs where teachers can share their best practices. We will also have a program which is dedicated especially for research conducted by students. So that means there are plenty to choose from. That sounds like empowerment, doesn't it? So do join us in our conference, online and offline. Whereas the online session will allow you to enjoy the conference from the comfort of your own private space, the offline sessions will also provide the chance to know Bandung better. You will have the time and the opportunities to enjoy places in Bandung and probably enjoy the delectable cuisines of Bandung. Our venue, GH Universal, is an Instagram popular site. So do come, share, learn, and have fun at CONAPLIN Suite 16. We'll be waiting for you. See you soon. Bye-bye. I'm Safrina, I'm head of Balai Bahasa Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia. I am here to share with you some information about CONAPLIN, which is Conference on Applied Linguistics. This is our annual conference. It has been around for 16 years. So 2023 is CONAPLIN's 16th birthday. The theme for the 16th CONAPLIN is Language and Empowerment, Applied Linguistics in Practice. Perhaps the theme does not sound too current, but the ideas about language and power and how they intertwine in our daily activities will always be a limitless resource for language study. So let us empower ourselves. The empowerment in the conference comes in different forms, or I may say programs. First of all, we have various parallel presentations. We also have workshops, and we also have programs especially for teachers. So there will be programs where teachers can share their best practices. We will also have a program which is dedicated especially for research conducted by students. So that means there are plenty to choose from. That sounds like empowerment, doesn't it? So do join us in our conference, online and offline. Whereas the online session will allow you to enjoy the conference from the comfort of your own private space, the offline sessions will also provide the chance to know Bandung better. You will have the time and the opportunities to enjoy places in Bandung and probably enjoy the delectable cuisines of Bandung. Our venue, GH Universal, is an Instagram popular site. So do come, share, learn, and have fun at CONAPLIN Suite 16. We'll be waiting for you. See you soon. Bye-bye. I'm Safrina. I'm head of Balai Bahasa Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia. I am here to share with you some information about CONAPLIN, which is Conference on Applied Linguistics. This is our annual conference. It has been around for 16 years. So 2023 is CONAPLIN's 16th birthday. The theme for the 16th CONAPLIN is Language and Empowerment, Applied Linguistics in Practice. Perhaps the theme does not sound too current, but the ideas about language and power and how they intertwine in our daily activities will always be a limitless resource for language study. So let us empower ourselves. The empowerment in the conference comes in different forms, or I may say programs. First of all, we have various parallel presentations. We also have workshops, and we also have programs especially for teachers. So there will be programs where teachers can share their best practices. We will also have a program which is dedicated especially for research conducted by students. So that means there are plenty to choose from. That sounds like empowerment, doesn't it? So do join us in our conference, online and offline. Whereas the online session will allow you to enjoy the conference from the comfort of your own private space, the offline sessions will also provide the chance to know Bandung better. You will have the time and the opportunities to enjoy places in Bandung and probably enjoy the delectable cuisines of Bandung. Our venue, GH Universal, is an Instagram popular site. So do come, share, learn, and have fun at CONAPLIN Suite 16. We'll be waiting for you. See you soon. Bye-bye. I'm Safrina. I'm head of Balai Bahasa Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia. I am here to share with you some information about CONAPLIN, which is Conference on Applied Linguistics. This is our annual conference. It has been around for 16 years. So 2023 is CONAPLIN's 16th birthday. The theme for the 16th CONAPLIN is Language and Empowerment, Applied Linguistics in Practice. Perhaps the theme does not sound too current, but the ideas about language and power and how they intertwine in our daily activities will always be a limitless resource for language study. So let us empower ourselves. The empowerment in the conference comes in different forms, or I may say programs. First of all, we have various parallel presentations. We also have workshops, and we also have programs especially for teachers. So there will be programs where teachers can share their best practices. We will also have a program which is dedicated especially for research conducted by students. So that means there are plenty to choose from. That sounds like empowerment, doesn't it? So do join us in our conference, online and offline. Whereas the online session will allow you to enjoy the conference from the comfort of your own private space, The offline sessions will also provide the chance to know Bandung better. You will have the time and the opportunities to enjoy places in Bandung and probably enjoy the delectable cuisines of Bandung. Our venue, GH Universal, is an Instagram popular site. So do come, share, learn, and have fun at CONAPLIN Suite 16. We'll be waiting for you. See you soon. Bye-bye. I'm Safrina, I'm head of Balai Bahasa Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia. I am here to share with you some information about CONAPLIN, which is Conference on Applied Linguistics. This is our annual conference. It has been around for 16 years. So, 2023 is CONAPLIN's 16th birthday. The theme for the 16th CONAPLIN is Language and Empowerment, Applied Linguistics in Practice. Perhaps the theme does not sound too current, but the ideas about language and power and how they intertwine in our daily activities will always be a limitless resource for language study. So let us empower ourselves. The empowerment in the conference comes in different forms, or I may say programs. First of all, we have various parallel presentations. We also have workshops, and we also have programs especially for teachers. So there will be programs where teachers can share their best practices. We will also have a program which is dedicated especially for research conducted by students. So that means there are plenty to choose from. That sounds like empowerment, doesn't it? So do join us in our conference, online and offline. Whereas the online session will allow you to enjoy the conference from the comfort of your own private space, the offline sessions will also provide the chance to know Bandung better. You will have the time and the opportunities to enjoy places in Bandung and probably enjoy the delectable cuisines of Bandung. Our venue, GH Universal, is an Instagram popular site. So do come, share, learn, and have fun at CONAPLIN Suite 16. We'll be waiting for you. See you soon. Bye-bye. I'm Safrina, I'm head of Balai Bahasa Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia. I am here to share with you some information about CONAPLIN, which is Conference on Applied Linguistics. This is our annual conference. It has been around for 16 years. So, 2023 is CONAPLIN's 16th birthday. The theme for the 16th CONAPLIN is Language and Empowerment, Applied Linguistics in Practice. Perhaps the theme does not sound too current, but the ideas about language and power and how they intertwine in our daily activities will always be a limitless resource for language study. So let us empower ourselves. The empowerment in the conference comes in different forms, or I may say programs. First of all, we have various parallel presentations. We also have workshops, and we also have programs especially for teachers. So there will be programs where teachers can share their best practices. We will also have a program which is dedicated especially for research conducted by students. So that means there are plenty to choose from. That sounds like empowerment, doesn't it? So do join us in our conference, online and offline. Whereas the online session will allow you to enjoy the conference from the comfort of your own private space, the offline sessions will also provide the chance to know Bandung better. You will have the time and the opportunities to enjoy places in Bandung and probably enjoy the delectable cuisines of Bandung. Our venue, GH Universal, is an Instagram popular site. So do come, share, learn, and have fun at CONAPLIN Suite 16. We'll be waiting for you. See you soon. Bye-bye. I'm Safrina, I'm head of Balai Bahasa Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia. I am here to share with you some information about CONAPLIN, which is Conference on Applied Linguistics. This is our annual conference. It has been around for 16 years. So, 2023 is CONAPLIN's 16th birthday. The theme for the 16th CONAPLIN is Language and Empowerment, Applied Linguistics in Practice. Perhaps the theme does not sound too current, but the ideas about language and power and how they intertwine in our daily activities will always be a limitless resource for language study. So let us empower ourselves. The empowerment in the conference comes in different forms, or I may say programs. First of all, we have various parallel presentations. We also have workshops, and we also have programs especially for teachers. So there will be programs where teachers can share their best practices. We will also have a program which is dedicated especially for research conducted by students. So that means there are plenty to choose from. That sounds like empowerment, doesn't it? So do join us in our conference, online and offline. Whereas the online session will allow you to enjoy the conference from the comfort of your own private space, the offline sessions will also provide the chance to know Bandung better. You will have the time and the opportunities to enjoy places in Bandung and probably enjoy the delectable cuisines of Bandung. Our venue, GH Universal, is an Instagram popular site. So do come, share, learn, and have fun at CONAPLIN Suite 16. We'll be waiting for you. See you soon. Bye-bye. I'm Safrina, I'm head of Balai Bahasa Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia. I am here to share with you some information about CONAPLIN, which is Conference on Applied Linguistics. This is our annual conference. It has been around for 16 years. So, 2023 is CONAPLIN's 16th birthday. The theme for the 16th CONAPLIN is Language and Empowerment, Applied Linguistics in Practice. Perhaps the theme does not sound too current, but the ideas about language and power and how they intertwine in our daily activities will always be a limitless resource for language study. So let us empower ourselves. The empowerment in the conference comes in different forms, or I may say programs. First of all, we have various parallel presentations. We also have workshops, and we also have programs especially for teachers. So there will be programs where teachers can share their best practices. We will also have a program which is dedicated especially for research conducted by students. So that means there are plenty to choose from. That sounds like empowerment, doesn't it? So do join us in our conference, online and offline. Whereas the online session will allow you to enjoy the conference from the comfort of your own private space, the offline sessions will also provide the chance to know Bandung better. You will have the time and the opportunities to enjoy places in Bandung and probably enjoy the delectable cuisines of Bandung. Our venue, GH Universal, is an Instagram popular site. So do come, share, learn, and have fun at CONAPLIN Suite 16. We'll be waiting for you. See you soon. Bye-bye. I'm Safrina, I'm head of Balai Bahasa Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia. I am here to share with you some information about CONAPLIN, which is Conference on Applied Linguistics. This is our annual conference. It has been around for 16 years. So, 2023 is CONAPLIN's 16th birthday. The theme for the 16th CONAPLIN is Language and Empowerment, Applied Linguistics in Practice. Perhaps the theme does not sound too current, but the ideas about language and power and how they intertwine in our daily activities will always be a limitless resource for language study. So let us empower ourselves. The empowerment in the conference comes in different forms, or I may say programs. First of all, we have various parallel presentations. We also have workshops, and we also have programs especially for teachers. So there will be programs where teachers can share their best practices. We will also have a program which is dedicated especially for research conducted by students. So that means there are plenty to choose from. That sounds like empowerment, doesn't it? So do join us in our conference, online and offline. Whereas the online session will allow you to enjoy the conference from the comfort of your own private space, the offline sessions will also provide the chance to know Bandung better. You will have the time and the opportunities to enjoy places in Bandung and probably enjoy the delectable cuisines of Bandung. Our venue, GH Universal, is an Instagram popular site. So do come, share, learn, and have fun at CONAPLIN Suite 16. We'll be waiting for you. See you soon. Bye-bye. I'm Safrina. I'm head of Balai Bahasa Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia. I am here to share with you some information about CONAPLIN, which is Conference on Applied Linguistics. This is our annual conference. It has been around for 16 years. So 2023 is CONAPLIN's 16th birthday. The theme for the 16th CONAPLIN is Language and Empowerment, Applied Linguistics in Practice. Perhaps the theme does not sound too current, but the ideas about language and power and how they intertwine in our daily activities will always be a limitless resource for language study. So let us empower ourselves. The empowerment in the conference comes in different forms, or I may say programs. First of all, we have various parallel presentations. We also have workshops, and we also have programs especially for teachers. So there will be programs where teachers can share their best practices. We will also have a program which is dedicated especially for research conducted by students. So that means there are plenty to choose from. That sounds like empowerment, doesn't it? So do join us in our conference, online and offline. Whereas the online session will allow you to enjoy the conference from the comfort of your own private space, the offline sessions will also provide the chance to know Bandung better. You will have the time and the opportunities to enjoy places in Bandung and probably enjoy the delectable cuisines of Bandung. Our venue, GH Universal, is an Instagram popular site. So do come, share, learn, and have fun at CONAPLIN Suite 16. We'll be waiting for you. See you soon. Bye-bye. I'm Safrina. I'm head of Balai Bahasa Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia. I am here to share with you some information about CONAPLIN, which is Conference on Applied Linguistics. This is our annual conference. It has been around for 16 years. So 2023 is CONAPLIN's 16th birthday. The theme for the 16th CONAPLIN is Language and Empowerment, Applied Linguistics in Practice. Perhaps the theme does not sound too current, but the ideas about language and power and how they intertwine in our daily activities will always be a limitless resource for language study. So let us empower ourselves. The empowerment in the conference comes in different forms, or I may say programs. First of all, we have various parallel presentations. We also have workshops, and we also have programs especially for teachers. So there will be programs where teachers can share their best practices. We will also have a program which is dedicated especially for research conducted by students. So that means there are plenty to choose from. That sounds like empowerment, doesn't it? So do join us in our conference, online and offline. Whereas the online session will allow you to enjoy the conference from the comfort of your own private space, the offline sessions will also provide the chance to know Bandung better. You will have the time and the opportunities to enjoy places in Bandung and probably enjoy the delectable cuisines of Bandung. Our venue, GH Universal, is an Instagram popular site. So do come, share, learn, and have fun at CONAPLIN Suite 16. We'll be waiting for you. See you soon. Bye-bye. I'm Safrina. I'm head of Balai Bahasa Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia. I am here to share with you some information about CONAPLIN, which is Conference on Applied Linguistics. This is our annual conference. It has been around for 16 years. So, 2023 is CONAPLIN's 16th birthday. The theme for the 16th CONAPLIN is Language and Empowerment, Applied Linguistics in Practice. Perhaps the theme does not sound too current, but the ideas about language and power and how they intertwine in our daily activities will always be a limitless resource for language study. So let us empower ourselves. The empowerment in the conference comes in different forms, or I may say programs. First of all, we have various parallel presentations. We also have workshops, and we also have programs especially for teachers. So there will be programs where teachers can share their best practices. We will also have a program which is dedicated especially for research conducted by students. So that means there are plenty to choose from. That sounds like empowerment, doesn't it? So do join us in our conference, online and offline. Whereas the online session will allow you to enjoy the conference from the comfort of your own private space, the offline sessions will also provide the chance to know Bandung better. You will have the time and the opportunities to enjoy places in Bandung and probably enjoy the delectable cuisines of Bandung. Our venue, GH Universal, is an Instagram popular site. So do come, share, learn, and have fun at CONAPLIN Suite 16. We'll be waiting for you. See you soon. Bye-bye. I'm Safrina. I'm head of Balai Bahasa Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia. I am here to share with you some information about CONAPLIN, which is Conference on Applied Linguistics. This is our annual conference. It has been around for 16 years. So, 2023 is CONAPLIN's 16th birthday. The theme for the 16th CONAPLIN is Language and Empowerment, Applied Linguistics in Practice. Perhaps the theme does not sound too current, but the ideas about language and power and how they intertwine in our daily activities will always be a limitless resource for language study. So let us empower ourselves. The empowerment in the conference comes in different forms, or I may say programs. First of all, we have various parallel presentations. We also have workshops, and we also have programs especially for teachers. So there will be programs where teachers can share their best practices. We will also have a program which is dedicated especially for research conducted by students. So that means there are plenty to choose from. That sounds like empowerment, doesn't it? So do join us in our conference, online and offline. Whereas the online session will allow you to enjoy the conference from the comfort of your own private space, the offline sessions will also provide the chance to know Bandung better. You will have the time and the opportunities to enjoy places in Bandung and probably enjoy the delectable cuisines of Bandung. Our venue, GH Universal, is an Instagram popular site. So do come, share, learn, and have fun at CONAPLIN Suite 16. We'll be waiting for you. See you soon. Bye-bye. I'm Safrina, I'm head of Balai Bahasa Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia. I am here to share with you some information about CONAPLIN, which is Conference on Applied Linguistics. This is our annual conference. It has been around for 16 years. So, 2023 is CONAPLIN's 16th birthday. The theme for the 16th CONAPLIN is Language and Empowerment, Applied Linguistics in Practice. Perhaps the theme does not sound too current, but the ideas about language and power and how they intertwine in our daily activities will always be a limitless resource for language study. So let us empower ourselves. The empowerment in the conference comes in different forms, or I may say programs. First of all, we have various parallel presentations. We also have workshops, and we also have programs, especially for teachers. So there will be programs where teachers can share their best practices. We will also have a program which is dedicated especially for research conducted by students. So that means there are plenty to choose from. That sounds like empowerment, doesn't it? So do join us in our conference, online and offline. Whereas the online session will allow you to enjoy the conference from the comfort of your own private space, the offline sessions will also provide the chance to know Bandung better. You will have the time and the opportunities to enjoy places in Bandung and probably enjoy the delectable cuisines of Bandung. Our venue, GH Universal, is an Instagram popular site. So do come, share, learn, and have fun at CONAPLIN Suite 16. We'll be waiting for you. See you soon. Bye-bye. I'm Safrina, I'm head of Balai Bahasa Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia. I am here to share with you some information about CONAPLIN, which is Conference on Applied Linguistics. This is our annual conference. It has been around for 16 years. So, 2023 is CONAPLIN's 16th birthday. The theme for the 16th CONAPLIN is Language and Empowerment, Applied Linguistics in Practice. Perhaps the theme does not sound too current, but the ideas about language and power and how they intertwine in our daily activities will always be a limitless resource for language study. So let us empower ourselves. The empowerment in the conference comes in different forms, or I may say programs. First of all, we have various parallel presentations. We also have workshops, and we also have programs, especially for teachers. So there will be programs where teachers can share their best practices. We will also have a program which is dedicated especially for research conducted by students. So that means there are plenty to choose from. That sounds like empowerment, doesn't it? So do join us in our conference, online and offline. Whereas the online session will allow you to enjoy the conference from the comfort of your own private space, the offline sessions will also provide the chance to know Bandung better. You will have the time and the opportunities to enjoy places in Bandung and probably enjoy the delectable cuisines of Bandung. Our venue, GH Universal, is an Instagram popular site. So do come, share, learn, and have fun at CONAPLIN Suite 16. We'll be waiting for you. See you soon. Bye-bye. I'm Safrina, I'm head of Balai Bahasa Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia. I am here to share with you some information about CONAPLIN, which is Conference on Applied Linguistics. This is our annual conference. It has been around for 16 years. So, 2023 is CONAPLIN's 16th birthday. The theme for the 16th CONAPLIN is Language and Empowerment, Applied Linguistics in Practice. Perhaps the theme does not sound too current, but the ideas about language and power and how they intertwine in our daily activities will always be a limitless resource for language study. So let us empower ourselves. The empowerment in the conference comes in different forms, or I may say programs. First of all, we have various parallel presentations. We also have workshops, and we also have programs especially for teachers. So there will be programs where teachers can share their best practices. We will also have a program which is dedicated especially for research conducted by students. So that means there are plenty to choose from. That sounds like empowerment, doesn't it? So do join us in our conference, online and offline. Whereas the online session will allow you to enjoy the conference from the comfort of your own private space, the offline sessions will also provide the chance to know Bandung better. You will have the time and the opportunities to enjoy places in Bandung and probably enjoy the delectable cuisines of Bandung. Our venue, GH Universal, is an Instagram popular site. So do come, share, learn, and have fun at CONAPLIN Suite 16. We'll be waiting for you. See you soon. Bye-bye. I'm Safrina. I'm head of Balai Bahasa Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia. I am here to share with you some information about CONAPLIN, which is Conference on Applied Linguistics. This is our annual conference. It has been around for 16 years. So 2023 is CONAPLIN's 16th birthday. The theme for the 16th CONAPLIN is Language and Empowerment, Applied Linguistics in Practice. Perhaps the theme does not sound too current, but the ideas about language and power and how they intertwine in our daily activities will always be a limitless resource for language study. So let us empower ourselves. The empowerment in the conference comes in different forms, or I may say programs. First of all, we have various parallel presentations. We also have workshops, and we also have programs especially for teachers. So there will be programs where teachers can share their best practices. We will also have a program which is dedicated especially for research conducted by students. So that means there are plenty to choose from. That sounds like empowerment, doesn't it? So do join us in our conference, online and offline. Whereas the online session will allow you to enjoy the conference from the comfort of your own private space, the offline sessions will also provide the chance to know Bandung better. You will have the time and the opportunities to enjoy places in Bandung and probably enjoy the delectable cuisines of Bandung. Our venue, GH Universal, is an Instagram popular site. So do come, share, learn, and have fun at CONAPLIN Suite 16. We'll be waiting for you. See you soon. Bye-bye. I'm Safrina. I'm head of Balai Bahasa Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia. I am here to share with you some information about CONAPLIN, which is Conference on Applied Linguistics. This is our annual conference. It has been around for 16 years. So 2023 is CONAPLIN's 16th birthday. The theme for the 16th CONAPLIN is Language and Empowerment, Applied Linguistics in Practice. Perhaps the theme does not sound too current, but the ideas about language and power and how they intertwine in our daily activities will always be a limitless resource for language study. So let us empower ourselves. The empowerment in the conference comes in different forms, or I may say programs. First of all, we have various parallel presentations. We also have workshops, and we also have programs especially for teachers. So there will be programs where teachers can share their best practices. We will also have a program which is dedicated especially for research conducted by students. So that means there are plenty to choose from. That sounds like empowerment, doesn't it? So do join us in our conference, online and offline. Whereas the online session will allow you to enjoy the conference from the comfort of your own private space, the offline sessions will also provide the chance to know Bandung better. You will have the time and the opportunities to enjoy places in Bandung and probably enjoy the delectable cuisines of Bandung. Our venue, GH Universal, is an Instagram popular site. So do come, share, learn, and have fun at CONAPLIN Suite 16. We'll be waiting for you. See you soon. Bye-bye. I'm Safrina, I'm head of Balai Bahasa Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia. I am here to share with you some information about CONAPLIN, which is Conference on Applied Linguistics. This is our annual conference. It has been around for 16 years. So, 2023 is CONAPLIN's 16th birthday. The theme for the 16th CONAPLIN is Language and Empowerment, Applied Linguistics in Practice. Perhaps the theme does not sound too current, but the ideas about language and power and how they intertwine in our daily activities will always be a limitless resource for language study. So let us empower ourselves. The empowerment in the conference comes in different forms, or I may say programs. First of all, we have various parallel presentations. We also have workshops, and we also have programs especially for teachers. So there will be programs where teachers can share their best practices. We will also have a program which is dedicated especially for research conducted by students. So that means there are plenty to choose from. That sounds like empowerment, doesn't it? So do join us in our conference, online and offline. Whereas the online session will allow you to enjoy the conference from the comfort of your own private space, the offline sessions will also provide the chance to know Bandung better. You will have the time and the opportunities to enjoy places in Bandung and probably enjoy the delectable cuisines of Bandung. Our venue, GH Universal, is an Instagram popular site. So do come, share, learn, and have fun at CONAPLIN Suite 16. We'll be waiting for you. See you soon. Bye-bye. I'm Safrina, I'm head of Balai Bahasa Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia. I am here to share with you some information about CONAPLIN, which is Conference on Applied Linguistics. This is our annual conference. It has been around for 16 years. So, 2023 is CONAPLIN's 16th birthday. The theme for the 16th CONAPLIN is Language and Empowerment, Applied Linguistics in Practice. Perhaps the theme does not sound too current, but the ideas about language and power and how they intertwine in our daily activities will always be a limitless resource for language study. So let us empower ourselves. The empowerment in the conference comes in different forms, or I may say programs. First of all, we have various parallel presentations. We also have workshops, and we also have programs especially for teachers. So there will be programs where teachers can share their best practices. We will also have a program which is dedicated especially for research conducted by students. So that means there are plenty to choose from. That sounds like empowerment, doesn't it? So do join us in our conference, online and offline. Whereas the online session will allow you to enjoy the conference from the comfort of your own private space, the offline sessions will also provide the chance to know Bandung better. You will have the time and the opportunities to enjoy places in Bandung and probably enjoy the delectable cuisines of Bandung. Our venue, GH Universal, is an Instagram popular site. So do come, share, learn, and have fun at CONAPLIN Suite 16. We'll be waiting for you. See you soon. Bye-bye. I'm Safrina, I'm head of Balai Bahasa Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia. I am here to share with you some information about CONAPLIN, which is Conference on Applied Linguistics. This is our annual conference. It has been around for 16 years. So, 2023 is CONAPLIN's 16th birthday. The theme for the 16th CONAPLIN is Language and Empowerment. Applied Linguistics in Practice. Perhaps the theme does not sound too current, but the ideas about language and power and how they intertwine in our daily activities will always be a limitless resource for language study. So let us empower ourselves. The empowerment in the conference comes in different forms, or I may say programs. First of all, we have various parallel presentations. We also have workshops, and we also have programs especially for teachers. So there will be programs where teachers can share their best practices. We will also have a program which is dedicated especially for research conducted by students. So that means there are plenty to choose from. That sounds like empowerment, doesn't it? So do join us in our conference, online and offline. Whereas the online session will allow you to enjoy the conference from the comfort of your own private space, the offline sessions will also provide the chance to know Bandung better. You will have the time and the opportunities to enjoy places in Bandung and probably enjoy the delectable cuisines of Bandung. Our venue, GH Universal, is an Instagram popular site. So do come, share, learn, and have fun at CONAPLIN Suite 16. We'll be waiting for you. See you soon. Bye-bye. I'm Safrina, I'm head of Balai Bahasa Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia. I am here to share with you some information about CONAPLIN, which is Conference on Applied Linguistics. This is our annual conference. It has been around for 16 years. So, 2023 is CONAPLIN's 16th birthday. The theme for the 16th CONAPLIN is Language and Empowerment. Applied Linguistics in Practice. Perhaps the theme does not sound too current, but the ideas about language and power and how they intertwine in our daily activities will always be a limitless resource for language study. So let us empower ourselves. The empowerment in the conference comes in different forms, or I may say programs. First of all, we have various parallel presentations. We also have workshops, and we also have programs especially for teachers. So there will be programs where teachers can share their best practices. We will also have a program which is dedicated especially for research conducted by students. So that means there are plenty to choose from. That sounds like empowerment, doesn't it? So do join us in our conference, online and offline. Whereas the online session will allow you to enjoy the conference from the comfort of your own private space, the offline sessions will also provide the chance to know Bandung better. You will have the time and the opportunities to enjoy places in Bandung and probably enjoy the delectable cuisines of Bandung. Our venue, GH Universal, is an Instagram popular site. So do come, share, learn, and have fun at CONAPLIN Suite 16. We'll be waiting for you. See you soon. Bye-bye. I'm Safrina, I'm head of Balai Bahasa Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia. I am here to share with you some information about CONAPLIN, which is Conference on Applied Linguistics. This is our annual conference. It has been around for 16 years. So 2023 is CONAPLIN's 16th birthday. The theme for the 16th CONAPLIN is Language and Empowerment, Applied Linguistics in Practice. Perhaps the theme does not sound too current, but the ideas about language and power and how they intertwine in our daily activities will always be a limitless resource for language study. So let us empower ourselves. The empowerment in the conference comes in different forms, or I may say programs. First of all, we have various parallel presentations. We also have workshops, and we also have programs especially for teachers. So there will be programs where teachers can share their best practices. We will also have a program which is dedicated especially for research conducted by students. So that means there are plenty to choose from. That sounds like empowerment, doesn't it? So do join us in our conference, online and offline. Whereas the online session will allow you to enjoy the conference from the comfort of your own private space, the offline sessions will also provide the chance to know Bandung better. You will have the time and the opportunities to enjoy places in Bandung and probably enjoy the delectable cuisines of Bandung. Our venue, GH Universal, is an Instagram popular site. So do come, share, learn, and have fun at CONAPLIN Suite 16. We'll be waiting for you. See you soon. Bye-bye.
Recording in progress.
I'm Safrina, I'm head of Balai Bahasa Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia. I am here to share with you some information about CONAPLIN, which is Conference on Applied Linguistics. This is our annual conference. It has been around for 16 years. So 2023 is CONAPLIN's 16th birthday. The theme for the 16th CONAPLIN is Language and Empowerment, Applied Linguistics in Practice. Perhaps the theme does not sound too current, but the ideas about language and power and how they intertwine in our daily activities will always be a limitless resource for language study. So let us empower ourselves. The empowerment in the conference comes in different forms, or I may say programs. First of all, we have various parallel presentations. We also have workshops, and we also have programs especially for teachers. So there will be programs where teachers can share their best practices. We will also have a program which is dedicated especially for research conducted by students. So that means there are plenty to choose from. That sounds like empowerment, doesn't it? So do join us in our conference, online and offline. Whereas the online session will allow you to enjoy the conference from the comfort of your own private space, the offline sessions will also provide the chance to know Bandung better. You will have the time and the opportunities to enjoy places in Bandung and probably enjoy the delectable cuisines of Bandung. Our venue, GH Universal, is an Instagram popular site. So do come, share, learn, and have fun at CONAPLIN Suite 16. We'll be waiting for you. See you soon. Bye-bye. I'm Safrina, I'm head of Balai Bahasa Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia. I am here to share with you some information about CONAPLIN, which is Conference on Applied Linguistics. This is our annual conference. It has been around for 16 years. So 2023 is CONAPLIN's 16th birthday. The theme for the 16th CONAPLIN is Language and Empowerment, Applied Linguistics in Practice. Perhaps the theme does not sound too current, but the ideas about language and power and how they intertwine in our daily activities will always be a limitless resource for language study. So let us empower ourselves. The empowerment in the conference comes in different forms, or I may say programs. First of all, we have various parallel presentations. We also have workshops, and we also have programs especially for teachers. So there will be programs where teachers can share their best practices. We will also have a program which is dedicated especially for research conducted by students. So that means there are plenty to choose from. That sounds like empowerment, doesn't it? So do join us in our conference, online and offline. Whereas the online session will allow you to enjoy the conference from the comfort of your own private space, the offline sessions will also provide the chance to know Bandung better. You will have the time and the opportunities to enjoy places in Bandung and probably enjoy the delectable cuisines of Bandung. Our venue, GH Universal, is an Instagram popular site. So do come, share, learn, and have fun at CONAPLIN Suite 16. We'll be waiting for you. See you soon. Bye-bye. I'm Safrina. I'm head of Balai Bahasa Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia. I am here to share with you some information about CONAPLIN, which is Conference on Applied Linguistics. This is our annual conference. It has been around for 16 years. So 2023 is CONAPLIN's 16th birthday. The theme for the 16th CONAPLIN is Language and Empowerment, Applied Linguistics in Practice. Perhaps the theme does not sound too current, but the ideas about language and power and how they intertwine in our daily activities will always be a limitless resource for language study. So let us empower ourselves. The empowerment in the conference comes in different forms, or I may say programs. First of all, we have various parallel presentations. We also have workshops, and we also have programs especially for teachers. So there will be programs where teachers can share their best practices. We will also have a program which is dedicated especially for research conducted by students. So that means there are plenty to choose from. That sounds like empowerment, doesn't it? So do join us in our conference, online and offline. Whereas the online session will allow you to enjoy the conference from the comfort of your own private space, the offline sessions will also provide the chance to know Bandung better. You will have the time and the opportunities to enjoy places in Bandung and probably enjoy the delectable cuisines of Bandung. Our venue, GH Universal, is an Instagram popular site. So do come, share, learn, and have fun at CONAPLIN Suite 16. We'll be waiting for you. See you soon. Bye-bye. I'm Safrina. I'm head of Balai Bahasa Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia. I am here to share with you some information about CONAPLIN, which is Conference on Applied Linguistics. This is our annual conference. It has been around for 16 years. So 2023 is CONAPLIN's 16th birthday. The theme for the 16th CONAPLIN is Language and Empowerment, Applied Linguistics in Practice. Perhaps the theme does not sound too current, but the ideas about language and power and how they intertwine in our daily activities will always be a limitless resource for language study. So let us empower ourselves. The empowerment in the conference comes in different forms, or I may say programs. First of all, we have various parallel presentations. We also have workshops, and we also have programs especially for teachers. So there will be programs where teachers can share their best practices. We will also have a program which is dedicated especially for research conducted by students. So that means there are plenty to choose from. That sounds like empowerment, doesn't it? So do join us in our conference, online and offline. Whereas the online session will allow you to enjoy the conference from the comfort of your own private space, The offline sessions will also provide the chance to know Bandung better. You will have the time and the opportunities to enjoy places in Bandung and probably enjoy the delectable cuisines of Bandung. Our venue, GH Universal, is an Instagram popular site. So do come, share, learn, and have fun at CONAPLIN Suite 16. We'll be waiting for you. See you soon. Bye-bye. I'm Safrina, I'm head of Balai Bahasa Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia. I am here to share with you some information about CONAPLIN, which is Conference on Applied Linguistics. This is our annual conference. It has been around for 16 years. So, 2023 is CONAPLIN's 16th birthday. The theme for the 16th CONAPLIN is Language and Empowerment, Applied Linguistics in Practice. Perhaps the theme does not sound too current,
good
but the
afternoon,
ideas
everyone.
about language and power.
Good afternoon.
I hope everybody's level of energy is still there,
Yes.
because we're about to witness and also to see, the very last session
of
the conference.
Yes.
Right.
And it will be the keynote presentation by Professor G. Martin from the University of Sydney. So to all our on-site attendees, if you are still in the breakout room, please go back to the main station since we will commence the next agenda.
And also to all on-site attendees, please fill in the front row seats first, as we're about to commence the next session, which is the keynote presentation from Professor Jim Martin from the University of Sydney.
To all our online attendees as well, please don't forget to scan the QR code for the attendance link or just click the link given by our committee.
All right, and we're still seeing some attendees, visiting the BenQ Experience Lounge. Yeah, Muti?
Yes. I guess they are trying to explore the feature offered by the IFP technology, or what they called as the BenQ board.
Right, exactly. And everybody also can't wait to see, the door prize session and who will be the lucky winners, right, Muti?
Yes. Not only the attendees, I'm sure, all of the committee, and even me and you.
Right, exactly.
We're all excited.
So for those for those on-site attendees who haven't scanned the QR code at BenQ Lounge Experience, please visit their lounge, scan, and then write your name, write your data, because the door prizes are just amazing. You will get the OVO, what?
OVO for like
500,000, 300,000, and 200,000. And then the grand prize will be a monitor from BenQ.
That'd be great.
Right. Give a big hand, please, to BenQ.
And of course, to all our online attendees, don't forget to also fill in the exit ticket link so that you can obtain the certificate after 7 work days.
Exactly right. And before we close the conference later on, we will have another special performance, right, Muti?
Yes. I heard that they will show some great moves, but I don't know which moves that they will show to us.
Right, exactly. So, ladies and gentlemen, are we ready?
Oh, I want to hear some crowd. Are we ready?
We can't hear you. From the online attendees, are you ready? All right, so Professor Jim Martin, are you ready, sir? All right. So, Muti.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, let's now proceed to the keynote presentation entitled Theory, Description, and Practice in Applicable Linguistics, a Systemic Functional Perspective by Professor G. Martin from the University of Sydney. This session will be chaired by Yanti Wirza, MPD, MA, PhD, and she is a lecturer from the English Education Department and the Vice Dean of the Students Affairs at the Faculty of Language and Literatures Education, UPI, Bandung.
Without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, let's give a big round of applause to Professor Jim Martin.
All right, thank you, Master of Ceremony. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the keynote session toward the end of the 16th CONAPLIN. And I'm very honored here to chair the session with Jim Martin. But this morning we had a short dialogue, and I said to Jim that he wouldn't need introduction, but as this is a genre of keynote presentation, I would need to read his short bio. So allow me, spare me a few minutes to read his short bio, his accomplishment, and just a few of his publication out of tons and tons of publication over the decades. So James Robert Martin, as we know as Jim Martin, is a professor of linguistics at the University of Sydney. His research interests include systemic theory, functional grammar, discourse semantics, register, genre, multimodality, and positive discourse analysis, PDA, focusing on English, Tagalog, and Korean, with special reference to the transdisciplinary fields of clinical linguistics, educational linguistics, forensic linguistics, and social semiotics. Professor Martin was elected a Fellow of the Australian Academy of the Humanities in the '98 and was the head of its linguistics section from 2010 to 2012, and he was awarded a Centenary Medal for his services to the linguistics and philology in 2003. That's a remarkable achievement. And in April 2014, Shanghai Jiao Tong University opened its Jim Martin Center for Applicable Linguistics, appointing Professor Martin as director. So many publications, even these past few years, and already forthcoming. For instance, in 2024, on the SFL language description, focusing on English, Spanish, and Chinese. Next year, published by Routledge. This year. Oh, wow. Okay, this is, okay, sorry. Functional Grammar of Korean, also this year. And of course, a lot of book reviews and 8 volumes of collected papers as well. And also interesting is a play imagining a debate between Martin and Quintilian. Yeah, a holder of the first Roman chair of rhetorics about the analysis of the summary recount of the end of the Mandela's long walk to freedom, also appeared in the paper Grace, Logogenesis of Freedom. So I will not take more time. There's so much information. Let's just welcome presentation by Jim Martin for about 45 minutes, followed up by question and answer for 15 minutes. Time is yours.
Okay, well, thank you for your kind introduction, and thank you all for surviving this long at the conference. I'm sorry that I've missed so much of your meetings. I've been working at UPI doing some intensive training and only arrived on Sunday, so I didn't have quite enough stamina to go to the papers that I wanted to. But thank you for bearing with things and coming to listen to me. Thank you. So I was giving a little bit of guidance by your organizers and came up with this kind of topic, which is to try and tell you a little bit about how I think about applicable linguistics and how that involves an interaction of theory, description, and practice, and try to give you some examples from my own career about the interaction of those 3 variables. So we'll work through some different sections. I'll say a little bit about applicable linguistics and where those ideas come from, and a little bit about theory, description, and practice, and how to distinguish those different orientations to meaning. And then we'll look at 3 different contexts, some work I did early in my career in clinical linguistics, some work I did throughout my career really in educational linguistics, and some more recent work in forensic linguistics. So that's our plan, and we should get through in time to have some questions. So the term applicable linguistics comes from my mentor, Michael Halliday, and my supervisor. So at a very general level, he says, I've always thought of linguistic theory as something to be applied to real problems either in research or in some domain of practice. Eventually, I came up with the term applicable linguistics to encapsulate this preoccupation with theory as a mode of action that is based on understanding. There are cycles of mutual reinforcement between practice and theory. Theory improves the effectiveness of practice, and practice contributes to the ongoing refinement of theory. So it's a fairly distinctive, even iconoclastic approach to the relationship between linguistics and society that was part of his impulse and his inspiration for working on linguistics. So let's just keep these three ideas in mind, and I'll try to say briefly now a little bit about how they're different from each other. Some people use the term praxis to, I think, describe both practice and description, but I think it's useful to keep those two things separate for our discussion today. In the 20th century, linguistics produced just two, I think, very general models of applicable linguistics. One was associated with Kenneth Pike, the famous Tagmemicist linguist, missionary linguist, who was based for most of his later career in Michigan, and the other, Michael Halliday, whose ideas were engendered first in Great Britain, in London and Cambridge and Edinburgh before moving to Australia in 1976. Interesting to see some quotes from these linguists and their conception of their work in linguistics. So from Pike, I wanted a theory that would allow one to live outside the office with the same philosophy that one uses inside it. Very unusual stance for an American linguist in this period of the 20th century. And I couldn't find a picture of Ken Pike out in the field working with his missionary linguists, but I did manage to find a picture of his sister who worked in the same tradition and also was a linguist, and see her working there. And for Halliday, studying, training, working in China during the revolution. Picture of him in northwest China in 1948, doing some work in cooperatives there. And a comment people often quote from Halliday, from Bernstein I learned also, for the second time in my life, after the Chinese experience, that linguistics cannot be other than an ideologically committed form of social action. So again, a fairly distinctive iconoclastic approach. Now, of course, these are two very, very different kinds of applicable linguistics. The mission of the Tagmemicists is to bring Christianity to the world, to describe languages that haven't been described from a linguistic point of view before, so that the Bible could be translated and the people speaking those languages could be converted to Christianity. Not a project that many of us perhaps would be sympathetic with. And Halliday's project, an applicable linguistics project, concerned with quite a range of communication problems in society, and you might think of it as a more democratically oriented project, solving particular challenges of communication and trying to come up with a more equitable distribution of the meaning potential of a culture in these very stratified cultures in which we live. The titles of some of their books, I think, reflect their work. Pike, Language in Relation to a Unified Theory of the Structure of Human Behavior. Great book to read. He's the first multimodalist, really. Fantastic book. And Halliday, Language as a Social Semiotic. Now, in spite of their very different orientations, they share a number of parameters which are important to us. They conceive of language as a resource for making meaning, and so meaning is central to their approach to describing language. They are focused on text as the basic unit of meaning in language, not clauses, but texts. They accept that linguists have to develop their own theory of context. They can't depend on other people to talk about context for them. They are very concerned with multimodality because language is not our only meaning-making practice, and to understand texts, you have to be able to describe multimodal texts and describe the role of language in tandem with other modalities of communication. And also significantly, they are fractal. In other words, they have some basic concepts that can be used over and over again for describing phonology or grammar or text structure or context or other modalities, paralanguage, image, music, sound. For tagmemics, the tag meme, a little function class nexus, and for Halliday, the system network, the idea of system. So however you come into these theories, you're going to be introduced to some very basic conceptual tools that can be used over and over and over again. And this reflects their practical orientation, dealing with people who only have a limited time in their life to study linguistics. Okay, and however they come into these theories, they get something, a conceptual tool that they can take and use for all kinds of purposes throughout their career. So theory, description, and practice. Very important to keep these things separate, and they're often not kept separate in linguistic discussions. If we take SFL theory, that particular theory of language, there are some very general concepts which underlie all of the descriptions in SFL. Most fundamentally, the notion of axis, of system structure relations, formalized in system networks and realization statements, the tool that's used to describe language as a resource for meaning, as a set of choices. Then from that, various concepts are derived, a particular theory of constituency in terms of how choices are organized in terms of the size of unit that we're dealing with, a particular theory of metafunction, of kinds of meaning, and how choices tend to group themselves into ideational, interpersonal, and textual bundles, a theory of strata, of levels of abstraction, in terms of how choices diversify in terms of phonology, lexicogrammar, discourse, semantics, register, genre, and so on, all the different levels of abstraction. And then some more basic theoretical parameters having to do with realization, or our strata and levels of abstraction, and instantiation, the relationship between the system and a particular instance of language, a text, and also individuation, the distribution of the meaning potential across the culture, and the way in which people use that meaning potential to align into social groups. Okay? So, theory. If you want to study SFL theory, these are the kinds of things that you get involved in. And they're going to be behind everything you do in all of your descriptions. For this kind of study, there's a couple of good bilingual books, a very general introduction by Matheson and Halliday to SFL theory, a general introduction that I wrote with some colleagues in relation to axis, system and structure relations. So there are books that you can fasten on to focus on the theory itself. Of course, it's always going to be illustrated with descriptions, but these are theory-oriented publications. Descriptions are something else, okay? They have the theory in the background, and they have a particular focus, a particular job to do. So we have Halliday and Greaves' description of English intonation, informed by SFL theory. We have a grammar I recently finished with colleagues of Korean, informed by SFL theory, but describes Korean. We have a recent book by David Rose, just appearing soon, which looks around Australian languages and talks about their discourse semantics and how they complement each other with various discourse semantic resources, description of those languages and how they work. Or we might have a description of complicated diagrams in science that I've worked on with Len Unsworth recently, or a description of paralanguage that I worked on with colleagues, or a description of music, such as we get from Van Leuven. Okay, so the descriptions are specific accounts informed by the theory of a particular semiotic domain. So in SFL, we try to be very explicit about our theory and how it relates to our descriptions. In a lot of linguistics, that border is very obscure. And a couple of examples of descriptions of Korean grammar or children's picture books. And finally, practice, okay? So you want to engage, you've done all this describing, you've done this theory, emerging out of challenges you took on, things you want to do to help people in the world with one dimension or another. All of our genre-based literacy programs were designed to try to make teaching, learning of reading and writing more successful in education at all levels, developed later into more of a reading-oriented and writing-oriented program rather than the original writing focus. Work on translating, interpreting that Mira Kim and various colleagues work on counseling discourse by Peter Montagle, work on museum exhibitions by Luis Rovelli, Maurice Stenglin, all different sort of sites where you try to take your theory and description out into the world and improve the engagement of museum visitors with museum exhibitions, or couples going to therapy, improve the kind of outcomes that they can get from therapeutic interventions, or improve translating, interpreting techniques and facilitation and so on. So dealing with real problems in the real world. So a couple of our well-known education books, one from Australia, one from Latin America. If you want to get something of the scope of SFL as an applicable linguistics, there is a recent collection which David Caldwell and John Knox and I edited, where we went around to all of our colleagues that we knew were engaged in applicable linguistics, about 25 chapters, I think, and we asked them, would you please describe to us the dialectic of theory and description and practice that you engaged in over 1 or 2 or 3 decades, depending on how old they were. And it's a fascinating book to read about all the different sites, the ones I've mentioned to you and many more as well, and see the wide range of things that you can do with SFL. I know in Indonesia, your interest in SFL is mainly coming out of education, but there's plenty of other things that you can do with it as well that would be interesting to follow. My own contexts were, first of all, when I was just a graduate student, clinical linguistics. I worked at a psychiatric hospital with a psychologist and psychiatrists on schizophrenic speech. And we were very interested in how psychiatrists diagnosed thought-disordered schizophrenia and not thought-disordered schizophrenia, and how it was different from normal discourse. And I've worked on forensic linguistics. I worked on a particular kind of diversionary justice, youth justice conferencing, where adolescent young offenders, instead of going to court, go to a kind of a meeting with a mentor and the victim and support people and apologize and discuss their wrongdoing and come to some kind of agreement about some community service that they can undertake rather than going to juvenile prison. And as you know, I've worked in educational linguistics over the decade, trying to think about how we could have a more democratic approach to teaching, learning, reading, and writing in schools, primary, secondary, university, and wherever literacy becomes an issue. So I want to just give you some examples today, selectively, about how those contexts, clinical, forensic, and educational, led to things you may know about my work, which I may not have made obvious when you're reading it. So let's start at the beginning, the clinical linguistics context. Okay. So this book, I very casually mentioned to my colleague Sherry Rochester, who had a really boring title for our book. I don't know, why don't you call it something like Crazy Talk? I wasn't being serious. She thought, that's a great idea, and so she did. But this is an account of our research on schizophrenic discourse. So what was our challenge and what was our tool at the time? We had a mimeographed version of Cohesion in English, the famous book by Halliday and Hassan. It seemed to us that there was some problem with cohesion in the discourse of the thought-distorted schizophrenic speakers, and something a little bit odd about the other schizophrenic speakers as well, compared to normal speakers. What is it, we were asking, that makes the text incoherent? On what basis, from a linguistic point of view, does a psychiatrist actually diagnose schizophrenia? What makes the text coherent? It's very challenging, okay? Rather than just describing normal texts and seeing how they work and looking at the cohesive ties, what makes this one not normal? Okay. So here's a little example of some thought-disordered speech. But what's to say there's nothing up in that ice age? That ice age is yet to come this summer, supposedly. This summer and this winter coming up. You would see quite a recession of them, and then they come on pretty strong. There's various things we can say about a passage of discourse like this, but to take just one angle, there's a little bit of unclear reference, we might say, in terms of cohesion in English. In other words, we're being given some signals in the deixis with that, or the pronouns them and they, and it's not exactly that clear what is being referred to. Might be a little unclear, a little ambiguous, or just not clear at all. Okay. So this led me to think, okay, well, speakers must then be making choices about how they introduce entities into a text and to keep track of them once they're there. Maybe I can describe this the way I've seen my colleagues describing grammar and phonology using system networks. Maybe I can describe the semantics of what's going on here with a system network and say, okay, there are ways of introducing a new entity into the discourse and talk about a recession, say. And there's various resources any language will have for keeping track of them. Maybe pronouns, maybe proper names, maybe deixis of various kinds, other kinds of resources you might find in different languages. So we could reconceive cohesion, reference, as a semantic system, as a system of choices. We also noticed that when we had our normal speakers and schizophrenic speakers describing a cartoon, an image, they made some different choices. So here would be a normal speaker describing a cartoon. Here we have a chap in the pillory or the stocks with both his hands and his feet being held by the device, and we have a woman who's sitting by his side doing her knitting and has raveled the yarn about his hands and feet and is now raveling up a ball, getting ready for knitting. So describing what they see to a researcher sitting next to them. And here we have a thought-disordered speaker saying she's knit, and he's got the yarn in his hand and on his feet, she's winding. Now, in the context, that's perfectly understandable, because both the researcher and the speaker are looking at the cartoon picture, but it's interesting that the normal speaker assumes that they should produce a text that introduces new entities, not assuming that they're there, visible, and then refer to them once they're introduced, whereas schizophrenic speakers will tend to assume that the people know what's in front of them. Oh, interesting. So another set of choices have to do with when we're assuming that somebody can retrieve information, identify who we're talking about, tracking an entity in discourse. There's another set of choices having to do with whether we refer forward in the text, like she, and then realize the person doesn't know who we're talking about, a woman knitting, or refer backwards to a chap and then back to his hands, an aphora, or outside the text to we, the speaker and researcher in the actual room, or virtually referring to Toronto or the Clark Institute or this common knowledge that's shared as members of the community. So again, my strategy is to say, okay, can we think of retrieving information as a set of choices? So first of all, I was looking at speaker's point of view. What kind of choices does a speaker make about referring to entities? And then from a listener point of view, what kind of choices do we have about retrieving the information we need? So that means I'm reinterpreting cohesion, one aspect of cohesion reference, as a resource for meaning, for introducing and tracking identities in discourse, and for recovering presumed information. So I'm systemicizing cohesion, you could say. And that was behind all of my interest in building discourse semantics. So I could tell you a similar story about negotiation and appraisal and periodicity and identification and connection, not all coming out of the clinical research, but other research projects. And the whole of discourse semantics emerges out of various applied contexts, trying to think about discourse resources as systems of choice for making meaning beyond the clause. Okay, we had Halliday's grammar, so that's looked after. How do we move on and think systemically about connecting the pieces of grammar together to form coherent text? So that leads to all these distinctive kinds of descriptions, obviously informed by cohesion in English, but pushing on. And also then has theoretical repercussions for how we think about levels of language. So if you hear me give a talk and talk about stratification, I'm going to be telling you that language consists of a phonology, realizing lexicogrammar, realizing discourse semantics. In other words, I have a stratified content plane. I don't have just one content-making plane, one content-making strata. And my more abstract stratum is not a clause semantics, it's a text semantics, okay? So there are theoretical ramifications for the way we think about stratification based on the kind of descriptions I evolved, based on the kinds of practical challenges I had. For example, distinguishing thought-distorted schizophrenic discourse from normal discourse. I don't think if I hadn't been working in that clinical context that I would have ended up where I ended up. Okay? It was the right kind of challenge for me to do what happened. So if you like, this practical project, this concern, leads to this description and the theory that I rework by implication in terms of these new descriptions. So let's take a context perhaps a little more familiar to you, but maybe my history is not so familiar, and think about genre. So an educational linguistics context. Initially, we were asking some simple questions in infants in primary school. What do students write in school? And then, what should they write? And how can we make education more democratic so that everybody learns what we think they should learn? So if we look at some early writing, this is writing from my son when he was 8. On Sunday, the 9th of November, Jesse, my friend, and me, Connell, went to the park called Johnson Park. Me and Jesse played on the play equipment. It was very fun. But me and Jesse both liked the same piece of equipment. I don't know what. And writing time is over and the text just ends. So we have a little text, observation, comment, genre. I did something and a reaction to it. This was the most common genre that we found in our research in the early 1980s. In the Australian schools, using a model of teaching reading writing, or I should rather say a model of not teaching reading writing called process writing, a radical progressivist constructivist approach. We also find a number of texts like this. Last Sunday, me and my family went to the Blue Mountains to go and see my dad's friends. There were 2 children as well. One of the children's name was Hamish. Hamish was about 12 years old and his brother was 19 or 18 years old. So when we arrived, we all had lunch, and we had chicken, bread, salad, and a drink. After we had lunch, I went on the trampoline. After I went on the trampoline for about an hour, half an hour, we went to go a rugby league game for about 3 hours, and I got an ice cream and a packet of chips. After the rugby league game, I went on the trampoline again. I got another ice cream, and after I'd finished my ice cream, we went home. I had a great day. Okay? So recount genre. where the child writes about the experience they had on a trip to the zoo, or a family trip on the weekend, or a trip to the beach, or whatever they had done. A genre that they learned at home through spoken language, interacting with their parents and elder siblings perhaps, and other kinds of care. And they learned from age 2, 3, how to tell something about an experience that they didn't share, and tell them some news, and so on. And in the absence of being presented with models of any other genres or any other kind of writing that the teacher may have wanted, they fall back on this genre from the spoken culture that they already know, and they write it down. And it's a kind of a nice elastic genre. It can be made longer and longer. You can fill up whatever writing time the teacher gives you. So if we think about these two texts then, this observation comment genre and this recount genre accounted for, I think, about 94% of all of the writing that children did in primary school in years kindergarten 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and then they're off to secondary school to study biology, chemistry, physics, history, mathematics, English literature, and so on. So we thought, wow, what kind of literacy preparation is this for secondary school? And even looking at the primary school curriculum, they're studying science, they're studying social science. What kind of writing curriculum is this for the primary school? And we were working in what Australia then called a disadvantaged school program in the schools with mainly working class, migrant, and indigenous students. Many of the migrant students would have been the only or the best English speaker in their family, having to deal with various community needs and have reading, writing abilities for all of that as well. So we were frankly pretty horrified and thought, okay, we can do better than this. Yeah. Behind this, of course, is an implicit, invisible pedagogy where the teacher, and you can see it very clearly in the assessment, has some very clear ideas about what kind of writing will be valued when the students do it. Essentially what I'll call a narrative, a text in which something goes wrong and something's put right. So here's an example of an early narrative from a colleague's son, and perhaps you can read it more clearly down here. Snake. One day I was looking for a new home. I found an ant's nest. It was not good, not a good home. I was still sliding along. Then I found a wombat hole. It was good. So there's a little proto-narrative text. We have a little orientation. We have some action. We have a problem. We have some more action. We have a solution. Now this is the kind of genre that the teachers really wanted without telling the students that they wanted that or modeling it for the students. So basically our project was, can we identify what the students write? Mostly, sometimes. Can we identify what the teacher actually wants? Can we identify what the students actually need? Looking around their curriculum, looking forward to secondary school, looking out to the community. In other words, we need a theory of kinds of writing, okay, which developed as our theory of genre. Now in the context of narrative, we had some work to go on. The most influential work we had to go on was by the famous American sociolinguist William Labov, and very well known for his work on narrative and a particular kind of spoken narrative he called a narrative of personal experience. Here's an example that I won't take time to read to you, but just notice the famous structure that he developed, schematic structure for this genre. An abstract where you announce that you're going to tell a story. An orientation where you introduce the main characters and set the story in time and place. A complication where events start to unfold and something goes wrong. An evaluation where you learn about the reactions of the people involved in the crisis to what's happening. Some kind of resolution where there is more action again, which resolves the problem. And then perhaps a coda where you reflect and make a comment on the significance of the story or the point that you're trying to make. Okay? So we took the term narrative from him. Narrative could be used in many other ways and is used in many other ways for the name of one particular genre that's not a recount because something goes wrong. And it's a narrative because it's put right. Okay? In other words, something that has this orientation, complication, evaluation, resolution, coda, structure, which is what our teachers wanted without telling our students. Or there's another of Lebov's diagrams for this, making the point there that the appraisal tends to spread throughout the text. It's not just located in the evaluation. Now, even in Lebov's own data, when we actually looked at it, this wasn't the only kind of story that was there. There were other kinds of story. There were stories like this. On Christmas Eve, my parents took me and my brothers and sisters to nearby Matraville, where a charity was giving away toys to Aboriginal children. It was a very hot day and the queue was so long. I watched lots of kids going home happy with their dolls and bikes and scooters and toy cars. My heart was set on a doll that said, "Mama, Mama." When we finally reached the head of the queue, the people told my parents that they'd run out of toys. I cried and cried. Okay? So there's a different story genre for a different effect. Something that we came to name anecdote. Something goes wrong, unlike a recount, but there's no resolution. Because the point is not about how a problem was overcome. The point of this kind of story genre is to share an emotional reaction to a really positive or a really negative experience. All right? This is a complete story. Lebov, in his actual data, if you look at his data, at this point, Lebov would say, "So what happened?" and produce a narrative. So he homogenized his data in that way. Because all he was concerned about was keeping people talking so they would give examples of phonological and morphological change. He wasn't trying to collect narratives, but he interfered with the genre structure in doing so. So, different structure, different social purpose, different kind of story genre. Here's another one that I can see I'm not going to have time to talk to you about, but an exemplum which has a different social purpose, which is to make a moral or ethical point about something. So we pushed, okay? Recounts, anecdotes, exemplums, narratives, all the different kinds of stories. Some more situated in the oral culture, some more in the written culture, okay? And we needed a clear model of that, because we wanted teachers to be clear with students what kind of story they wanted. And to be very clear when they're assessing story genres, to assess a recount as a recount, and assess an anecdote as an anecdote, and assess an exemplum as an exemplum, and assess a narrative as a narrative, not assess everything as a failed narrative, which is what they were doing. So we did try to formalize that kind of thing as a set of choices. You want to tell a story? Okay. Does anything go wrong? If not, okay, recount. If something goes wrong, fine. Is it resolved? Narrative. Not resolved? Are you trying to share emotion? Anecdote? Are you trying to make a judgment, a moral, ethical point, exemplum, and so on? You can see the project. And again, you see trying to formalize our understanding of genre as a set of choices about the kinds of social purpose that you can have and the kinds of texts that you can use to achieve them. And we pushed on, okay, and tried to produce a map, one of David Rose's maps, of a couple of dozen genres that would be very basic and fundamental for getting through secondary school and moving on to perhaps further study in a technological college or university, or going into the workplace for that matter. Theoretically, this rebounded on our model of context in SFL. At the time we were working, we had field mode and tenor. We thought we better add genre on top, because we need something to pull the field mode tenor together in all of the distinctive types of text, distinctive types of genre, distinctive complementary social purposes that you would find in the primary, secondary school curriculum and in the workplace sites that we studied. So now we have, you see the rebound on theory, we have a stratified model of context. Not just one level of context, but a stratified model of context. So the challenge of teaching speaking, writing, learning speaking, writing successfully in school led to those genre descriptions rebounded on the theory in this way. So you could say this practical context is what leads to a book like Genre Relations. Running out of time now, forensic linguistics, then. I'll have to be a little speedier to give you a hint here. So as I said earlier, we're working on youth justice conferencing. What makes youth justice conferencing successful? Why is diversionary justice better than traditional courtroom justice, retributive justice for young offenders? What makes the conferences work? Why are the victims and the young offender and their families more satisfied than if they go to court? What is going on in these youth justice conferences, often organized in a circle with the victim and offender and support people and police liaison officer and a convener? Maybe a smaller one, but with some of the key ingredients, or maybe a minimal one. Now, we were working as linguists with the specialist in performance studies who kept drawing our attention to the fact that, come on, you guys, you've got to study gesture, you have to study kinesics, you have to understand how the people are interacting. Now, we would say paralinguistically. You need a model of paralanguage, or you can't describe the meaning of the verbal language, you can't describe how this genre is successful if you don't also have a model of paralanguage. So we had cameras in a couple of corners of the room. We could film everything. They're working through a number of steps in a big macro genre, unfolding over an hour or more till they arrive at some agreement about community service in the end. Here's an example of some ideational paralanguage. The police liaison officer is accusing the young people as acting like fluffed up roosters. And the young offender is being a bit insolent back and gesturing back again to the police liaison officer. Okay, so gesturing the shape of a fluffed up rooster. Or here's some interpersonal meaning. The prone hand, if you know engagement and appraisal theory, contracting, closing down the discourse. I'm not one of those, he says. Or the supine gesture, open, expanding engagement, inviting, allowing for other opinions. I'll do everything that I can, seriously. Or textual meaning, deixis, here, pointing with the finger, pointing with the whole hand. So we thought, okay, let's build a model of paralanguage. We can use our SFL principles, ideational meaning, interpersonal meaning, textual meaning. We'll try and distinguish behavior from semiosis, from meaning making. Within meaning making, we'll try to understand the relationship between language and paralanguage. Within paralanguage, we noticed that part of our description had to be related to rhythm and timing, and the fact that paralanguage is coordinated with the prosodic phonology of spoken language. So with the rhythm and intonation of spoken language, paralanguage will tend to be in tune with and in sync with prosodic phonology. And at the same time, other aspects of the paralanguage may be convergent with the meaning, with discourse semantics, with the meaning that's being made. Okay, so the fluffed up rooster, obviously, is convergent with a discourse semantic entity, a rooster with particular properties that are being gestured. So The sonovergent language might be in tune with the intonation pattern in the spoken language. As the intonation goes up, the gesture might go up. It's in tune with the rhythm, the foot-timed rhythm of English, or the tonics on a slower kind of beating gesture. So all of our beating gestures are synced with the prosodic phonology. And we will have ideational, interpersonal, textual resources like I illustrated for you before. Now there's lots of detail we could go into here. Here's an example of ideational meaning in the paralanguage. People using their hands to show the shape of a heaping bowl full of cereal, and the bowl shape like that. Here's some interpersonal meaning, people using their face and arms to express exasperation. Here's a textual example of somebody pointing to the future, something they're going to do next time over there when the future comes. So we end up with a multi-stratal perspective, paralanguage in relation to phonology, paralanguage in relation to discourse semantics, and a metafunctional perspective, okay? The paralanguage is going to be convergent interpersonally and textually with prosodic phonology, and it's going to be convergent ideationally, interpersonally, and textually with discourse semantics. And get this kind of picture. And if I was giving you more detail, I'd go and show you the system networks for all of the choices we have in paralanguage for each of those 5 major systems. So you see the same story over again. You go in, you have a practical problem in the world, you believe that for young offenders, diversionary justice is a much more productive form of justice than retributive justice. Much better not to send them to court and punish them by sending them to juvenile prison, which is like university for crime, but get them together with the victim and police support people, welfare people who can support them, and arrange some community service that will kind of reintegrate them back into the community rather than punishing them. Okay, so 3 examples of what I mean when I say a dialectic of theory, description, and practice, okay? And this would be a feature of applicable linguistics. So my chair was asking me before the session, what's the difference between applicable linguistics and applicable linguistics, or applied linguistics? So what Halliday and the people who are using these ideas are trying to say is that we need a complete, holistic picture, that things can evolve, our understanding of language and our engagement with community issues can evolve much more productively if we have this interaction of theory, description, and practice. Now this, of course, is radically different orientation to that of most of my linguistics colleagues. They are concerned in my own department with going around the world to describe languages that haven't been described before, describing their phonology and their morphemes and some of their syntagms, bringing that description home, putting it in the library, getting a degree for it, getting a promotion for it, getting a publication from it, and giving nothing back to the community of people whose language they have just taken, stolen, used, consumed, and who would argue that if you're concerned at the beginning with application in some sense, that's going to make your linguistics unempirical, that's going to tarnish your methodology, that's going to undermine your argumentation, and I don't agree with that at all. They're describing languages in the hope that maybe one day, perhaps, something useful will come out of what they do. But I know from experience that the way they describe those languages, that's very, very unlikely to happen. Okay? And I think it creates a kind of atrophy in their linguistics, where it can't really evolve. They just keep doing the same thing over and over again, but on different languages. Okay? A different kind of story, I think, in applicable linguistics, where each new context of application creates descriptive challenges inevitably, which force you to make descriptions of things you wouldn't have been thinking to describe before, and that is going to rebound on the theory. And then the theory is richer for it. It's better adapted for producing descriptions that you might need and is better able to engage. Okay? So where does evolution of ideas come from? Where do new ideas come from? Where do better models and understandings of language and semiotics in general, where do the better models come from? I think they come from this dialectic, not from linguistics, which we might apply, linguistics that might be applicable. It's better for all the things to be working in tandem. So another quote of Halliday's, what I've called an applicable linguistics, a comprehensive and theoretically powerful model of language which, precisely because it was comprehensive and powerful, would be capable of being applied to the problems, both research problems and practical problems that are being faced all the time by the many groups of people in our modern society who are in some way or another having to engage with language, which is all of us, obviously. Okay, so I'll just leave you with that dialectic and hope you can remember some of the examples I've given you. Thank you very much.
Yeah, okay. Oh, thank you so much for the presentation, and I hope everyone can follow the grand theory and the application and the examples. It's time for us to have a further discussion for about 15 minutes. So we'd like to invite all the audience in the room and also those joining from Zoom for questions or comments or clarification. Yes, we have. Oh, okay. Why don't we take one from the Zoom first and then one on the floor? I would like to invite.
Dari Sulisti Adiputra, Ibu.
Right. Please turn on your camera and you can speak directly to the audience. Go ahead. Dari, you ready? Okay.
Yeah, all right.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, all right, Mr. Derry, our team is still setting up the audio first.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So we can come back to you. We can circle back to you.
Yeah, we will come back to you. Yeah, after Bapak. Okay.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Assalamualaikum. I'm Irfan Batubara, a doctoral student at UPI, and I feel very lucky that I joined this session. So I really appreciate how Professor Jim Martin make it so democratic. So actually you talk about something very philosophical, but you make it like you don't talk about philosophy. So I don't know, when you introduce the missionary linguists, and then when you introduce Halliday, I mean, it's a different way that I've never had before. Actually, I teach, I learned SFL from Professor Amrin Saragi in Medan, if you know him. So I think this is something new for me. And the first one is, I don't know whether this one is too personal or not. Actually, I'm doing my dissertation, research for my dissertation, and I found that actually, I don't know, I quote Bernstein, and I think this is coincide that actually Bernstein has a relation to M.A.K. Halliday, and one of my findings actually relate to SFL, and I don't know, please let us know the relation between Halliday and Bernstein, if you don't mind. And the second question
wait,
is...
No. One question at a time,
yeah.
or I'll forget
One
what
question
you're
at a
asking.
time.
Okay, great.
Okay. So they became close colleagues in the 1960s. And Bernstein is a sociologist, and Halliday is a linguist. And Bernstein is a sociologist of education, and Halliday is a linguist who's interested in applicable linguistics. Bernstein is essentially interested, the point of contact is educational failure. Why is it that your success in school depends on your social background? Why is it that small differences in kindergarten get magnified by the school system into huge differences as the years go by? Now, I don't think Bernstein ever takes the step of suggesting how that can be made better, but he does a very deep, insightful analysis of the situation and the kind of inequality that the education system produces. Halliday was interested in challenging that, and in the 60s did work with educators, producing literacy materials for very early education, infants, the very first few years of schooling, and then later years of schooling and the later secondary schooling. And of course, I'm influenced by that tradition, and we tried to take things a step further. So I think they come together in their interest in social inequality and the way in which education reinforces social inequality. Bernstein raises the problem. Halliday comes developing a theory of language with the potential to provide, I think, a partial solution in the 1960s, and then by building on it, in terms of the things that I told you about and many other things as well, a much richer solution that's been influential here and various places around the world. Two different theories, but with a common problem to be addressed and a very sympathetic politics as well. And when those two things go together, you share a political orientation to a problem, and you're prepared to work very hard in terms of a dialectic of theory, description, practice from your complementary points of view, then I think you can have some very productive work coming out of it. And the influence of Halliday on Bernstein, or another generation of social realist sociologist, Carl Mayton, on me, has been very productive.
Oh, wow, thank you.
So maybe you should take questions from other people before.
Oh, yeah.
Yes.
So I'm not allowed to give the second question. No.
Perhaps, yeah. If you have more time, we can go back to you. Okay,
great.
so,
Yeah, actually.
Are we going to go to Zoom now? Deri, are you ready?
Yeah, well.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. Is that okay? Yeah. Okay. Thank you, Prof. Martin. I'm interested in your notion of theory, description, and practice. First of all, as a background, I'm an undergraduate student from a university that doesn't have applied linguistics focus. So I'm actually familiar with kind of descriptive, what's so-called linguistics. I find your presentation interesting since it touches, I think, a really point of a perennial problem in philosophy of science called Hume's gelatin, that says that you cannot infer is from ought, means from theory to practice. You cannot infer it. But in practice, you can do, or if you do practice by a theory, means that the theory told you something to do in practice. But the very point of Hume's ontological notion in his gelatin is that we can never know when our perceptual stuff, which is empirical stuff, will be there as something constant. Let's say it is because the world that is perceived or that is observed by the science, in this context linguistics, is always change. Of course, in many contexts, philosophers talk about science, hard science, quote unquote, physics, etc., and they debate about it. They argue about it. But what about linguistics? What about language? Is something very dynamic, and it changes for many occasions. And how do you, in the first place, define language so we can measure when our theory is in a naive term right, touching the truth, or whatever it is, truth, likeness, whatever it is, so we can infer practice from that. Thank you.
Okay.
That's my question.
All right, thank you.
So you're asking me how I define language. If you want me to define language, I'll say language is a resource for meaning, and linguistics is the study of that resource for meaning. And my linguistics is an ideologically committed form of action that describes language as a resource for meaning? I don't know. I imagine my definitions would never satisfy a philosopher, and I don't try to define what I do, I just do what I do, and I try to describe to you what I do. I tried to describe as clearly as I could my theory. I tried to describe the kind of descriptions that come out of my theory, and I tried to describe the practical context which made me produce those descriptions and impacted on my theory and how that dialectic works. And it may be in philosophy of science that these things become very problematic, and there's all kinds of ways of worrying about the relation of theory to practice, but I'm telling you, me, as a functional linguist, that's how I see the relationship among those three things. I can't do more than that, and I can never please a philosopher.
All right, so interesting answer. Need more elaboration. Do we have anybody else from the floor? Yeah, yeah, go ahead. Yeah. Please stand up.
Check. Thank you, Buyanti, for the time. Yeah, good afternoon, Professor Jim Martin. I'm Yoza. I am a master's student now in my second semester. A simple question for you. Where is the inspiration from when you want to dive into the functional linguistic? Because in applied linguistic, we have lots of branches, not only in not only in functional linguistics, we have lots of disciplines like pragmatics, semantics, and so on. And I'm just wondering, because I also read your books in my classroom with Bapak Wawan. Sorry, Pak, to mention your name. Yeah, I'm just wondering where is the inspiration from until now you can become a professor in functional linguistics. Thank you very much.
So, you asking me where to start, or are you asking what's going to be inspiring? Both.
If you don't mind, you can explain it both.
Places to start?
Thank you.
I could tell you the things that people find popular as places to start. Some people find SFL-informed analysis of images a really exciting place to start. Some people find genre an exciting place to start. More people than any other group seem to find appraisal an interesting place to start. Some people are more practically oriented and they find the pedagogy, the teaching learning cycle, an interesting place to start. So I think there's many starting points, and it depends on your practical needs, I suppose, and partly just on your personal preference about what kind of thing you find really interesting. And then from there, as I said, it's a fractal theory. If you figure out how the description of appraisal works, or the description of images, you can understand how the grammar and phonology and all the other things work as well. Inspiration? Look, I mean, what are you doing with your life? What do you want to do? Look back in 20 years and say, yeah, what did I achieve? I studied a whole lot of things and found it really interesting, and yeah, that was great. It was interesting. Life wasn't boring. Or do you want to say, yeah, no, I mean, there was a particular communication problem, educational problem, clinical problem, forensic problem in my society, and I felt that I wanted to do something about that. And yeah, I did maybe in some kind of minor way not change the world, but managed to help some people and have some impact in some narrow little slice of things, and maybe inspired some other people to do some interesting work there. For me, I would find that a little more exciting than just counting up my publications or something. And I guess get yourself in a position where you can inspire other people. There's nothing more inspiring than that. There's nothing more inspiring than watching your PhD students give a presentation and, you know, feeling proud of them. That become a teacher, become a mentor.
Yeah, thank you so much. Yeah, you're truly inspired to all of us here. Okay, we have one more from Zoom. Is that the last one? Is it? Okay, right. Just last one from the Zoom. We have Ais. Go ahead, Ibu Ais. You can speak directly.
Okay, thank you very much. Good afternoon, Mr. Jim. I'm really interested listening to your explanation about applied linguistics, especially relating to clinical linguistics. I'm interested in learning clinical linguistics since I started teaching speech and language pathology students at Polytechnic Al Islam Bandung last year. But as you know that in Indonesia, the export of clinical linguistics or let's say clinical linguists are very limited. So I need some enlightenment from you about the clinical linguistic as follows. The first question is, what is the role of clinical linguists in helping people with speech and language disorders? What kind of support we can give to therapists in doing intervention to those people? And then the second is, what should I learn if I want to be the true clinical linguist to maximize my support to help those with disabilities recovering? Thank you very much, Mr. Dean.
Okay, so this is, as you know from my talk, not one of my current or even recent areas of specialization. So I think one thing you can do is try to look to our educational linguists and try and think about a couple of things. How did they go about describing the language that students need to use in school to be successful? And what problems were they encountering? So in your context, and I mean, clinical linguistics is a broad field, isn't it? There are all kinds of different speech disorders caused by different things. I mean, there's many different contexts there, so you need to think, you know, what is the communication problem and identify it. And then you should look to the pedagogy, like the way in which teachers evolved teaching learning cycles to try to help students be successful, learning to read and write. And those teaching learning cycles, and our program has been used successfully with deaf students in America, and you will have to adapt that to the needs of your particular types of problem. You know, what kind of teaching learning interaction is going to be therapeutic in your context? I can't imagine what that would be. In terms of what you focus on, I would encourage you to take paralanguage very seriously. You know, if you're dealing with autistic speakers, that seems to be one huge thing that's missing. The paralanguage is missing, especially the interpersonal dimensions. In other types of speech disorder, I'd encourage you to look at the prosodic phonology, rhythm and intonation of Bahasa Indonesia, or, you know, really focus on that, because that's another thing that can be very problematic, and there's ways of working around that in relation to stuttering and so on. You know, and what kind of meaning, ideational, interpersonal, or textual? What stratum, phonology, grammar, discourse semantics? You know, you've got a huge field, and there are different problems that I think you can sort out in terms of metafunction, in terms of strata, in terms of paralanguage, language. You know, does music help? Does imaging drawing help? There's, you know, a multimodal approach. Can that help? And let me know what you find out.
All right, so thank you so much again for the answers and responses. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm afraid that's all the time we have for this keynote session. Please join me in giving the huge round of applause from the room and also from Zoom. I think we all learned a lot from new insights about the dialectical of the theory, description, and practice. And we hope for everybody to continue the discussion and read those books Jim showed us earlier. Thank you very much, and this is the end of our session. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much to Professor Jim Martin and also Ibu Yanti Wirza. And we would like to invite Dr. Safrina M.A. as the head of Language Center of Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia to hand over the token of appreciation to Professor Jim Martin.
Once again, ladies and gentlemen, give a big hand to our remarkable speaker, Professor G. Martin.
There's another one. All right. Thank you very much, Professor Jim Martin. We're so honored to have you here. Thank you very much.
My great pleasure, honestly.
Such an
Thank you,
honor.
sir.
Please.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, as what we have mentioned earlier, we have another special performance. Who is it from? Muti.
I heard it's from our greatest BIPA student.
Right, so let's give it up everybody to our BIPA students. These young gentlemen will perform something, yeah, for everybody in the room and also online.
Yes.
So please give it up once again to BIPA students, and here they go. Great. Give a big hand, please, one more time to BIPA students. All right, Muti, so what is BIPA?
BIPA is Indonesia is bahasa Indonesia
untuk penutur asing. So that is one of the programs offered by the Language Center of UPI, and they are the students, yeah. And look how wonderful they were performing Pencak Silat. So once again, give a big hand to our BIPA students. All right, ladies and gentlemen, online and also on-site, we have come to the end of the two-day conference of CONAPLIN 16th, and as you can see at the back, we have the very last refreshments. And to all on-site attendees who haven't visited the BenQ Experience Lounge, please visit their lounge and then scan, because in just a few moments, we will
announce
the winner
of
of the door prize.
So please make sure that you don't forget and don't miss the opportunity to be the lucky attendees by scanning the QR code available at the BenQ booth.
Exactly. All right. So yeah, you can enjoy the refreshments and then return to the seat. Because after this, we are going to announce the winners and also officially close the conference.
Yes, please, ladies and gentlemen, you may have your very last refreshments.
Very last refreshments. And then you can return to your seat right away. And also to all online attendees, yeah. Perhaps, could we see some of the names on Zoom? We want to interview some of our online attendees. All right, can we go to the next slide, perhaps?
Okay, here in the second slide.
Yeah, I want to know from Gusti Firanda Corena, or Vira. Hi, Vira.
Hi, Miss Gusti Firanda Corena.
Hello, could you please turn on your camera so that we can see you?
Because I just finished my prayer.
Oh, you've just finished?
Hi.
All right, hi. So, Vira, how was your presentation yesterday?
I think I'm doing well, despite all of the darkness. Like, can I answer all of the question? Am I doing? Was I doing enough? Something like that. But fortunately, the committee, the moderator himself thought that and said that I am doing well in balancing my analysis because my research use mixed method and also some suggestion to be like you need to support your analysis by putting this, that, something like that. And alhamdulillah, I think joining this kind of activity makes me wiser, makes me read more because for the first time in my life, I am doing and presenting in international levels like this.
Wow. Yes. Yes. Oh, I'm happy for you, and I'm sure that you did great for your first presentation in an international conference. And how do you feel right now after you have finished your presentation?
Oh, breathing and relief.
You feel
Absolutely.
Really for sure.
So, ladies and gentlemen, Vira is one of the student research presenters, student research session presenters, and she did the presentation yesterday. So, once again, congratulations, Vira, and also to everybody who has presented their presentations, both online and also on site. All right. So, ladies and gentlemen, if you have picked your refreshments,
yes,
you can return to your seat because is our BenQ team ready?
Is our BenQ team ready to announce who are the winners, the lucky attendees? So please, ladies and gentlemen, if you have grabbed your refreshment, we would like to invite you to return to your seats.
Yes. So let us repeat once again. The door prizes. The oval,
yes,
500,000,
300,000, 200,000,
and also the monitor. Wow.
So, we have our BenQ team ready here with us. So please, ladies and gentlemen, aren't you excited to hear the winners?
Yay!
Oh, please return to your seats.
All right. Make sure if you win this, you are not chewing things, just in case.
Make sure you finish your refreshment right before you come on stage.
All right. So who will spin the wheel of fortune, wheel of names?
Yeah, wheel of names. We have wheel of names here.
Yeah, we have thousands of names. Oke, Bapak Anang, ini hadiahnya untuk yang berapa dulu, Pak? Untuk yang apa dulu?
Oh, dari yang 200.000.
Paling kecil, oke. OVO 200,000 rupiah. Who's gonna get it?
So who's the lucky winner? The first lucky winner?
Okay, 1, 2.
Wait. 1, 2, and oke, Bapak
Selamat Wahyudi Yulianto.
Are you here?
Bapak Selamat Wahyudi Yulianto, are
Which
you
one
here?
is Bapak?
Yeah,
Yes,
Bapak,
please come on
come
stage.
forward. Yay! Woo! Congratulations to
Our first lucky attendee.
Yes, 200,000. Yay! And the next one?
Okay. Batalin. Pak Anang, boleh kita spill lagi?
Ini
Oke.
untuk yang 300.000 OVO.
Untuk yang
ya.
300.000 rupiah. Ditunggu dulu ya, Pak Selamat.
Bagaimana rasanya? Oh, nanti kita tanya-tanya ya.
Oke, 1, 2, 3. Okay, so who's the second lucky winner for 300,000 rupiah? And it's Pak Agus Tommy. Which one is Pak Agus Tommy?
Where are you, Pak Agus? Yay, Pak Agus, 300,000 rupiah OVO.
Which one? Is Pak Agus here?
So Pak Agus is one of the Balai Bahasa staff members. Where are you, Pak? Oh, nggak butuh. Oke, buat saya ya, Pak. Diganti. Diganti Bu Aam. Oke, selanjutnya untuk 500.000 rupiah OVO.
I saw my name. I see my name.
Okay, so
1,
2, 3.
And the lucky winner for the 500,000 rupiah is Chandra Maulana. Yes, please. 500,000 rupiah.
500,000.
Wow. Bisa jajan abis dari CONAPLIN.
Ya, ini hadiahnya.
Oke, please Pak Chandra come forward. Di sini aja Pak, silahkan. Untuk Pak Agus Tommy, kalau sudah ada di ballroom boleh langsung maju ke depan. Oke, Kang Dimas, are we ready for the grand prizes? The grand prize? Oke, shall we? Pak Agusnya mana ya? Oh ada Pak Agus.
Okay, so who's gonna get the monitor? So here they go. 1,
2, 3. And the lucky winner.
Oh my God, Muti! Muti, it's me! It's you! Oh my God!
Itu dia Rani.
Muti, double bonnet! Yay! Muti, you got the...
It's me.
Muti, congratulations!
Oh, thank you so much.
Putar lagi.
Putar lagi aja. Putar lagi aja. Putar lagi aja, gak apa-apa.
Putar lagi ya, oke.
Putar lagi aja, boleh.
Gak apa-apa ya Muti.
Gak apa-apa.
Oke.
Kita langsung kasih lagi.
Oke, sekali lagi ya Pak. 1, 2, 3.
Kang Dimas lagi, jangan dong. Lah bener Pak.
Yeay, I win. Ya nggak boleh.
Nggak boleh Kang. Kita harus cari yang baru. Kok bisa gitu ya Kang ya? Pak. Oh, Ibu Irma Bahtiar.
Ibu
Which
Irma.
one is Ibu Irma?
Where are you Ibu Irma? Ibu Irma?
Oh iya ada Bu Irma.
Ibu Irma Bahtiar.
Ibu
Selamat
Irma Bahtiar,
Ibu. Ibu
please
tinggal
come
tinggal di
forward.
mana Ibu?
Di dekat Upi.
Oh dekat Upi. Jadi gampang gotongnya ya Bu ya?
Oh iya.
Oke, bisa gotongnya. Alright, so congratulations to all the winners. Untuk pemenang OVO, Pak Chandra, Pak Agus, dan juga Bapak, siapa namanya punten Pak? Pak Slamet. Pak Slamet boleh nanti ke BNQ Lounge lagi untuk didata ya Pak. Nomor teleponnya dan lain-lain sebagainya. Ini ada simbolis dulu. Ya ini tas seharga 200.000. Ini tas seharga 300, ini tas harga 500 Bapak. Dan untuk Ibu Irma.
Prize-nya biar Ibu dari BenQ yang memberikan kepada Ibu Irma Bahtiar, our lucky attendee today.
Congratulations.
Ladies and gentlemen, once again give a big hand to our winners.
Boleh semuanya, Ibu, Bapak, foto bareng bersama Pak Chandra juga. Pak Chandra. Pak siapa tadi? Pak Anang, boleh?
Oh, boleh langsung aja,
Langsung aja. Oke, silakan. Oke.
1, 2, 3.
Alright, so congratulations
once again
to all the winners.
Kang Dimas.
Trio Bapak, trio Bapak jangan lupa untuk didata nanti.
Oh iya. Ya Kang Dimas, almost. That was almost, but it's okay.
We should have been the winners. Yeah, we should have been the winners. Anyway, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we have finally and truly come to the end of the two-day conference.
Yep.
And we would like to invite Wawan Gunawan, MED PhD, as the chairperson of the organizing committee from CONAPLIN 16 to officially close our conference. To Bapak Wawan Gunawan, MED PhD, the floor is yours. So everybody, let's
give a big applause.
Give a big round of applause to
Pak
Bapak Wawan.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, everyone. I think everyone is still enjoying his or her meals, but we have to close our session. I would like to, well, I don't think we have to close the session, or we have to close the seminar now, because everyone seems to be happy and to to enjoy the seminar. Still remember in the opening remarks, we wish you a good seminar, but now we have to close the seminar. I'm wondering if you really had a good seminar. Everyone, I think they're still enjoying the party and the meals, but because of the time, I'm not going to take time to close the session. I was just wondering, first, if you really had a good seminar. I witnessed many people stay here. That's an indication that the seminar is good. I also witnessed smiley faces among us. I also witnessed picture taking outside and inside. Another indication we had a good seminar. But I'm wondering if we had good seminar because I also observed people disappear from the ballroom and from the Zoom room and come up sometime and then leave the room. Actually, we really hope that you are getting more empowered after attending the seminar, but to see how empowered you are after getting seminar cannot be seen right at a time. But for now, I really wish that you leave this room safe and sound. It's a closing time. You don't need to go home, but we need to leave this ballroom. And also, it's a closing time. You don't need to shut down the computer, but you need to leave the Zoom room from CONAPLIN link. So everyone, I really hope that you enjoyed the seminar, you enjoy the food, you had a good taste of food, and also there is still time to have more conversations with everyone here, distinguished guests, distinguished participants. We really thank you very much for your all engaging participation and then commitment to keep staying in tune with us in this seminar, and we promise that we will have a better seminar in the future, more empowering concepts of seminar. So see you. We see you all. See you all next year's seminar, CONAPLIN 2024. For everyone, congratulations, you have made a good seminar. Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you so much, Pawawan, for a very uplifting closing. And yes, we can't wait for the next year's conference, inshallah. And the same thing, yeah, before we really leave the ballroom, to all on-site attendees and also online attendees, you can write down your messages for CONAPLIN, yeah, what your impressions are during the two-day conference. And for all on-site attendees, the certificate.
Yes, the certificate can be obtained on the first floor, right before our photo booth section. So please, right after this closing session, like the very last sessions of CONAPLIN 16, I would like to invite all of the on-site participants and attendees to go downstairs to obtain your certificate.
And also, the information regarding the publication will be informed further through emails. So ladies and gentlemen, please check your emails a week after the conference ends. All information regarding the publication will be informed, inshallah, in 7 working days. And also to all online attendees, thank you very much for joining us for the past 2 days. Okay. Yeah. Thank you so much for attending and joining. We hope to see you in person or virtually.
Next year, virtually or maybe on-site on the next year, CONAPLIN 17. And of course, to all online attendees, don't forget to fill in the exit ticket link right before you leave the Zoom, because you will be obtaining your certificate by filling in the form.
And the video is ready? Yes. Okay, so before we close our event, let's watch the highlight of the second day of CONAPLIN 16.
CONAPLIN 16. We
CONAPLIN 16, hajar terus. Mantap. Applicable. Amazing.
Empowering.
Marvelous.
CONAPLIN 2023 Language and Empowerment Applied Linguistics in Practice. After this seminar, we are getting more empowered.
CONAPLIN 16!
Ladies and gentlemen, once again, give a big hand of applause to CONAPLIN 16.
Yay! Thank you to the organizing committee for their tireless hard work and also teamwork to organize such a magnificent conference. Yeah.
Yes.
And shall we close this?
No.
No, of course. We will see you again, hopefully next year.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, as the saying goes, to every beginning there is an end, and this year's 16th Conference on Applied Linguistics has come to its end.
At last, on behalf of the committee, we would like to express our deepest gratitude for your enthusiastic participation during our conference. Thank you very much for coming to the event. We look forward to your participation next year at CONAPLIN 17, inshallah. I am Dimas Pujianto and
Mutiarani Ramdayanti.
A very good afternoon and wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Ya, Bapak Ibu boleh langsung ke BenQ Lounge untuk menuliskan messages and your impressions.
Pesan-pesannya. Ladies and gentlemen, as for the certificate, it can be obtained downstairs. Jadi untuk sertifikatnya bisa Bapak dan Ibu dapatkan di lantai 1, di dekat tangga dan di dekat foto booth CONAPLIN. Jadi boleh silahkan diambil terlebih dahulu saja. Dan mungkin sebelumnya bisa langsung mengisi kesan-pesan terlebih dahulu untuk CONAPLIN 16 di booth BenQ.
Is CONAPLIN's 16th birthday. The theme for the 16th CONAPLIN is Language and Empowerment, Applied Linguistics in Practice. Perhaps the theme does not sound too current, but the ideas about language and power and how they intertwine in our daily activities will always be a limitless resource for language study. So let us empower ourselves. The empowerment in the conference comes in different forms, or I may say programs. First of all, we have various parallel presentations. We also have workshops, and we also have programs especially for teachers. So there will be programs where teachers can share their best practices. We will also have a program which is dedicated especially for research conducted by students. So that means there are plenty to choose from. That sounds like empowerment, doesn't it? So do join us in our conference, online and offline. Whereas the online session will allow you to enjoy the conference from the comfort of your own private space, the offline sessions will also provide the chance to know Bandung better. You will have the time and the opportunities to enjoy places in Bandung and probably enjoy the delectable cuisines of Bandung. Our venue, GH Universal, is an Instagram popular site. So do come, share, learn, and have fun at CONAPLIN Suite 16. We'll be waiting for you. See you soon. Bye-bye. I'm Safrina, I'm head of Balai Bahasa Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia. I am here to share with you some information about CONAPLIN, which is Conference on Applied Linguistics. This is our annual conference. It has been around for 16 years. So 2023 is CONAPLIN's 16th birthday. The theme for the 16th CONAPLIN is Language and Empowerment, Applied Linguistics in Practice. Perhaps the theme does not sound too current, but the ideas about language and power and how they intertwine in our daily activities will always be a limitless resource for language study. So let us empower ourselves. The empowerment in the conference comes in different forms, or I may say programs. First of all, we have various parallel presentations. We also have workshops, and we also have programs especially for teachers. So there will be programs where teachers can share their best practices. We will also have a program which is dedicated especially for research conducted by students. So that means there are plenty to choose from. That sounds like empowerment, doesn't it? So do join us in our conference, online and offline. Whereas the online session will allow you to enjoy the conference from the comfort of your own private space, the offline sessions will also provide the chance to know Bandung better. You will have the time and the opportunities to enjoy places in Bandung and probably enjoy the delectable cuisines of Bandung. Our venue, GH Universal, is an Instagram popular site. So do come, share, learn, and have fun at CONAPLIN Suite 16. We'll be waiting for you. See you soon. Bye-bye.